Pokémon, the trainer begins as a bounty hunter. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 376, Many Matters. Hello, my name is Tsunezuki Masaki, and I'm a Pokémon researcher. Masaki, dressed like a rich young man, looked very kind. This is Lei Ryoko, the daughter of the owner of the Mankind Flower Shop. By the way, he also introduced the young girl next to him. Ryoko greeted Tetsuya. Tetsuya Tamaki, a traveling Pokémon trainer. It's nice to meet you too. Especially Dr. Masaki, I've heard of your name for a long time. Tetsuya smiled warmly in response. That's right, the person he saw was Masaki. Hahaha, how could that be? Masaki touched his head embarrassedly. I heard about you from Mr. Oak and Mr. Yamanashi. You are a very powerful trainer. Muji also mentioned you to me. He said you are a very good person, and you also helped him train Pokémon. Muji. Hearing this not so familiar name, Tetsuya was stunned for a moment. Then he reacted. Wasn't that one of the 3 people he met when he first met Axing in Asuka City last year? Later, when he was exercising in the early morning of the next day, he also met him and practicing skills. However, at that time, he seemed to have just given a casual reminder, which was far from being helpful. As for the fact that Masahiro called Professor Oak and Professor Yamanashi teacher, it was not surprising. After all, he was a top student at Rainbow University. It was normal for him, who had long been called a Pokémon fanatic inventor, to be favored by the 2 professors. Tetsuya laughed. How are Muji and his Sanking doing recently? From what he said, they are not bad. Masahiro shrugged, but I'm not very good at Pokémon training and fighting, so I don't know much about it. Tetsuya was a little confused. Masahiro was clear that he was from Manjin City. From the looks of it, he should like the daughter of the flower shop owner named Ryoko, and Chisato's wife is a good friend of Ryoko. It was a coincidence that the 2 met at Chisato's house. However, what is the relationship between Muji, who is far away in Kanto, and Masahiro? Mitsuko solved his doubts. I didn't expect you 2 to know each other. She looked very happy. Yes, excellent people always know each other. But it's really a coincidence. Ryoko and I were planning to give Masaki a farewell party, and Chihiro invited you to be our guest. It's just right. Let's go together, she said to Tetsuya. Where is Masaki going? Chihiro poured a glass of milk for her son and asked casually. Masaki smiled and said, not anywhere. I'm going back to Asahikawa. Tetsuya's ears perked up. Oh, don't you live in Manjin? Chihiro sat down and chatted with a group of people about family matters with great interest. Yes, because grandpa is old, my sister and I live in Asahikawa to take care of him. As for my parents, because my sister still has to study, Manjin is more suitable. I just come back to visit occasionally. Masaki's tone matched his current appearance perfectly. This even gave Tetsuya the illusion that he seemed to be a descendant of the nobility like him. Otherwise, how could the 2 of them sit together and chat? From Masaki's explanation, he roughly knew why Muji and Masaki knew each other. Asakusa City is not a very big city, and it is estimated that his grandfather knows Muji's family, so there is naturally a connection between the younger generations in the same city. Kyanli has long been familiar with this feeling. To put it bluntly, the nobles in the Pokémon world are just powerful trainers. For a king-level trainer, you can call yourself a noble regardless of your birth. He responded nonchalantly. Yes, the basic teaching of Manjin City School is really good, and that's why I live here. Oh, by the way, Tetsuya, you just said that you were a teacher at the Pokémon Research School in Kanto? Kyanli suddenly changed the topic to Tetsuya. Well, it was Professor Oak who recommended me that time. But I was just a temporary training course teacher. Tetsuya nodded. Mitsuko's eyes lit up. That's a coincidence. Xiaosheng is very interested in Pokémon breeding. I must let you guide him when I have time. Zaya smiled. Mr. Kyanli is very good at Pokémon breeding. My ability is still far from his. Moreover, Pokémon breeding mainly requires memorization. When you have almost memorized the theory, you can have a good performance in practice. Zhenghu nodded in agreement. As a newly promoted doctor, he recognized Zaya's point of view. Only when you have a comprehensive and thorough understanding of the knowledge of Pokémon can you conduct research. I think the breeding of Pokémon should be the same. However, I do have a set of good teaching materials to recommend to you, Sister Mitsuko. This was specially written by my teacher back then. His words made Zayasheng, who was drinking milk, cough uncontrollably. It was written by Senior Gangster. Can you show it to me? Zhenghu took over the conversation with great respect. Tetsuya explained, of course, but these are just some basic contents. They are probably useless to you, Masaki. It's okay. It's always good to learn more. Senior Sasuke Gota is a famous elf researcher. He is the best in Kanto in basic education. Masaki, who is half Kanto, introduced him to Chisato and Mitsuko. Their smiles got bigger. Zayasheng, who was standing aside, sighed as he looked at the big white milk can. It seems that his future is doomed to be dark. Looking at his parents who were chatting animatedly, and the bad brother named Tetsuya, Zayasheng has begun to think about how to deal with everything that is going to happen next. His eyes turned to Masaki who was chatting with Ryoko. Is it possible to let this brother Masaki tell him the answer to the question? His black eyeballs rolled. Sister Ryoko, who was amused by Masaki's various knowledge of elves, heard Zayasheng's voice and looked down. What's wrong, Zayasheng? Is there anything? Ryoko, who has known Mitsuko for quite a while, naturally would not feel unfamiliar with Zayasheng. She thinks this little guy is very smart and cute. Zayasheng tried to tiptoe and whisper in Ryoko's ear. After a while, Ryoko scratched Zayasheng's nose in annoyance. You little guy, you have a lot of ghost thoughts. As she said, she looked at Tetsuya on the side with a very interesting look. Unexpectedly, this handsome boy likes to argue with children. She saw at a glance that Tetsuya was retaliating for Zayasheng's impoliteness. But, to be honest, Ryoko felt that this was not a bad thing for Zayasheng. Then, I'll leave it to you, Sister Ryoko. This is my treat. Zayasheng smiled flatteringly, put another glass of milk he had poured next to Ryoko, and then ran to his sister Zayao. Plan 1 was temporarily completed, and the backup plan could not be missed. Zhenghu smiled and said, what's wrong? He just doesn't want to do the questions. Ryoko began to talk to Zhenghu about the whole story. Oh, by the way, this is for you. She pushed the milk to Zhenghu. On the other side, Qianli and his wife also changed the topic from their son to their daughter. From their mouths, ZHE also learned that Zayao had a considerable fear of Pokémon and being a Pokémon trainer when she was a child. The process is similar to Zyaksha's fear of Gyarados. When Zayao was a child, she was swimming in the sea and many agate jellyfish appeared around her. Zayao, wearing a blue swimsuit and a swimming cap, called for help from her parents, but her mother Mitsuko mistook her for an agate jellyfish and wanted to capture her with a Pokeball. This directly led to the psychological shadow. It's all my fault. If only I wasn't so careless. Talking about this, Mitsuko blamed herself. Qianli hurriedly comforted her. Don't blame you, and the child is still young. She will improve when she grows up. Knowing what Zayao will be like in the future, ZHE also smiled and said, that's right, and looking at Zayao and Zayasheng, they don't seem to dislike Pokémon. She will become an excellent trainer in the future. A coordinating trainer is also a trainer, nothing wrong. By the way, I'm still very curious about the rainbow feathers. I wonder if it's convenient for you to show it to me. Seeing that his wife was still very sad, Qianli quickly changed the subject. ZHE also readily agreed, and then took out the rainbow feathers from his arms. Is this the feather of the Phoenix King? It looks really strange. Zhenghu, who came over at some point, sighed. The rainbow feathers in front of him no longer had a dazzling colorful light when they first appeared in the afternoon, but upon closer inspection, there was occasionally a glow flowing inside it, which seemed very extraordinary. What a pity, Ho-Oh still hasn't appeared. Ryoko sighed. As a native of Johto, she was full of respect and yearning for Ho-Oh. Qianli touched it curiously, and the texture was a bit hard, and it was actually a little cool. I really didn't expect that Ho-Oh, who had no news for hundreds of years, would appear today. He was very emotional. How about finding time to study it for me? I'm curious about the energy inside. Zheng Hu was a little itchy. Not to mention, ZHE really believed that he could research something. After all, this is a truly genius researcher. In other words, he is also half crazy. Have you heard of the fusion of Pokémon and humans? Zheng Hu did it, and he successfully separated them. Although it was finally stopped by the Alliance, it was enough to show his ability and madness. But he chose to decline. This is not a good idea. I plan to let the flame chicken carry it for a while to comprehend it. Masaki was still unwilling to give up. It's okay, I can wait. When you are free, just show it to me. You can be there to supervise. For a researcher, the mythical beast is really too valuable and meaningful for a search. Mitsuko gave Ryoko a look. Ryoko pulled Masaki aside very clearly. At this time, only she could do this. Tetsuya smiled. He was not so stingy. He knew some of Masaki's character from Dr. Roke and Dr. Yamanashi, so he was not surprised that the other party said so. But since it was pulled apart, it was a good thing. Otherwise, I would have to refuse it with great effort. Chisato stood up at the right time. Let's go to the backyard to see my Pokémon and communicate with each other. Yes, although it looks ordinary, in fact, Chisato's house has a huge backyard. Fortunately, Chisato is strong. Otherwise, if you want to buy such a big house near the city center of Manjin City, you can't do it without strong financial strength. The prototype of the backyard of the Orange Gym in the future can be vaguely seen here, including the lazy old man, the hyperactive monkey, the king of asking for leave, and the swaying Madara. It's just that the number is much less. Senior Kyanli has also traveled to many regions. Looking at the various Pokémons that he saw for the first time, ZHE also made an envious sound. Apart from the Pokémons in the Honan Kanto Johto regions, Synopsis eagle, an over-sprouting deer, long-haired dog, and explosive-headed buffalo are all Pokémons with both strength and appearance. Kyanli was very happy. I met this child when I was lost in the forest. He is the prince of a tribe. His father is very powerful. I still use the king of asking for leave to make him recognize me. I met this one in a small town. This child is not very good at fighting, but he has taken on the responsibility of taking care of his companions very well. This one was when I was exploring the ruins. He enthusiastically told Zaya the story of his travels. Behind him, two sneaky little heads popped out. What's so good about it? Let's go back and eat. Zayasheng. The immature girl said. At this time and place, she could only be Zayasheng's sister, Zayao. Oh, sister, knowing yourself and the enemy can lead to victory in every battle, don't you know? Besides, the elves won't affect you at such a distance, don't worry. Zayasheng was very impatient. His sister insisted on coming out to sea, and wanted to go back after coming out to sea. Women are really troublesome creatures. That must be Blaziken, so cool. He looked at the red figure in the distance, very intoxicated. Blaziken? Zayao blinked. She knew that it was the 3 fire-type starter Pokémon in the Hone region. Although she didn't want to be a trainer, she was still quite interested in traveling. Her dream at the moment was to be the host of an adventure program. Therefore, Zayao still knew some basic common sense. But if it went further, she had no interest in knowing. So tall. She opened her mouth wide. The average height of a Blaziken is about 1.9 meters, and the opponent's one is more than 2.3 meters tall. It seems to be a difficult guy to deal with. Listening to her brother's mumbling, Zayao seemed to understand. It seems that Zayao is not completely uninterested in elves. Tetsuya and Chisato said. How could they not notice such a big person? Chisato smiled and nodded. Although he didn't know why Zayao came back to the backyard today, it was a good sign. It should be related to Zayasheng. This kid really has my style. He was secretly happy. Tetsuya casually let Flame Chicken carry the rainbow feather. Anyway, at this moment, Flame Chicken's charcoal is still being transformed in the charcoal shop on the back mountain of Hinoki Town, and he has no other props on him. If he can feel something, it would be perfect. This is the feather of the Phoenix King. Looking at the rest of Tetsua's companions, Kyanli marveled. These are Pandora and Serpent. They are quite rare in Kanto, and Pockis, which is also quite rare, and there is actually a shining Dragonite. My god, this skin color is very interesting. Little Ralts also looks very healthy. What is it going to evolve into in the future? Tetsua's Pokémon are few, but in terms of rarity, they are definitely not inferior to the Pokémon in Kyanli's backyard, and even better. The first few little ones are another matter. When hearing the last question, Tetsua was also very troubled. Like Kyanli, he is a trainer who respects the Pokémon's own choice. The key is that little Ralts doesn't know whether it wants to evolve into Gardevoir or a Lido. That is, it is still young and has plenty of time to consider. Otherwise, Tetsua would have been anxious by now. But now it is not much better. It is said that there is plenty of time, but in fact, according to its progress, it is only about 2 months. Later, it will have to suppress the light of evolution. ZHE has always felt that evolution is a natural thing, and forcible suppression is not a good way. So he hopes that Ralts can make a decision earlier. He told Kyanli about this trouble. The other party should be very experienced in this. Kyanli touched his chin. I have indeed encountered many similar situations. Because hyperactive apes are used to the restless life every day, many of them are unwilling to evolve into the King of Leave. It can be roughly divided into 2 situations. One is that you don't want to evolve so much that the light of evolution will not appear and the strength level will still increase. The other is that you don't want to evolve, but you don't want to give up the powerful power after evolution, so you choose to suppress the light of evolution. In the future, your Ralts should be roughly the second type. There is no way to let a Lido's evolution require the Awakening Stone, while Gardevoir's evolution only needs to reach the elite level. From this point of view, the Ralts clan is still more inclined to the form change of Gardevoir. Tetsua asked, then how did you solve the second problem, Senior Kyanli? Fight continuously. Kyanli answered decisively, but this method may not be suitable for your Ralts. I came up with this idea based on the excessive energy of the hyperactive ape. If it is a psychic Pokémon, I think simple fighting will not be very effective. You mean to maintain a certain balance between consumption and improvement, so that the body does not meet the conditions for the appearance of the light of evolution, right? Yes, but it is not a simple balance, because after a tiring battle, the Pokémon may also evolve, so the key is. The content of the conversation between the two gradually became profound. Xiaosheng, who was eavesdropping on the side, felt a little dizzy. Xiaoyao, who had wanted to go back a long time ago, saw this and hurriedly pulled his younger brother back. What's so good about this kind of thing? After a while, Xiaosheng ran out again. Dad, it's not good. Brother Zheng who seems to have a problem with his body. Chapter 377, the 300th Golden Department Store. Okay, it's okay, it's just a small problem. Kyanli breathed a sigh of relief. But, Masaki, don't you know that you are lactose intolerant? Masaki, who was gradually recovering under the aromatherapy skills of the sprouting deer, blushed. Of course he knew. It's just that the big can of milk was handed to him by Ryoko. Mitsuko's eyes moved, as if she understood, and smiled and pulled her husband away. Sure enough, Brother Masaki seems a little unreliable, but fortunately I found my sister's friend. Xiaosheng secretly patted his chest and felt fortunate. He was so smart. Time went back to 5 minutes ago, when Xiaosheng ran out and told Tetsuya and Kyanli that Masaki had a physical problem. The two immediately ran into the room. The other party was holding his stomach. His face was extremely pale, and sweat was all over his head. Kyanli immediately called his sprouting deer. Treating negative conditions is its specialty. The strength is enough to make up for the gap in expertise between it and the Jigglypuff family. It was summer, and as a seasonal Pokémon, the form of the bud deer also changed accordingly. Its basic appearance was still based on a dark brown deer, except for a small piece of hair on the back of the neck and a raised tail. The obvious feature that distinguished it from other seasonal forms was the large leaves on the horns on its head as decoration. The huge and dense leaves even reached the roof of the house. As the refreshing fragrance emanated from the bud deer, Zhenghu's condition obviously recovered a lot. Then, combined with his hesitant words, Kayali quickly determined that this was because of drinking the milk of the big milk can. Needless to say, lactose intolerance. There are many people in the world who have this problem and cannot enjoy the milk of the big milk can. But, as Kayali said, basically everyone should know it. ZHE also smiled secretly. Unexpectedly, Dr. Zhenghu was still a dog licker at this moment. And it seems that people just treat him as an ordinary friend. This is still quite strange. After all, Zhenghu is perfect in every aspect. Whether it is family, ability, talent, appearance or anything else, Masaki is an outstanding person. Watching Mitsuko and Ryoko chatting on the side, Tetsuya quietly pricked up his ears. Mitsuko was just asking about this at this time. Masaki is actually quite good. Ryoko's first sentence let Tetsuya know that Masaki was out of favor. Isn't this the legendary good guy card? But, he is not suitable for me. Sure enough, the next sentence was a killer. The reason that he is not suitable for me is simply unsolvable. Ryoko further explained why she thought so. On the one hand, many of Masaki's jobs are in Kanto, and neither Ryoko herself nor her parents want to live in another area. From the perspective of family, Masaki and Ryoko are completely the type of people who are well matched. Manjin Flower Shop sounds like an ordinary flower shop, but it is actually a family business, and it is not small in scale. As an only child, Ryoko can't say that she will give up the family business for Masaki. On the other hand, researchers, especially those who have reached the stage of elf doctors, are very busy. Ryoko does not want her future husband to be such a person. She enjoys the plain life with her love more. Mizuko, aren't you and Mr. Chisato doing well? Ryoko said with a little yearning. Mizuko smiled. That's because you don't know what Chisato was like before. He was very absent-minded. Compared with Pokémon scholars, trainers are a busier group and more dangerous. The family doesn't even know whether the other party can return smoothly after going out. The two don't know how many quarrels they have had because of this. But the ending is good. Chisato is now undoubtedly one of the strong in the world. By the way, when Xiaosheng finishes learning the basic knowledge, we will probably move, this time to Hone. Mizuko said with a smile. She has been accustomed to running around with Chisato. But this time, I think there should be no need to run again. Tetsuya, who was eavesdropping nearby, of course knew what they were going to do. It seems that at this time, the Hone Alliance has already invited Chisato to serve as the gym leader of the Chenghe gym. But Chisato did not agree due to family considerations. I don't know where I will be when he takes office. In the night, the room was full of laughter and joy, although everyone had different thoughts. No matter what the future holds, we have to experience it ourselves. The future that others see may not be real. The gathering of several people did not end until the early morning. This was because Xiaoyao and Xiaosheng had to go to school tomorrow. Otherwise, the 5 adults who set an example would have to chat for at least a while. Then, I wish you success. Knowing that Zhenghu had a big experiment to do when he returned to Kanto this time, the other 4 people all sent their blessings. Ryoko even took out a bouquet of flowers. 6-petal red flowers with green leaves. This is the signature of Manjin Flower Shop, Gracitia flowers. Zhenghu's face was startled, and then he took it with a bit of dejection. Gracitia flowers are often tied into bouquets and given out on birthdays or anniversaries, mainly to express gratitude. The deeper meaning is that the sender and the receiver of flowers will always be friends, but they are just friends. It's like you can never melt the ice in the other person's heart. Mitsuko was also shocked by Ryoko's move. It was a bit too direct, but looking at the other person's eyes, she didn't say much. Perhaps this approach was not wrong. Under the night, Masaki and Ryoko's figures gradually walked away. Tetsuya also said goodbye at the right time. Then, I will go back first. Contact me when I'm free. Contact me when I'm free. Asterisk to the next day. Sister, is your classmate reliable? Of course, that's the princess who never blinks, and her grades are the best in our school. Brother, how do you do this question? Huh? Where did you get this test paper? My good friend gave it to me, saying it's her brother's homework. She can't do it herself, but I can't do it either. Well, let me see. Give at least 10 examples of the types of elves whose height and weight change in the opposite direction after evolution, and analyze the reasons. For this kind of questions, you need to. Thank you, brother, forget it. Your brother will go back tomorrow, and you have to do your homework well in the future. If it doesn't work, call you, brother. You are a doctor of elves. Xiaosheng, who was beaten in mixed doubles before dinner today, didn't quite understand how his plan was leaked. Obviously, his sister and sister Ryoko would not tell their parents about it. Covering his red buttocks, looking at the pile of test papers in front of him, Xiaosheng wanted to cry, but had no tears. Okay, sign it. In the Manjin gym, Tetsuya handed an agreement to a person, dressed as a secretary. Well, congratulations to trainer Tetsuya for becoming an honorary resident of our Goldman City, and congratulations to our Goldman City for having such an outstanding trainer. The mayor of Goldman City shook hands with Tetsuya with a smile on his face. God knows how happy he was when he heard Zio-kan tell him that he wanted to make Tetsuya an honorary resident yesterday. This is the only holder of the rainbow feather in 100 years. This achievement alone is enough for him to show off in front of the mayors of other cities in the Johto region. Not convinced? If you have the ability, you can also find a holder of the rainbow feather. And he has a further fantasy. If the Ho-Oh really appears in the future, the first person to come into contact with it must be a human related to it. The title of honorary resident of Goldman City is 100% certain to be included in the prefix of Tetsuya's name. At that time, Hehe, the mayor of Goldman City, who is already very old, couldn't help but smile foolishly. Rounding off, has he also met the Ho-Oh? Tetsuya and Zio-kan looked at each other inexplicably. The old mayor in front of him seemed a little mentally ill. But soon, the mayor returned to his usual thoughtful look, as if it was just an illusion. He smiled and greeted the two, then left the gym. TSK, Manjin City is so generous. This card is made of yellow fragments, right? There stroked the card representing his identity in his hand, feeling very emotional. This identity card is attached to his illustrations, and its main function is to have various privileges in Manjin City, including but not limited to shopping discounts, free services, and even the reasonable use of private elves without permission. In addition to the gold plating on the surface, the material of the yellow fragments is the key. This is part of the elf props in ancient times. It is a bit too extravagant to use this thing to make an identity card. When Zaya got this thing before, he sold it at a high price. It's okay. I originally suggested using the king's certificate to prove the identity, but it seems that the modification is too difficult. Zio-kan said with some regret. Ah, what a pity. Zaya smacked his lips. If this came true, he could get a elf prop for free. After spending the past 2 days together, he has gotten used to Zio-kan's shocking words. This guy doesn't take money seriously at all. He smiled and said, it's a deal. You will give me some of your milk when the time comes. Zio-kan waved her hand and said, don't worry, I will definitely prepare the highest quality for you, the kind that you can't find on the market. ZHE also made an okay gesture. The gym has to open today. I have to watch it, so you can go to the golden department store alone. Don't get lost without our guide. Zio-kan said. ZHE was silent for a while. He thought it was a good thing that Zio-kan didn't go with him. Saying goodbye to each other, ZHE embarked on the road of spending money. The city's introduction brochure introduces the golden department store like this, except that it is a little expensive. This is your best choice for shopping, and it has everything you need. This is not something that any shopping mall dares to say. As the largest department store in the Johto area, the golden department store certainly has this qualification. The golden department store, which has 16 floors, is much higher than the equally famous Yuhan department store in the Kanto area. Travel companion, everything for victory. Improve the ability of Pokémon, only for your Pokémon, when shopping is tired. The distinctive names of each floor also refreshed many shoppers. In the noisy crowd, they are squeezed with his excellent physical fitness. Hey, is this the Evolution Stone shop in Stone Town? Has your third master greeted you? Do you have any high quality ice stones here? Hello, this is the experimental machine of the Siliph No. 1 Research Institute. It's broken. Do you have any repairs here? Dago has told you, my things should be left here by him. I'm here to pick them up. This is my honorary citizen card and the senior VIP card of the Ender Group. Can you help me calculate how much discount these things can get? Senior Kyoko, I didn't expect you to be in charge of the store in the research institute. I want some special rocks in large quantities. He was busy shuttling between the floors. Everyone who heard him communicating with the clerk and even the owner opened his mouth. Which rich young man is out to experience life? His connections are too strong. Fortunately, ZHE was wearing a mask, otherwise he would not be able to walk out of the Golden Harvest department store normally today. The storm of yesterday's incident has not yet passed. Even on the big screen of the Golden Harvest department store, the animated picture of the appearance of a rainbow feather was still playing. After running for more than 2 hours, ZHE finally completed today's plan. However, some things are still missing. For example, the high quality ice stone that ZHE has been thinking about. It seems that, if it really doesn't work, I can only ask owner. He sighed. Sir, do you want to know about the auction tonight? This is a grand event that only happens once every 3 months. After staying in place for a few seconds, ZHE was forced to give a poster by the publicity staff. Looking up, I don't know when, such staff suddenly filled every floor. Auction? Hearing this familiar yet unfamiliar term, ZHE curiously unfolded the poster. Want all kinds of rare treasures? Want to become a powerful trainer? Want to provide better help for your Pokémon? The Manjin auction has everything you want. The slogan is a bit old, he commented casually. But, it must be said, that it aroused ZHE's interest. Maybe there will be something he wants at the auction. His eyes were fixed on the bottom of the poster. Participation method. Get the top 16 in the battle event held on the 15th floor. Depending on the ranking, participants will also receive additional mysterious prizes. ZHE also smiled. It really fits the culture of the Pokémon world. It's normal. Rich people are not necessarily powerful trainers, but powerful trainers must be rich. And the auction is an occasion where economic strength speaks. In addition to those who are actively invited by the department store, the best way to find rich people is Pokémon fighting. He decisively stepped onto the elevator to the 15th floor. It's just the top 16, no big deal. Moreover, such a strict selection rule also made him more interested in this auction. You have to know that the daily customer flow of Manjin department store is calculated in hundreds of thousands. With only the top 16 trainers among so many people, the auction must be of a very high standard. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 378 Meeting Lacey again. Zay quickly followed the crowd to the 15th floor of the Manjin department store. It seems that there are quite a few people who are interested in this auction. Well, not necessarily. Looking at the excited expressions of the people around him, Zay felt that they might just be interested in the Pokémon battle. After all, except for the regional conference, it is rare for so many trainers to gather together for a battle. The feeling of watching it in person is very different from watching it on TV. I randomly found a team to line up and sign up. The next is the boring waiting time. Zay took this opportunity to learn about the rules of the game. It's very simple. 1v1 battle. The winner enters the next round until the top 16 and the final champion and runner-up are determined. It's not a very fair competition system, but it is very reasonable. If it is a real regular battle of 3v3 or 6v6, it is estimated that the result may not be known until next week. Moreover, the battle venue this time is different from the general large venue. It is a relatively small ring battle. In this way, some large Pokémon will be useless, and the petite Pokémon will have a lot of advantages. Zaya touched his chin and analyzed. Although he did not think that he and his partners would fail in this kind of competition, he still had to follow the idea of strategic contempt and tactical attention. The team moved slowly. Since there were many registration points, the progress was not slow. At this speed, the preliminary preparations can be completed in about half an hour. I have to say, it is worthy of being a big company. Zaya came to the staff soon, and he handed his Pokémon and honorary citizen card to the staff. The staff was stunned, and then a real smile suddenly bloomed on his face with a formal smile. This trainer, thank you very much for supporting our work. Manjin Department Store welcomes you. As he said, his hands did not hesitate to move, and with a swipe on the machine, Zaya's identity information had been registered. You can choose to use your real name or a code name for this competition, don't you know? ZHE, who was wearing a mask and a hat to hide his identity, thought about it and showed a strange smile at the corner of his mouth. Code name, Red. Okay, Red Trainer, this is your number plate. Please keep it and pay attention to the notification. I wish you a satisfactory result. Okay, thank you. ZHE took his things and left without looking back. The staff hurriedly sent a few messages on the communication tool. Seeing his superiors praising him, he was very happy. The trainer who registered later was a little impatient. Hey, can you hurry up? He knew that the guy who just registered was not easy to mess with. The Pokémon book alone can show that his identity is not low, plus the card of unknown material and the attitude of the staff, it is even more clear that the guy named Red is powerful. However, this is not a reason for you not to receive him for a few minutes. Sorry, sir, I will register you right away. The staff's face suddenly returned to the formula. 2 words, professional. This is just a small episode among many registration points. Except for the few people behind ZHE, no one cared. However, a young man in the team not far away looked at Zay's back, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. He seemed to have seen him somewhere. Trainer Lacey, this is your number plate. Please pay attention to the battle information. The staff called him a few times. Lacey came back to his senses, nodded proudly, and then put away his number plate. Even if he had seen it before, it would probably be another defeated opponent. He was already thinking about his opponent in the finals. On the other side, Zay, who came to the waiting area, sighed silently at the dazzling array of food and drinks. The organizer was generous, but he couldn't eat. He still had a mask on his face. Zay had to watch other contestants eating enthusiastically, while he could only appreciate it with his eyes. Sure enough, the price of fame is painful. On the radio, number plates were called out one after another, and trainers kept coming and going. But Zay, codenamed Red, was never called. Strange, he asked the staff specifically. The staff said that, since the number of contestants was an odd number, he had a bye in the first round, and in the following rounds, his opponents all gave up directly, so he didn't have to fight. Well, when Zay heard this, he knew that he was definitely given a backdoor. This was the first time he really enjoyed the treatment of the privileged class. It felt really good. He was also happy with it. Otherwise, it would be too troublesome to have to fight every once in a while. However, the organizers couldn't do it too blatantly. Otherwise, when there were only a dozen people left, Zay, who had never played before, would have his first fight again, which would be a bit like treating others as fools. Therefore, not long after he asked the staff, Zay welcomed the first contestant of this small battle. Seeing the familiar figure on the opposite side, his mouth under the mask involuntarily grew a little bigger. Red vs. Racy. The battle begins. Please release your elves at the same time. After confirming the identity, the referee announced the start of the game very straightforwardly. That's right, Zay met Racy directly in the first round of the official battle. If he hadn't known that the organizer had given him a backdoor, he would have even thought that this was a trick. Although Lacey was not a good person, his strength was definitely outstanding. Otherwise, when he was on the Saint Anno, he would not have been chosen by the Cerulean Gym to represent him. Perhaps, this also shows that the organizer was fair. Looking at his opponent who was standing there without any reaction for some reason, Lacey urged him impatiently, I say, can you hurry up? I'm still waiting for the next game. ZHE also chuckled, don't be anxious, do you want to be beaten by me so much, Lacey? Hearing this voice, Lacey's cold face couldn't help but flash a trace of surprise. It turned out to be you, this guy. He would never forget ZHE. The battle on the Saint Anno was one of the few defeats he had suffered since his debut. In particular, the trainer who defeated him was a guy younger than him. Huh, sneaky. Looking at the fully armed ZHE, Lacey snorted coldly. He appeared in the Mandarin department store, so he naturally knew what happened yesterday. The guy in front of him is the one chosen by the King of Phoenix. Zaya didn't know that he had a strange title. If he knew, he would definitely refuse. This thing is really stupid. It's just that the people in the spirit world seem to be very interested in this kind of extremely strange and extremely exciting title. Like Super Queen, Dragon Messenger, Ice Queen, Elegant Nobleman. Basically, powerful trainers have their own recognized names. As long as they are mentioned, you can know who they are talking about. But as long as he thinks about the cheers of such titles during the battle, Zaya feels goosebumps all over his body. Please hurry up. The referee was impatient. He heard that these two people knew each other before. But what does it have to do with him? Where did this referee come from? Find a time to open it. Unknown to him, a group of senior officials were watching the ring, where Zaya was through surveillance. Seeing that the referee was so blind, a bald middle-aged man was very angry. People are chatting, so why are you interrupting them? That's right. A group of people next to him echoed. This is the only senior referee sent by the Pokémon Battle Referee Association. We specially sent him to judge the match of Red Lord to show respect. A woman said faintly. Well, didn't the people below inform the referee of the relevant matters? It's so irresponsible. Fire him. The bald middle-aged man changed his statement almost immediately. Ordinary referees are useless, but the senior referees of the Referee Association are different. They are also very strong. In addition to the background of the association, it is not his turn to say whether to fire or not. Everyone agreed with his statement again. As for the staff not saying it in order not to cause the referees bad feelings, is this a reason? In short, the people below did not do their job well. ZHE also smiled apologetically at the referee on the ring, and then realized that he was wearing a mask and the other party could not see. Without hesitation, he took out a luxury ball from his waist. Lacey did the same thing when he saw this. Blazing Chicken, bring victory. Dragon King Scorpion, tear the opponent apart. The two Pokémon instantly occupied half of the ring. Dragon King Scorpion, the evolution of the Scorpion, is a poison and dark Pokémon, a Scorpion Pokémon with a bad personality. Its body is covered with hard armor and its physique is very strong. The claws on its arms have the destructive power to tear a car into scrap metal, and the front end can release toxins. It is a very powerful Pokémon. Looking at the light and dark purple Dragon King Scorpion, relevant information instantly emerged in Zaya's mind. By the way, what were the characteristics of the Scorpion before it evolved? He was a little confused. When fighting on the Saint Anu, the Scorpion was dealt with too quickly, and I didn't pay attention to this. Forget it, it's nothing more than combat armor or sniper. The former makes Dragon King Scorpion slightly more resistant, and the latter makes Dragon King Scorpion's targeted attacks more effective. The difference is not very big. Moreover, from the perspective of attributes alone, Blaziken is still more advantageous. It is resistant to dark attribute skills. Zaya took the lead in launching an offensive. Blazer, use Flame Fist. He only showed two eyes and his eyes flashed. In the ring battle, fighting type Pokémon are the undisputed kings. With its right claw hanging on its waist, Blaziken took long steps forward. The hot breath even spread to the surroundings. Many spectators looked over here. Dragon King Scorpion, Ghost Face. Lacey's cold command came. The Dragon King Scorpion, known as the Desert Devil, opened its mouth and looked extremely terrifying. Under the gaze of everyone, Blaziken's footsteps only paused and then came directly in front of the Dragon King Scorpion. Bang! The right claw burning with fierce flames swung out. The Dragon King Scorpion retreated several steps in succession, and black marks appeared on its body. Bite. Seeing that the ghost face did not work, Lacey's voice did not fluctuate at all. He did not care about the Dragon King Scorpion's body, and directly issued the next command. The Dragon King Scorpion's long neck, which was tilted back, instantly rebounded in a way that violated the laws of physics. The huge exposed fangs on both sides emitted a cold light. Next, spray flames. Tetsua's response was very hardcore. For the first time, Lacey's eyes revealed disbelief. What a joke. He knew that ZHE's Blaziken was very strong and talented. However, it was a bit too much for Blaziken, which was famous for its agility, to stop the Dragon King Scorpion, which was good at strength. And the Dragon King Scorpion used the bite. Your strength has improved very quickly, but unfortunately, not as fast as mine. Looking at Lacey, Zhag's smiling eyes showed his confidence. The Quasi King level Dragon King Scorpion fully proved Lacey's efforts in the past year, but so did Blaziken and him. Blaziken, who had already reached the peak of the Quasi King, and was even ready to attack the King level, was invincible at the Quasi King level with the potential of a champion and his usual efforts. Zhag was convinced of this. His trust in Blaziken was just like Blaziken's trust in him. Oh my god. Looking at the attacking Dragon King Scorpion, Blaziken's wrist burst into a fierce flame. It screamed excitedly. In the stunned eyes of everyone, the two claws just went straight up. Zhag said to Lacey, if you use the poisonous fang, maybe I will let Blaziken dodge. As soon as the voice fell, the forward trend of the Dragon King Scorpion was stopped. Its hind legs slid wildly on the ground. The muscles on the arms of the flaming chicken kept beating, and the deep marks on the field also showed that it was not relaxed. After about 3 seconds of stalemate, the flaming chicken took a deep breath. Bang, under Zhag's inexplicable eyes, the flaming chicken was knocked out in an instant. He was a little confused. Lacey breathed a sigh of relief, and then sneered, it seems that you are too confident. What's wrong, flaming chicken? Zhag didn't care about Lacey, but asked about the situation of flaming chicken. It shouldn't be. The face of the flaming chicken, who climbed up from the ground, was a little pale. Down it pointed to the big mouth of the Dragon King Scorpion. That thing was too smelly. It hadn't been brushed for at least 2 years. Zhag was immediately at a loss. The mouth of a poisonous Pokémon. How good do you expect it to smell? It must be fishy and smelly. Sometimes, it is not enough to be strong in a Pokémon battle. The physical characteristics of the Pokémon itself can also be a decisive factor. I didn't think about it. Zay touched his head, then let's solve it quickly. He lowered his hands. Dragon King Scorpion, cross poison blade. Seeing him like this, Lacey became even more angry. Pretending to be XXXX, he waved his hand and attacked while Blaziken was resting. The claws on the Dragon King Scorpion's arms were suddenly covered with a layer of purple. This time, Lacey learned from the lesson just now and did not use evil attacks, but used poison skills. The scene just now showed that, even if Blaziken's power was not as great as that of the Dragon King Scorpion, it was not much worse. Instead of fighting with strength, it is better to use poison. After all, this is what the Dragon King Scorpion is good at. Looking at the Dragon King Scorpion approaching, Blaziken also rushed up under Zay's command. Chapter 379 VIP Treatment and XL Series Candy. Squeak. The claws of the Dragon King Scorpion, which drilled like crazy like an electric drill, swept through the air, causing a sharp buzzing sound. Wherever it passed, a light purple breath was left. Relying on the length of its arms, Flame Chicken seemed to be completely blocked by it. Let's see where you run this time. Looking at Flame Chicken rushing towards the Dragon King Scorpion regardless of anything, Lacey showed a smile of confidence. The poison of the Dragon King Scorpion is very strong, and the skill of the cross poison blade itself has a high probability of poisoning the enemy. Adding the two together, Flame Chicken will basically be poisoned if it is touched a little. Once poisoned, won't it be at the mercy of others? Not to mention, that his Dragon King Scorpion's characteristic is a sniper. The effect of the cross poison blade attacking the vital points combined with the damage increase brought by the sniper characteristic, this attack is enough to make Flame Chicken suffer a lot. It is not impossible that it will lose its combat ability in one move. This is the price of overconfidence. Lacey looked at this opponent who once defeated him. It seems that the results of the conference have made you a little blind. Then let me tell you, ding. Just as his eyes moved away from the ring, the figure of the Flame Chicken disappeared on the way of charging. Hearing this sound, that was completely different from what he imagined, Lacey looked at it in astonishment. On the ground, a big hole seemed to be mocking him. Just now, the cross poison blade of the Dragon King Scorpion was swung in the air, and the two claws crossed and made a crisp collision sound. Zhag also spread his hands. No way, you don't think that my Flame Chicken can't dig a hole? His mean look is really asking for a beating. Under normal circumstances, if he was not wearing a mask and a hat to cover his identity, Zhag would not speak in this tone. Unfortunately, today is a special case. Not to mention that the opponent is Lacey, who he doesn't like. Lacey's face suddenly darkened a lot. He really didn't expect to dig a hole, because the ring battle is not suitable for the use of this skill. If you are not careful, it is easy to exceed the limit of the battlefield and come to the outside of the field to cause yourself a foul. But Dragon King Scorpion, Earthquake. Lacey said that sometimes drilling into the ground is not a good choice. Bounce. As if he had predicted Lacey's command, ZHE even shouted the name of the move in front of him. When the Dragon King Scorpion leaped up and smashed into the ground, a fiery red shadow had already jumped from the ground to the sky. Boom! The violent roar accompanied by the ring that dropped a little bit in height fully demonstrated how powerful the earthquake of the Dragon King Scorpion's attack was. However, no matter how powerful the skill is, it is useless if it can't hit. The Blaziken, slowly drifting in the air, lowered its head and looked at its opponent with calm eyes. Sparks flew by. Flame kick. The cooperation between one person and one Pokémon was extremely perfect. The flames instantly enveloped the powerful right leg of the Blaziken. With a twist of the waist, the whistling heat wave enveloped the head of the Dragon King Scorpion. Bang! A dull hitting sound came. Unlike the Dragon King Scorpion's previous hit, the Blaziken actually hit the opponent. The power of falling from the sky, combined with the power of the flame kick itself, this blow directly caused the entire Dragon King Scorpion Pokémon to fall to the ground. Slap! The Dragon King Scorpion let out a painful wail, and the charred color on its body became more intense. ZHE also praised, not bad defense, quite impressive. Although it was sincere, combined with the current situation on the ring, Lacey felt that it was harsh. Stand up, waste, he said coldly to the Dragon King Scorpion. Hearing the trainer's voice, the Dragon King Scorpion used its arms to support its scarred body with difficulty. It was panting. The trainers watching the battle around couldn't help but frowned. ZHE also shook his head speechlessly. TSK, it seems that you haven't changed at all. Fortunately, the few commands just now made him think that Lacey had improved a little, but it turned out that he was overthinking. Dragon King Scorpion, Poison Needle. Lacey didn't care what ZHE said at all, and attacked on his own. Purple gradually condensed on the two fangs of the Dragon King Scorpion. Sharp silver needles formed in front of its mouth. Without exception, all of them flashed a scary purple light. No point. Blaziken, use the most powerful jet of flame to get rid of it. Seeing that Scorpion was struggling to use its skills under the command of Ragey, Zaya couldn't bear it and decided to help it out of the sea of suffering. The poison needles rushed into the sea of fire one after another, but except for the occasional purple mist, none of them could hit Blaziken. Scorpion has lost its ability to fight, and Blaziken wins. The winner of this battle is contestant Red. After observing Scorpion fainted in the jet of flame, the referee announced the result with a calm face. Zaya just stretched out his hand to stop Ragey and chat with him, but Ragey, who took back Scorpion, left the scene without saying a word. What kind of person is this? The trainers around also expressed dissatisfaction with Ragey's behavior. Not only his attitude towards his opponent, but also his attitude towards his own Pokémon can't be called a qualified trainer. But thinking about the strength shown by the opponent, they decided to just talk behind his back. If it weren't for this Red, this guy would definitely be one of the champions and runners-up of this event. Sure enough, I have to hit him harder next time. Tetsuya touched his head and thought so. Now he has remembered that it seems that Ragey changed his attitude towards Pokémon after being beaten up by the Shinde in the Frontier. According to the current progress of the Ender group, it will take a long time for the Frontier to take shape. In this case, let him wake up Ragey. After all, we are acquainted. I don't know how Ragey will thank me in the future. With his plan in mind, Tetsuya said hello to the referee and left the scene. The game was intense and tense. Blue King lost his ability to fight, and Flame Chicken won. Tetsuya, who won for the nth time, became the first player to enter the top 16. Where did this guy come from? He is so strong. Yes, except for the battle with that Dragon King Scorpion trainer, he basically defeated the opponent in 2 or 3 moves. The trainers talked about it. However, no one connected Red with Tetsuya yesterday. Although they all have Blaziken, it is one of the 3 fire-type starter Pokémons in Hoenn after all, and it is still very popular among the powerful trainers. HMPH, I guess he is so ugly that he dare not show it to others. One person said sourly. There are always such people everywhere. But to be honest, there are really few idiots who say it directly. People around him looked at him with strange eyes. The pockmarked man blushed. What are you looking at? Is it strange? Well, it's rare to see someone who looks like a clown, and I'm indeed a little curious. Some people did not tolerate him at all. A late trainer directly criticized him. Well, in terms of rarity, the clown cannot be compared. The man's partner also took over the conversation with a smile. I don't know who laughed first in the crowd. Then, the whole venue was filled with a joyful atmosphere. The ridiculed man blushed. A useless trainer, like you can only take advantage of others with your mouth. Yeah, I think you can only beat Magikarp. Don't say that about Magikarp. Magikarp can beat Uglius, right? Yeah, that's right. Then what about Metapod? That can only harden? No, Metapod will still transform into a butterfly. Do you think it can do it? The 2 trainers sang in unison, not giving the ridiculed man a chance to fight back. Just because you are ugly, don't think that everyone is the same as you. The last sentence successfully broke the man's inner defense. The 3 quarreled. The security personnel of the Golden Department Store arrived almost immediately. A dozen muscular brothers cooperated with the strength and power. Not to mention the strength, at least they looked very intimidating. The security captain made a gesture of invitation. The 3 were quickly taken downstairs. Hey, you're back, where's that guy? A few minutes later, the others asked with a smile as they looked at the 2 trainers who had gone back. They seemed to be used to it. He ran away. One of them curled his lips. People like him don't have any backbone. His partner nodded with a smile. After the little episode, everyone started chatting again. Some people even opened a handicap to see who would win the championship. You bet a little, I bet a little, and the amount was actually not small. But among the 2 mocking trainers, the trainer who didn't talk much, after coming back stared at the back of Tetsuya not far away for a while. Come on, let's go bet a little too. The trainer who didn't notice anything wrong with his partner carelessly put his arm around his shoulder. Okay. His partner followed suit. Seeing this, the surrounding trainers made way a little. These 2 people were not good looking, but they were also trainers in the top 16. Huh? Is it an illusion? Tetsuya turned his head, feeling as if someone was looking at him, and the feeling just now disappeared in an instant. Many trainers in the direction he looked at smiled at him in a friendly manner. ZHE also nodded in response. It should be these gamblers who are looking at him. They are really not restrained at all. He has sharp ears and eyes, and has heard the sound not far away. He was too lazy to care about it and waited boredly. After 4 more duels, ZHE became the champion of this event with Blaziken. It's not that there are no strong people, but he and Blaziken are stronger. Under the organization of the staff, 16 people entered a fairly spacious room. Please follow me, the top 16 players. We will go to the auction first, and your mysterious prize will be delivered to you after the auction. A man dressed as a butler walked into the room and took them up without saying a word. I didn't expect to go to the 16th floor. A trainer sighed. The 16th floor of the Mandarin department store is not so easy to get to. In addition to requiring you to be rich, strength and social status are indispensable. ZHE was also curious. This was his first time to attend an auction. How can I bid? Waiting online. Urgent. Arriving at the 16th floor. Pushing open the magnificent door, a huge venue full of grandeur came into view. At this time, many people were already sitting in single seats. Dear trainers, your seats are here. Please sit down. The butler led everyone to a not so remote location. Everyone sat down with satisfaction. However, there were only 15 seats. Tetsuya, who was standing, raised his eyebrows. The champion's seat is not here. Please continue to follow me. The butler continued. The other 15 people all cast strange eyes, but did not say much. His strength is there. A trainer at the qua-seeking level is enough for most forces to show respect. After a few turns, Tetsuya and the butler disappeared from everyone's eyes. I don't know who made an envious sound. One person lowered his head, with a gloomy look in his eyes. Damn, this guy's not here. It seems that the plan of getting close to friends can't be used. Kyan Min was very unhappy. He spent a lot of effort to get in. He was not good at frontal combat and had been eliminated long ago. Fortunately, the person in disguise now had the same spirit as him. That's why he lured the other party out as a pockmarked man. And he didn't expect that the other party actually had a companion. Kyan Min spent a lot of effort to complete this disguise. I can only think of another way. Thinking of the shining electric dragon and Lelulas in the other party's hand, Kyan Min's heart was hot. The disguise of the mask and hat was simply funny to him. A master of disguise. With this thing, you want to deceive people. Lord Chihung, this is your private room. Please come in. The butler opened a small independent room very respectfully. ZHE also nodded slightly. This is the list of this auction. Please take a look, and if you need it, just press the red button to call. As an honorary citizen of Manjin City, all your consumption will be discounted by 20%. The butler said some more things, and then left the room. Hull in the private space, ZHE took off his mask, and took a deep breath. This feeling is simply great. If the previous match was just a test run, the treatment he received now made him truly understand the usefulness of the identity card. He had only heard about it in the past, but now it seems that the treatment of honorary citizens is really exaggerated. 20% off. This is not a small amount. Not to mention the auction. As a trainer, he usually starts shopping with 7 or 8 digit alliance coins. This discount will save at least hundreds of thousands. Not to mention the treatment in the private room. Opening a bottle of drink casually, ZHE also opened the auction catalog. Energy Candy XL/Strength Candy XL/Guardian Candy XL/Knowledge Candy XL/Mind Candy XL/Agility Candy XL. The first row of products made him open his eyes wide. He confirmed it again. No problem. Good stuff. ZHE couldn't help but sit up straight. This is an extremely rare XL series of candy that has an improvement effect on king level Pokémon. Chapter 380 Various Precious Items. Candy series items, one of the high-end products of the Silph group, are used to improve the abilities of Pokémon without side effects. Of course, the so-called improvement cannot help Pokémon break through their limits, but only strengthen the Pokémon itself. After all, no matter how talented a Pokémon or a trainer is, it is impossible to easily achieve the theoretical hexagonal warrior data chart. Take Titsua and Blaziken as an example. Since they are better at attack, physical and energy, and speed, the focus of their training must be on these. In contrast, there will be less training on defense. Because even if Titsua has 0 to maximize the time and effect of training, Blaziken's energy is limited after all. This makes Blaziken's ability data chart more focused on offensiveness, which is in line with the characteristics of the Pokémon itself. However, this always has disadvantages, and candy items can effectively make up for this. Guardian candy that can improve physical defense, and Mind candy that can improve energy defense are very useful items for Blaziken. However, similar to the nutritional potion, taken during the larval stage, the degree of this improvement is very weak. But if all aspects are accumulated, it is still considerable. Besides, in the end, the competition is nothing more than who has fewer shortcomings, so the candy series is very popular among trainers. The candy series sold by the Silph group is mainly divided into 3 levels, namely the I series for novices and ordinary levels, the L series for elites and quasi kings, and the XL series for kings. As for the candies above the quasi champion, and even mythical beast levels, it is hard to say. Anyway, ZHE also thinks that the former 2 are likely to exist, but they are very rare. At least quasi champion level candies should be made. As for the mythical beasts, it is hard to imagine. Human beings' current technological means may not have reached this point. It is said that the Silph group is also developing a type of candy specifically for various Pokémons, but there is no news of success yet. As the first item of this auction, the XL series candy is still qualified, but the price is a bit scary. A set of nutritional potions for the larval period is 50,000 alliance coins, while the market price of a set of XL series candy is 100 times that. That is, 5 million. If the production is less in a certain period of time, it may be more expensive. This is not the point. The point is that the advice given by the Siloph group is to buy 10 sets and eat them at a certain interval. This is the best way to maximize the effectiveness of the candy. Swindlers, this is definitely a scammer. ZHE also shouted in his heart. This is obviously the sales method of the Siloph group. Because once the purchase volume of individuals increases and the production volume is very limited, the price will definitely remain high. But this is a monopoly. There is no way. ZHE quickly thought about it calmly. In fact, it is not as expensive as he thought at the beginning. Different types of candy can be used for different elves. For example, if he bought 10 sets of candy, Flame Chicken does not have to take all of them. Its ability value in attack is already excellent enough. Agility candy that increases speed can be saved for Panyan Monster. What's the use of it? He punched the air fiercely. That being said, according to the number of his current main elves, at least 30 or 40 sets are needed. This is hundreds of millions. Although he has the money, he can't invest most of his fortune in this thing. Tetsuya sighed and moved his eyes away from the first column of goods. Forget it. I'll ask that guy Hanji if he can give me some discount on the internal price. If not, the regular price is also acceptable. This is the advantage of knowing many people. As the future heir of the Hirufu group, Hirufu has channels. There is no doubt that the XL series candy, which is limited to 500 sets at this auction, will be fiercely fought. Not to mention the regular price of 5 million, an average of 6 million per set is considered cheap. Looking at the note of 5 sets per auction, Tetsuya can only sigh that no matter in which world, capitalists are the ones who are best at making money. It would be great if he was Dago. That guy should not lack this little money. Then, it was the second auction item, the secret medicine of the Azure Pharmacy. Tetsuya said that he was familiar with this thing. Although he had never seen it, it was the treasure at the bottom of the box of his senior brother RC's Azure Gym. The secret medicine made of unknown raw materials can cure most Pokémon diseases, including but not limited to lack of energy or special symptoms, and even has a slight effect of prolonging the life of Pokémon. The so-called special symptoms refer to things like electric Pokémon being unable to discharge electricity and fire Pokémon being unable to breathe fire. Not only that, the real reason why the secret medicine is precious is that it can help Pokémon recover from hidden injuries. During long-term training and fighting, the Pokémon's body is under great pressure and will inevitably leave many scars. Most of the scars can be alleviated or even repaired through the treatment of the Joy family and the Chansey egg, but there are also some scars that cannot be cured. For example, when a king-level Pokémon is beaten to death by a champion-level Pokémon, the secret medicine can show its true value. But this thing is useless to ZHE. As RC's junior brother, if he really needs the secret medicine, the Azure Gym will definitely not be stingy. Of course, he hopes that he will never have the opportunity to use this thing. Mylaga pie / Sarashabu / dark grey rice cake / aromatic mushroom / crust fossil / shield fossil / special tree juice / gold spray / gold perfume. Zaya's eyes began to move downward. All the items on the auction list were specialties of each city, fossils too. Whether it was Pokémon food used to remove abnormal conditions, or with strong recovery effects, or special natural products required for different situations such as planting. These props with different effects were very attractive to trainers. Their effects on Pokémon might not be as direct as the XL series candies, but their importance was no less. The first 3 items have similar functions. I asked Xiao Gang to buy some dark grey rice crackers, so there is no need. I can't use items like aromatic mushrooms for the time being, unless I settle down and stop traveling, then they are still useful. Not to mention fossils, there are still a few fragments in my backpack that have not been sold, and the resurrection equipment will not be available for a while. Although I don't have special tree juice, I have collected recipes for making food with similar functions. After being restored by 0, it can also have an effect of 70% or 80%, which is enough. After reading the first page, ZHE was a little helpless. I don't know if it's because his vision is too high or what. Obviously these things are very precious and rarely seen in the outside world, but they really have no use to him. But he didn't get discouraged. The thin auction list has a total of 4 pages. There is nothing I want on the first page, and it is impossible that there is nothing on the next 3 pages. He turned to the second page with great expectations. This page is full of elves carrying and evolution items. Light powder / preemptive claw / king's certificate / silver powder / momentum belt / metal film. Mysterious water drop / miracle seed / charcoal / magnet / soft sand / dragon scale. Obviously, the props here are arranged from top to bottom according to their applicability and market price. From the most common light powder to the dragon scales that are only found in a few powerful dragon type elves. It must be said that just looking at them makes people's hearts beat wildly. Is the auction held once every 3 months so big? ZHE also drank a sip of iced drink to calm down. It makes sense when you think about it. Judging from the current composition of the auction items, the auction here even involves areas including Unova and Callus. With such a wide range, 3 months is enough to accumulate a considerable number of auction items. However, the list does not detail the quality of these elf props, which should be mentioned only when the official auction is held. Well, if the price is reasonable, buy a protective gear for the Iron Tyrannosaurus Rex to let it evolve into the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus Rex. After thinking about it, ZHE also thought of something he needed. The Iron Tyrannosaurus, who has been working hard at the Night Gym and has also contributed to the tournament, deserves this reward. Although I don't regard it as my main force, it is still my Pokémon after all. And after evolving into the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus, the strength of that big guy is definitely among the best among the Quasi Kings, and it can also play a great role. But without a single horn, the type of work it does in the Night Gym may have to change. I think it's not a big problem, because the exaggerated strength of the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus can make up for it. If the horns on the head can't drill the hole, just use your fist to open it. It's just a bit useless for the small rock. The mouth on the palm of the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus, which is like a cannon launcher, is a unique way to launch small rocks. If it weren't for the fact that it can't be used in regular combat, and one hand can only fill 3, the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus can really do the feat of 1 against 10. Of course, the premise is that the armor auctioned is not the highest level armor made of hard rock, which is too expensive. Slightly inferior lava stone is acceptable. As for hoping that the aptitude of the armored Tyrannosaurus will be further improved through this, ZHE didn't have much hope anyway. The probability of improving aptitude by carrying props for evolution is lower than that of using evolution stones. The armored Tyrannosaurus is not young anymore, and it still has some physical injuries after staying in the wild for so many years. According to his estimation, it is likely to help it recover. This is enough. At the bottom of this page is the evolution stone prop that ZHE has been thinking about. It is worthy of being an auction organized by Manjin Department Store. The items are complete. Looking at the 10 types of evolution stones, he smacked his lips. This must be a very refreshing thing for stamp collectors. But the problem is, why are these evolution stones only of 80 to 89 quality? Looking at the mark in the brackets at the back, ZHE is also very confused. For ordinary people, this level of quality evolution stone is already the best solution. But he is different. The king level ice Vulpix must have an ice stone of 95 quality or above to match it. For the real main elves, he is very fair. Even if the aptitude was not improved, there were still many benefits of invisibility. There is no place like this, so I really have to ask, KO for it with a thick face? With this mentality, Tetsuya turned to the third page. There were very few things on this page. Silly fruit, 1. Dragon fire fruit, 1. Keystone, 2. Mega evolution stone, Beedrill, Mega evolution stone, Giant mantis, Thunderstone, quality 95, Ice stone, quality 96, Water stone, quality 96. If the 2 keystones are not counted separately, there are only 8 items on this page. But Tetsuya took a breath of cold air. None of these 8 items are priced below 9 figures. Silly fruit and dragon fire fruit are super rare fruits of the same level as sand scale fruit, which can improve the physical attack and energy attack capabilities of Pokémon respectively. Unlike the candy series, their improvement can break through the limit. This is also the reason why they are crazy pursued by trainers. And Keystone and Mega Evolution Stone are even more so. People who can participate in this auction basically know the existence of Mega Evolution. This kind of item that directly improves the strength of Pokémon is simply a bug. Two Pokémon of equal strength fight each other, and after one of them Mega evolves, it can completely pin the other to the ground. That is an all-round upgrade of ability. Although the price of the Mega Evolution Stone of Beedrill may be relatively low, the other Mega Evolution Stone of Mantis can completely make up for the price difference, or even be richer. This bug red guy is also one of the most powerful among the bug Pokémon. And compared to the generally lower quality Beedrill, the probability of Mantis producing high quality individuals is still much higher. But for Zaya, these things are meaningless. The ice stone with a quality of up to 96 is the real purpose of his coming today. The last second, he was still thinking about whether to ask Kona, and the next second, he was surprised. Sure enough, life is full of fun, and Zaya is very happy. Compared to the Thunderstone and the Water Stone, the Ice Stone has a very small audience in Johto, so the price will be slightly lower. But it will definitely not be too much lower. After all, the quality is there. Just in case, he began to prepare for a rainy day. After a long time, until the moment before the auction started, Zay turned the last page with a leisurely mood. List of unknown items. This is its name. Mysterious crystal, a crystal ball dug out from the ground, with a hard texture. Although the surface is covered with rocks and dust, it is very beautiful. The effect is unknown. The function is unknown. Rarity index, 4 stars. Celestial flute, a flute that can emit heavenly sounds that resound through the sky. No one knows who made it and when. It is said that people who are good at playing it can play unusually beautiful music. Note, the effect on elves is unknown and cannot serve as a wake-up call. Rarity index, 3 stars. Still writing. There should be more. Don't wait. Chapter 381. The auction above. There are some minor changes in the previous chapter, and some things are wrong. Okay, then congratulations to the guests at table 76 for winning this round of goods. Our staff will complete the transaction with you immediately. Please wait. The rest of the guests, don't worry, we will continue the auction. The next round of goods is auction item number 167, and the reserve prices. Listening to the eloquent voice of the auctioneer on the host platform, ZHE also flipped through the last page boredly. The items on it have long annotations, which is quite good for killing time. Although most of them end with the 4 big words unknown function. No wonder it is called the list of unknown items. ZHE also complained angrily. However, there is really no shortage of rich people in the elf world who are interested in such strange and weird things. The premise is that this thing is not so unknown. This mysterious crystal seems to have been unsold 3 or 4 times. I can buy it and let Dago see what I can get from him later. After looking for a long time, ZHE also found something that was barely useful. This thing looks like a dirty blue crystal stone, which should be in line with Dago's hobby. At least it's rare enough. It probably won't cost much anyway. For example, the flute that I don't know what it's used for and can only play ordinary music has been unsold countless times. If it wasn't from an ancient relic, ZHE also doubted whether the auction house would just throw it into the garbage. The Pokémon flute can at least wake up sleeping Pokémon and even Snorlax. This flute, called the Celestial Flute, except for the name being a bit domineering, is really useless. I really don't know where Mandarin's department store collected these weird things together. ZHE also threw the manual aside and waited quietly for the things he wanted to appear. Soon, the first target was brought to the stage by Garia. The item for this round of auction is the evolution carrying item, protective gear. This is a special prop specially prepared for the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Its raw materials are taken from the flowing lava rocks in the volcano. Although it is not of the highest quality in terms of hardness, it is even heavier than that. The starting price is 5 million alliance coins. The auctioneer briefly introduced it and directly knocked the hammer to start the auction. As a large Pokémon, the Iron Tyrannosaurus is quite popular. This big guy has both strength and appearance and can be regarded as a replacement for Banjira and Boscadora. Although it lost some of its beauty after evolving into the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus, it also gained a lot of domineering. The price soon reached 6.5 million, which is slightly higher than the normal market price. This kind of technological creation is different from carrying props and evolution stones after all. It is not too expensive. The auctioneer looked indifferent. In this occasion, it is simply a dream to bid for sub-top quality protective gear at this price. The market price is the market price, but at the auction, the transaction price of the items is generally at least 30% higher than the market price, and it is even possible to double it. The main reason is that these things are too rare. 7 million. Zay picked up a machine on the table beside him and entered his bid. Okay, the guest in room 77 bid 7 million. Is there anyone bidding? First time. Second time. Because there are many things, the auctioneer is also very skilled and did not delay time. If you really want something related to Pokémon, this time is enough to bid. Of course, the products on the third page are another matter, and that is the point. In just a few seconds, the price of 7 million offered by Zay was overtaken by others. The VIP in room 77 bid 8.5 million. Is there anyone bidding? 8.5 million for the first time. The second time. The third time. Okay, congratulations to the VIP in room 77. Our staff will make a deal with you right away. Next is the 346th lot. 10 seconds later, the auctioneer knocked down the hammer in his hand. Not bad, a 40% premium. He calculated the approximate amount at the moment of the transaction. It can't be said to be very high, but it can be regarded as completing the task. Don't think he doesn't care. If there are really many items that cannot be reasonably sold, he will also be questioned. Knock knock. During the bidding for the next lot, the staff knocked on the door of room 77. Zay, please come in. Hello, this is the protective gear you bid, please confirm. The staff instructed Haoli to put the protective gear down. Zay took a quick glance, and Zero told him all the information. The data was correct. No problem, swipe the card. He took out an anonymous card. As soon as the staff swiped the card, the transaction was completed. Thank you for your patronage. If you need anything, please feel free to contact us. With that, he walked out with Haoli. Looking at the 6.8 million alliance coins that disappeared from the card, ZAGE said it didn't matter. He was a man with a 20% discount. Although it seemed that he bought it at a premium of 40%. In fact, it was only a premium of more than 10% for him. His psychological price for this protective gear was 10 million, which means a payment of about 8 million. If it is higher, he can only say sorry to the armored Tyrannosaurus and buy it later. But this thing can't go up to such a high price anyway. Spending more than 7 million qua seeking top combat power, it's a good deal. ZAGE hummed a little song and put the protective gear into the space backpack. Its weight seemed to exceed the limit of the space backpack. So much so that ZAGE felt that it was much heavier on his back. This was the first problem he had encountered since he bought the space backpack. But it was not a big problem. Anyway, he was going to send the items to the Nibe gym after he got out, where the Tyrannosaurus Rex would complete its evolution. It would take a while for his body to become so weak. Seeing the others bidding frantically, ZAGE also found time to buy some things. They were mainly boxes of high quality fruit. Anyway, he would buy them here as well as below, and the quality here was even higher. After a 20% discount, the price was basically the same as below without a discount. At most, the quantity was just wholesale. After an estimate, he stopped when the fruit he bought was enough for half a year. It seems that I bought too much. ZAGE, who was aroused by the desire to shop, calmed down after checking his balance. This kind of environment was really too exciting. Fortunately, what he bought now was just to make up for the shortfall. He had already prepared a lot through various means, mainly from a certain young master. Otherwise, even if his balance was cleared, he would not be able to make up for the food expenses of his own elves for half a year, and it would only be 2 or 3 months at most. Looking at the account with just over 100 million, ZAGE also restrained his desire to buy more things. If he continued to buy, he would not be able to participate in the auction of the ice stone later. It was estimated that it was not enough now. Fortunately, he had just prepared another way out in advance. I must not be so stupid next time. ZAGE also warned himself secretly. Although the money was not wasted, it is still necessary to distinguish the primary from the secondary. With this idea in mind, he waited quietly. There were many people like him. Most of the people in the private room even came for the items on the third page. They were not very interested in other things. Gradually, the auction of the first 2 pages of goods came to an end. The auctioneer took a sip of water and wiped his sweat. After these few hours, he almost died. Okay, the next moment is the most anticipated moment. Without saying too much, we will directly welcome the first content of the collection, lychee fruit. I won't introduce its function in detail. The starting price is 1 alliance coin. The bidding starts now. This time, he said even less. 88,880,000 alliance coins. The first bid was explosive. It seems that this person is a particular person. ZHE also commented silently. 90 million, 91 million, 92 million. The people in the private room seemed not to regard money as money or ignored the units of 10 million at the end and only thought of it as a few thousand yuan. In the continuous bidding, the price of the lychee fruit soared all the way to 120 million. At this time, the voices were a little scattered. After all, compared with 90 million, 120 million is more than 30% more, which is not a small proportion. But the price is still rising firmly. 130 million, 140 million, 150 million. When the person in the number 8 private room reported the last price of 150 million, the others were quiet for a while. If the particular person at the beginning did not bid that much, 150 million would have to be double the first bid. 150 million for the first time. The auctioneer dragged out the tone. The price of such a single commodity cannot be decided so easily. 150 million for the second time. The hammer in his hand seemed to be about to fall. 155 million. The next moment, someone made a bid. It seemed that he wanted to persuade his opponent to retreat, so he directly raised the price to 5 million. To be honest, this person was not ruthless enough. Wouldn't it be better to directly raise the price to 10 million? He was just talking without any hesitation. No one's money is blown by the wind. Why spend twice as much for something that can be done with 5 million? 2 more announcements were made, and the price rose to 160 million. 4 hours passed, and the venue was truly silent until the number of 180 million came out. After the second announcement, the auctioneer, who had been hesitating for a full half a minute, finally brought down the hammer. Congratulations to the VIP and roommate. We will have someone to serve you soon. Please wait. It was sent. This sentence was the only thing left in his mind. The premium for the lychee fruit was at least 50%, which was a huge profit. He calmed down and suppressed his excitement. It's not over yet. He will talk about it after the auction is over. Sure enough, the opportunity he fought so hard for was right, and the auctioneer almost wanted to cry. The second rare tree fruit dragon fire fruit was also sold at a price of 190 million. It might be because of the atmosphere, so its price is even higher. Then there are 2 keystones and 2 superstones. Their average transaction price is slightly lower, about 120 to 130 million. The main reason is that the Beedrill Superstone is too unpopular. Listening to the movement from the private room, where the auction was made, it seems that a woman has taken the bid. ZHE swore that he did not eavesdrop. It's just that sometimes the ears are too sensitive. Soon, 3 high-quality evolution stones began to be auctioned. To ZHE's surprise, the first one to go on stage was actually a 96 quality ice stone, not a 95 quality thunderstone. That's right, there are really few ice type elves in the 2 regions of Johto and Kanto. If it were placed in Sinop, I guess more people would grab it. ZHE quickly realized the reason. Judging from the value alone, the ice stone must be higher, and that little bit of quality can make a big difference. But considering the geographical location and properties, it is easier for the thunderstone to sell at a high price. It seems that his previous estimate was also wrong. 100 million at the beginning of the auction. ZHE directly called out a price of over 100 million. He wanted to drive away some less powerful competitors. Sure enough, the scene suddenly became silent. The previous few commodities were not so exaggerated. Everyone raised the price little by little in tacit understanding. 105 million. Someone tentatively quoted a price. 120 million. ZHE directly told him to shut up. This guy's determined to get this ice stone. The others all reflected. Then they were a little hesitant. This way of quoting does not know the other party's psychological limit price at all. Moreover, the ice stone seems a bit uneconomical. ZHE also wants others to have such an idea. No one has any idea about this 96 quality ice stone. This is a rare treasure. And even if the properties are not suitable, it can be exchanged with others later, right? Hearing the auctioneer's words, although he knew that this was his duty, ZHE still wanted to slap him to death. Sure enough, someone was persuaded immediately. 125 million. 140 million. ZHE also knew that at this time, he must not show his fear. He continued to bid according to the previous rhythm. What a lunatic. The person who had just bid decisively stopped. With this style of adding more than 10 million, who knows what this guy's bottom line is? Besides, this price is already a lot of premium. The auctioneer hesitated for more than a minute, and still no one was willing to bid. He could only knock down the hammer with a trace of regret. It was only about 20% higher than the market price, which had to be said to be a pity. How he wished that someone could compete with this guy. The most feared thing about auctions is not that no one wants it, but that only one person wants it. But it's almost the same. After all, there are not so many ice attributed elves. Even the Ice King Kona, most of the main force is mainly water based. It's just that there are too many scenes where she defeated Du with ice attributed skills, and she has always been cold to the outside world, so she got this name. ZHE also breathed a sigh of relief. If it was 140 million, with a 20% discount, he would have to pay a little over 110 million. An acceptable price. Thanks, you don't have to pay for the next 3 installments. I will give you the schedule on time. He sent a message on his watch. It's okay, it's a piece of cake. The other party quickly replied with a smile. A familiar knock on the door sounded. ZHE, who had most of his money deducted by the staff, felt a lot more relieved. Is this what it feels like to be penniless? He really has gotten used to it. Looking at the remaining 20 million alliance coins, ZHE has not been so poor for a while. Chapter 382. Joining the team. The auction of the Thunderstone and the Waterstone had nothing to do with ZHE. He was a spectator in the private room. However, due to their more common properties, these two high-quality evolution stones were much more expensive than the Ice Stone. Especially the Water Stone, which was a little higher in quality. As all the items on the first 3 pages found their owners, many people gradually left after the auctioneer stepped down. ZHE was a little confused. Wasn't there still an auction of unknown items? Before he pressed the button to ask the reason, he saw another auctioneer walk up to the stage. Next is the auction of unknown items. Interested guests can participate. Those who are not interested can go to the lower floor to continue shopping. I wish you a pleasant night. Hearing his words, ZHE understood. Those who left first should be regular customers, and they were not interested in these unknown items, so they naturally chose to leave. This auction lasted a long time. ZHE could feel that his stomach was a little hungry, even though he didn't have any when he spent money just now. I don't know how long I have to wait for the mysterious crystal. I hope it won't take too long. He prayed secretly. But soon, ZHE found that he was overthinking. The auctioneer on the stage kept knocking the hammer, mechanically spewing out the word unsold. No one had the desire to buy 7 or 8 items in a row. Finally, someone raised a sign, and no one competed with him. Although there were more contents to introduce, the speed of this link was much faster than before. A quarter of an hour later, ZHE, who spent 2 million alliance coins to win the mysterious crystal, walked out of the auction house decisively. He threw the thing into the space backpack. Let's talk about it next time I meet Dago. It's not worth him to contact Dago specifically. Looking at the night outside again, ZHE found a restaurant to eat a meal and then left the Manjin department store. Of course, he didn't forget to take away the mysterious gift from the organizer of the noon competition. I'm so tired. ZHE returned to the room and stretched out on the bed. He put one hand on the white elf egg at the head of the bed. Feeling the cool breath of life coming from inside, ZHE couldn't help but smile. No matter how many times, the birth of the elves is always so exciting and impatient. Let's see what good things your predecessor got today. ZHE also took the backpack to the bed with great interest and took out the so-called mysterious prize from it. It was a small light blue box. Well, it looks a bit like you. He held the box and gestured in front of the elf egg. The elf egg shook. When the box was opened, a square cloth-like thing came into view. ZHE also raised his eyebrows and recognized what it was. He took it out and unfolded it, and it was a long belt. It turned out to be a blue headscarf, which is quite generous. It barely deserves the name of the golden department store. ZHE, who had just spent nearly 200 million yuan, was now inflated. The blue headscarf, an elf item worth only a few million, was not taken seriously by him at all. However, ZHE was still a little surprised that the golden department store in Johto used this as the champion prize of the small competition. It is a Pokémon item after all. Although the blue bandana is not very popular in Johto and Kanto, it is mainly used for Pokémons participating in the Grand Contest, that is, in the Hoenn region. Because the first round of the Grand Contest is to see the Pokémon's performance, the appearance is also very important, including the Pokémon stickers used when appearing. These are small props that are often seen in the Grand Contest. Trainers in Johto and Kanto use them less, or even almost none. It is called a blue bandana, but in fact, if the trainer is skillful, it can be transformed into various shapes. For example, a scarf, a bow, or a decoration on the tail. Obviously, they can't have this skill. When you come out, take a look for yourself. If you like it, you can wear it around your neck. If you don't like it, give it to other partners. They said to the Pokémon egg. The unborn little guy trembled even more. But they didn't notice it, because at this moment he was busy moving the protective gear for the Tyrannosaurus. Blazing Chicken, come out and help me. After trying it, they decided to use the power of the elves. Down Blaziken walked out of his small room with an unhappy look on his face. Hurry up. They looked at it with a bad temper. It was just a holiday in the afternoon, but it was sent out to fight. Help me move it downstairs, and I'll give you half a day off tomorrow. Blaziken's eyes lit up. It stretched out a finger. 1 day. No way. At most half a day. If not, I'll let Pan Yangui help me move it. They decisively rejected Blaziken's bargaining. Down Blaziken sighed and agreed helplessly. Looking at its back as it moved the protective gear, they smiled smugly. This little guy's brain is still not very smart as always. Pan Yangui can't move it at all. It's not that the power is not enough, but the door of the hotel room is not big enough. Pan Yangui's body is really too wide. As for why he didn't send it away when he came back, don't ask. If you ask, I'll just forget. Click. The lock of the door was closed. The shaking of the elf egg on the bedside table suddenly stopped. It seemed to be thinking about something. Knock knock. The sound of something breaking was heard in the room. After arriving at the hotel front desk, they registered and handed the protective gear to the staff. Don't worry about losing it. If it is lost, Zio-kan can just compensate for it. Even the courier fee is not cheap. Because the protective gear is too heavy, it can only be transported by Pidgeot, and there is a distance from here to Nibi City, so they spent a full 50,000 alliance coins. Again, small money. After taking out the watch and sending a message to Jiro to explain, they took the flame chicken upstairs. When he opened the door, a cool breeze came. The flame chicken shook its body uncomfortably. Hey, did I turn the air conditioner so low when I left? No. They walked in muttering to himself. Then he was startled. Keo, a little white guy, howled at the ceiling on the bed. The other 6 Pokémons were surrounding the bed. Lilulus floated in the air and circled around, showing great interest in this cool new companion. Sensing the familiar smell, the little white guy turned his head at once. Keo jumped up from the bed and jumped directly into Tetsua's arms. However, it was obviously not strong enough as a newborn. It had just passed the edge of the bed and was about to fall. Lilulus was startled, and its eyes quickly emitted a blue-purple light. A pair of big hands suddenly appeared to stop its action. It was Tetsua who quickly stepped forward to catch the white Pokémon that was about to fall and hurt. Keo, the little white guy, didn't know how silly his action was just now and stretched his neck to Tetsuya and called out. His voice was full of joy. Welcome to join Ice Vulpix. Tetsuya smiled and touched its head. The empty incubator beside the bed was enough to explain the origin of the little guy in front of him. Calculating the time, it was about this time. But he didn't expect that the ice Vulpix would hatch just when he was out. He originally thought it would hatch in the middle of the night. The ice Vulpix stared at Tetsuya with its blue to white gradient eyes. Those big eyes without pupils looked particularly cute. Its entire body was an unusually bright white color, and it made people feel chilled just by looking at it. Tetsuya reached out and touched the hair on its head. Although it was just born, it was already very fluffy. He lifted its ears to check and found nothing wrong. As for the tail, generally speaking, a newly born Vulpix has only one snow white tail. As the larva grows, its tail will gradually separate from the front until there are 6 tails, and the color will change accordingly. This is also the origin of its name. However, the ice Vulpix is different from the ordinary fire Vulpix. The characteristics of its tail are similar to the changes in the hair on its head. The hair on the head and tail of mature fire Vulpix are both curly orange hair, and each fork is very clear. The head and tail of the Alola region's Vulpix are more like clouds, more fluffy, and can't be separated. According to the picture that Tetsuya had seen before, the tail of Vulpix will be more like an enlarged dumpling. KO Vulpix looked at Tetsuya moving around on his body and twisted a little unaccustomed. Okay, very healthy. Tetsuya smiled and lifted its 2 front legs. It is worth mentioning that the forelegs of Vulpix are light blue, and unlike the torso, it feels soft and cold to the touch. Feeling the hind legs of the suspended Vulpix kicking in the air, it seems a little unintelligent. Come, let me introduce you to your predecessors and say hello. Holding the ignorant Vulpix, Tetsuya swung it in front of the other Pokémon. This is quite similar to the situation in the previous life when introducing his silly child to relatives and friends during the Chinese New Year. The Pokémons all made friendly calls. It was just that something unexpected happened when it came to the flame chicken. The ice Vulpix, which doesn't like high temperatures, emitted a chill that shot straight at Flame. If it had passed the larval stage, it would not be chill that would be emitted, but ice particles or breath. Why are you arguing with a child? Flame was about to teach this ignorant kid a lesson, but ZHE shut its mouth in annoyance. A Pokémon that is about to break through to the king stage. Why is it arguing with a Pokémon in the larval stage? It can't hurt you. Get off. Flame was very unconvinced. Who is not a baby? It just turned 1 year old not long ago. Chapter 383 Vulpix Panel and Team Building. Lilulus was laughing on the side. Because telepathy and wave power are 2 powers that are more compatible, it has the best relationship with Blaziken after joining the team not long ago. And seeing a good friend being defeated, it is natural to be happy. Otherwise, what kind of good friend is it? Ding dong. Just as he was celebrating the joining of Ice Vulpix, a message came from Tetsuya's watch. He sat down on the sofa with Ice Vulpix in his arms and began to deal with things. The newly born Ice Vulpix was a little stuffy and wanted to move its body. It stretched out its legs and kicked Tetsuya's belly. Then it seemed to have found some fun toys, and its 4 legs took turns to work. Stop, stop, stop. Tetsuya hurriedly stopped it. Although it is not very powerful when it is just born, it is still a Pokémon after all. If it keeps kicking like this, not only will today's dinner be kicked out, but it may also have to go to the Pokémon Center. Ice Vulpix's mouth bulged. Tetsuya smiled bitterly. This little guy is different from ordinary young Pokémon. Like Flumulina and Porgy, they were listless when they were just born. It is the most true portrayal of them that they want to sleep for 20 hours a day. I almost forgot, I haven't given you food yet. Feeling the coolness brought by the small body of Ice Vulpix, Zay slapped his head and finally remembered what he had forgotten. He just took out a big bottle of milk for Ice Vulpix to drink. Ice Vulpix's light blue nose leaned over and sniffed it. The rich milky aroma filled its entire head. KO. Its 2 front legs subconsciously stretched out to the bottle. Wait a minute. Zay hurriedly stopped it again. He found that this little guy's personality is different from the previous ones. He is very proactive. The previous ones, whether it was the monarch snake or the Togekiss, they all waited for Zay to finish their work before doing what they wanted to do. But this Ice Vulpix seemed to move faster than its brain. Ice Vulpix's little head tilted. Isn't this for me to drink? Tetsuya inserted a straw into the water. Use this to drink, otherwise you won't be able to drink. Ice Vulpix curiously fiddled with the round straw, then opened its mouth and bit it. Cow, it made an indistinct sound. But it didn't seem to understand how to drink with a straw. It just bit the straw. Lalulus, who was floating on the side, quickly used his superpowers to prepare a set of exactly the same things for himself, and then demonstrated it to Ice Vulpix behind Tetsuya. Ice Vulpix blinked its confused eyes, as if it understood. Ahem, the next moment, the milky white milk and its hair merged into one. Tetsuya looked at the little guy with a bit of a smile. Cow, but Ice Vulpix, who was addicted to the delicious food, immediately put aside the matter of being choked. It began to suck the milk skillfully with big gulps. Look up. Tetsuya put his hand on its chin to lift its head, and then wiped the dirty parts of Ice Vulpix with a towel. Ice Vulpix, who was drinking milk, cooperated subconsciously. Even so, it was unwilling to stop drinking milk. Soon, a large bottle of milk was empty. Lalulus, who was enjoying it on the side, hurriedly took his share back to the small room. Because Ice Vulpix's eyes were fixed on it, looking at Ice Vulpix spitting out milky and frosty breath, ZHE also smiled. The elves in their larval stage are really cute. He said, you can't drink it, it will upset your stomach. Hearing this, Ice Vulpix reluctantly moved his eyes away from Lalula's room. It licked its lips. There was still some milk on it. After eating and drinking, the energetic Ice Vulpix finally felt a little tired. It opened its mouth and yawned, and its eyes became a little blurred. Crackle's hands were typing frantically on the keyboard. Looking closely, at the same time, there were 3 chat boxes on his computer screen. Ice Vulpix gradually closed its big eyes and fell asleep. Its body burrowed into Tetsuya's arms, as if it would feel more comfortable there. Tetsuya immediately discovered the status of Ice Vulpix from the icy cool breath. He slightly adjusted his sitting position, and without hugging Ice Vulpix away, he just sent messages to people. For a Pokémon in its infancy, being with a trainer all the time is very helpful in cultivating a level of tacit understanding. Not to mention a Pokémon like Vulpix. Although it is classified as a fox Pokémon, if it is cultivated from a young age, its closeness and loyalty to the trainer can even be comparable to Pokémon like Arcanine. Oh, and there is also the zero panel of Ice Vulpix. Vulpix, a Lala's form, category, fox Pokémon attribute, ice height 0.25 meters, average value is 0.6 meters, weight 4.8 kilograms, average value is 9.9 kilograms, features, snow hide, invisible in the snow, extremely difficult to be discovered in hail weather, can improve its own dodge rate, and is not affected by the loss of physical strength in hail weather. Hidden feature, snowfall, when it appears in battle, the weather will turn into hail. Skills, fine snow, wagging tail, moon power, inherited, round pupils, inherited, level 1, junior, potential, king cultivation plan, a Lala Vulpix can exhale -50 degrees air from its mouth to freeze everything. In the larval stage, it can be fed with a small amount of snowball cones, and carry frozen rocks, to speed up its energy increase. Through training in a higher temperature environment, a Lala Vulpix can skillfully use its instincts and use attacks similar to boulders in the larval stage, which will help it further master its skills after it grows up. The daily diet and care methods are as follows. Mix snowball cones and ice powder in a ratio of 3:1 to make Vulpix Energy Cube by series, supplemented with 30 g of transparent soft candy, and after the training, massage the head and ears of a Lala Vulpix with massage method second, and massage its legs and tail with massage method third. The training schedule is mainly arranged in general, it is in line with Tetsuya's expectations. After all, it has just been born. The ordinary characteristics of Zuine combined with the hidden characteristics of Snowfall will not change, even when it reaches the stage of Ice Ninetail. These 2 characteristics have basically determined that the strength of Ice Ninetail will not be too low in the future. After all, there are not many Pokémons that have such a good combination of normal and hidden characteristics. In the heavy snow, created by the Snowfall characteristic, Ice Ninetail is a truly invisible dragon killer. Tetsuya can even imagine it killing a Dragonite of the same level with 2 moves. Of course, it is a bit difficult. Because according to the data, Ice Ninetales' various ability values are relatively average, with only speed and energy defense being outstanding. But it is a bit of a waste of such a beautiful Pokémon to be a tank. Tetsuya still prefers to position Ice Ninetale as half auxiliary and half output, and the skills it can learn can fully support this positioning. As for injury resistance, that is Panyanguo's job, and it cannot be snatched away. Although its attack ability should not be underestimated under Tetsuya's training. The two inherited skills are a good confirmation of what Pokémon Grandpa said at the time, that Ice Vulpix's father should be a sea lion. In fact, Ice Ninetale is not very suitable for Tetsuya's current team. The air Pokémons Pidgeot and Togekiss are able to cooperate with each other. The former's instant attack burst also makes up for the shortcomings of Togekiss's infinite shrinking air/tactics to a certain extent. One of them is good at flying in a straight line, and the other is good at changing direction flexibly, which is enough to deal with most situations. On the ground, Pangal, Blaziken, Monarch and Dragonite have built a relatively complete tactical system in order. The shield in the front, the spear responsible for attacking, the priest who assists in combat, and the magician who continuously outputs. In addition to their respective abilities, the four Pokémons can cooperate with ease. When necessary, the sky and ground Pokémons can also cooperate well, let alone Ralts. Psychic Pokémons are naturally suitable for most teams. Whether it is Gardevoir or Alido, it is the same. As for Ice Ninetales, it seems to be somewhat isolated. The ice attribute and snowfall characteristics first basically cut off the cooperation between the two sky Pokémons and it, as well as Monarch. Under hail weather, they may die before defeating the opponent. The second is Pangal. Its sand raising property cannot coexist with the snow falling property. As for the flame chicken, although it has the ability to restrain and resist the ice type, it naturally likes heat and cannot play its strength well in hail weather. From this point of view, apart from Ralts, the only one who can cooperate is the electric dragon. But expecting two output turrets to cooperate, then you may really have to engrave attack as the best defense in your bones. As long as you kill you before you hit me, I won't be hurt. Moreover, the electric dragon after Mega has an additional dragon attribute, and it is also a cub that cannot play happily in hail weather. Although it is generally not allowed to occupy the few super evolution places in a battle, there will always be exceptions. While chatting with several friends at the same time, ZHE frowned involuntarily while thinking. If it is a regular battle, it is naturally nothing, but except for participating in individual competitions. As a bounty hunter, he likes to fight side by side. Poachers and dark organizations in the wild don't care about one-on-one combat mode. Ice Vulpix is very nice and cute, but its joining the team also posed a problem for Tetsuya as a trainer. Originally, he wanted to capture a Shelder. After evolving into Metapod, the hidden characteristic of dust resistance can help it blend into the sandstorm weather very well. It can also make up for the lack of defense capabilities of the team to a certain extent. Even if the general characteristic is continuous attack instead of hard shell armor, the attack ability of Metapod cannot be underestimated. It seems that I have to ask some seniors for their opinions. Tetsuya thought silently, but that is a matter for the future. While Ice Vulpix fell asleep, he smiled and took a few photos with his watch and sent them to people frantically. Look, this is my Ice Vulpix. Doesn't it look good? I have to go out tonight, so I'll post it first. I have updated nearly 110,000 words this month, and there is still a week. I'm awesome. Chapter 384, Morning Events and the Insect Catching Competition in the Nature Park. I just realized that the order of the previous titles was wrong for more than 10 chapters. I will change it from now on so that it does not affect the order. Ah, cute. This is a perfunctory type. How did you capture the Ice Vulpix from Alala? This is the typical mentality of a trainer. The muscles of the limbs are very good, and the aptitude seems to be very high. This is a breeder. Picture, yes, this is Nancy. Although it was late at night, most of Tetsuya's friends had not yet gone to bed. After all, young people do not need too much sleep. Tetsuya took pictures of Ice Vulpix from all angles. Not only Ice Vulpix, but the other friends also went through this when they were young. Except for Monarch Snake, to GP and Ralts, they were all raised by Tetsuya bit by bit from the egg form. And even for these three, it was basically not much different. KO Ice Vulpix felt the movement and opened his eyes in a daze. Sorry to wake you up. Tetsuya quickly put down his things and picked up the little Ice Vulpix. Ice Vulpix lay on Tetsuya's shoulder and shook his little head. It desperately reached for a place with its front legs. They looked and saw that it was the place where the blue turban that had just been opened was. Why, you want it? He asked with a smile. Ice Vulpix nodded, and the hair on its head jumped, which was particularly smart. Okay, I'll put it on you. They agreed readily. It doesn't matter who you give this kind of prop to, he joked. You little guy, it's not because of this that you came out a little early. Ice Vulpix gently clawed Zay's shoulder. There was a hint of redness on the white face. Zay thought that it would be better to just treat it as the little guy not waking up. Sure enough, female elves are more lovely in character than male elves. After some movement, Zay looked at Ice Vulpix wrapped like a mummy and nodded with satisfaction. This is still a bit beautiful. Ice Vulpix, who was too sleepy to open his eyes, expressed his protest. Regardless of whether it looks good or not, this thing is too tight and hot. It struggled to spread the blue headscarf a little. Zay blushed. Well, he still has no talent in this area. He quickly rescued Ice Vulpix from the headscarf. The man and the elf stared at each other. How about you try it yourself? After hesitating for a while, they spread the blue headscarf flat on the bed. Ice Vulpix, which was swaying with every step, was already walking like a cat. It sighed helplessly. It was obviously just born. Why did it have to do this kind of thing by itself? It picked up a corner of the headscarf with its mouth and folded it in half. Without more steps, the body fell directly and then rolled over. In the blink of an eye, the blue headscarf rolled it up. Well, it looks a bit like ice cream, Zay commented. Chaco? A plain head came out from behind a door. It seemed to have heard something incredible. With a glance, Pockis eagerly jumped onto the bed. He opened his mouth and wanted to lick the blue and white ice cream. Zay reached out and picked up the blue headscarf and the Ice Vulpix. Chaco? Pockis tilted his head. Zay explained, this is not ice cream, it's a new friend. As he said that, he showed the Ice Vulpix to Pockis. The curled up Ice Vulpix was small and round, and its tail seemed to be connected to the hair on the top of its head. Pockis lowered his head in disappointment. You have already eaten 2 today. If you eat more, you will become fat like a pig. They scolded with a smile. Others will fall for Pockis' tricks, but will he also fall for it? This guy is a movie star type of elf, especially when eating snacks. The monarch snake has no idea how many times it has been fooled by it. Even Zay would be soft-hearted and let it eat more, because of its performance at the beginning. However, he got used to it later. Want to eat more? No way. Pockis lay on the bed with no hope in life. Its legs pointed straight to the ceiling. Tetsuya gently placed Vulpix on the other side of the bed, and without paying any attention to Pockis, he got into the quilt. Chaco feeling the movement of the trainer, Pockis turned over. That is to say, its weight is relatively light. Otherwise, Tetsuya felt that the bed would collapse. Why don't you go back to your room to sleep today? Looking at the motionless Pockis, Tetsuya asked with a smile. Pockis nodded tiredly. Okay, good night. Chaco. The room with the lights turned off was dark. With the faint white light emitted by Vulpix, you can see a handsome young man on the right sleeping soundly. And next to his pillow, there was a white spherical creature curled up into a ball. The white fur covering it looked furry. Unexpectedly, the young man put his head on it naturally, as if he was more comfortable. Squeak. Another room door was opened. Lilulus tiptoed in the air. Its superpowers allowed it to see the scene in the room clearly. It landed directly between Tetsuya and Ice Vulpix. Lalu feeling the coolness from the side, Lilulus happily closed his eyes. The next morning, Tetsuya found that his bed was packed. He struggled to move Pidgeot swings away from his body. He was shocked to find that except for Pangyangui, the rest were all asleep in the bed. Fortunately, Pangyangui was smart and didn't come up. Otherwise, he would definitely not have had a good dream last night. Lalulus's weak voice reached Tetsuya's ears. Tetsuya then realized that it was placed in the center of the body of the coiled monarch snake and couldn't get out. He showed a look of laughter and tears, carefully stretching the monarch snake's body to open a gap. Lalulus, who was almost suffocated and woke up, finally gained freedom. It flew around above the body of the serpent and told Tetsuya about the other party's evil deeds. It was obviously the first one to arrive, and the serpent took its place directly. Such a big movement naturally could not be hidden from the other Pokémon. Flamel, who was lying on Togekiss parallel to Tetsuya, followed suit and stretched, looking very comfortable. Cha-cha-cha, but Togekiss was not so easy to talk to because the white hair on its body inexplicably turned yellow. Needless to say, it was Flamel's fault, who let its own body temperature be too high. After sleeping on it for a whole night, it was inevitable that Togekiss's hair would be roasted yellow. Pidgeot and Dragonite on the other side were not much better. Dragonite was fine, but Pidgeot was the main one. It was numbed by the static electricity on Dragonite, so its wings covered Tetsuya's body. As for the other wing, it drooped to the ground. You guys. What else could Tetsuya do? They were all his Pokémon, so he could only coax them. Fortunately, they were used to fighting and quarreling, so they returned to calm after a commotion. Forget it, let's skip the morning exercise for a day. After being confused by the oolong all morning, ZHE also gave the elves a break. Pidgeot's eyes rolled. Don't even think about it. This is just the first time. There won't be this next time. It's no exaggeration to say that ZHE also knew what Pidgeot was thinking when he moved his feathers and quickly dispelled his idea. He was really afraid that Pidgeot would dance on his bed tomorrow while he was sleeping at night because of this. Ice Vulpix was awakened by the sound and opened his eyes in confusion. Why is it so lively so early in the morning? Oh, then it was scared by the 7 heads that came over. The vision that was bright just now immediately became dim. Lalulus greeted with full energy. It is always the most energetic one among the superpower elves. After all, special beings like Cassie are rare. KO feeling the kindness of Lalulus, Ice Vulpix narrowed its eyes and responded to it. They took all the other elves back to their respective rooms, washed them and prepared breakfast for them. Two little guys are exchanging feelings. Why are you big guys joining in the fun? Come, this is breakfast for both of you. After a long time, Zay just walked out of the room of the last elf. He took out 2 large bottles of milk from his backpack and inserted straws. Ice Vulpix's eyes were shining. It hurriedly took the bottle with its 2 front legs and fixed it. Gudong Ice Vulpix, who drank milk in big gulps, mastered the use of the straw in just one time. Lalulus was more elegant. It even persuaded Ice Vulpix to drink slowly, otherwise it would choke. Ice Vulpix listened to it obediently. Because Lalulus is a psychic type, most of the time it relies on meditation to train itself. The usual food still plays a supporting role, so it basically has a big milk can of milk for breakfast every day. The energy and nutrition contained in it are enough for it to absorb for a period of time. This is why it is so skilled. Looking at the 2 Pokémons who get along well, ZHE also smiled and walked into the bathroom. While washing his face, he was thinking about the training plan for today. The morning exercise is over, but there are still noon, afternoon, and evening. However, before that, he has to go to the Manjin gym first. The super high quality milk in the milk can that Zio-Kyan promised to give him has arrived. This kind of milk in the milk can, which is called Moo milk, can even restore the lost physical strength of Pokémons. Its effect is no worse than some medical props. Just from this point, it is not difficult to imagine its quality. Back in the room, the 8 Pokémons are very conscious. Looking at the Ice Vulpix, who lined up for the first time, but got the essence, ZHE also showed a doting smile. Let's go, guys, he called out. Red lights flashed one after another, and except for Alts and Ice Vulpix, the rest of the partners returned to their Pokeballs. KO Ice Vulpix was stunned. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot that I haven't prepared a Pokeball for you, little guy. Zay slapped his head. It seems that his memory has been a bit problematic recently. He took out various Pokeballs and placed them in front of Ice Vulpix. Take a look. Which one do you like as your home? Ice Vulpix opened its mouth slightly and put its nose close to it to smell this and that. Zay didn't urge it, just watched quietly. Finally, the little guy chose a pink cone ball with a mark similar to a heart on it. This was handmade by Steel in Hinoki Town not long ago. This choice was not very unexpected to say. It is normal for a little girl to like pink and tender things. As for being a bit wasteful, he didn't think so. The special thing about this cone, called Sweet Ball, is that it can increase the probability of capturing Pokémon of a different gender from the Pokémon you are fighting with. In simple terms, if you use male Pokémon to fight, it will be easier to capture female Pokémon with this cone ball. But Tetsuya said that he didn't seem to have encountered a situation where he couldn't capture a Pokémon yet. Just click this protruding button. Looking at Vulpix, who didn't know what to do next, Tetsuya gave a command. Vulpix curiously tapped the white button with its nose. Beep. The sweet ball sent out a signal that it had been captured successfully. Then Vulpix slipped out of it without any instruction. It went straight to the bed and picked up the blue headscarf. KO, it jumped on the ground and called to Tetsuya. Tetsuya smiled and picked up the sweet ball and squatted down. Come in together. Fortunately, the blue headscarf is a Pokémon prop, otherwise it would not be able to enter the Pokémon ball. Looking at Vulpix, who returned to the new room, Ralts naturally fell on Tetsuya's shoulder. Gogogo. Tetsuya walked out of the hotel happily. When he arrived at the Manjin gym, he was told that Zyokian had not gotten up yet. Tetsuya looked at the front desk with a puzzled look on his face. The receptionist was a little embarrassed. Our young lady gets up late. ZHE also looked at the time. It was already past 9 o'clock, and he was afraid that he would be late. Okay, then I'll go inside and wait. Since he was here, he couldn't go back, so he waited in the reception room of the Manjin gym. The receptionist prepared some drinks for him and handed him a poster. This is our annual insect catching competition held by the Natural Park near Manjin City. You should be interested. It will be the day after tomorrow. She introduced with a blushing face. Okay, thank you. ZHE also watched it with interest. Speaking of which, Manjin Radio and Walnut wanted to do a program with him. However, due to the collapse of the radio station, there was no subsequent development. I don't know if the other party will contact him again. According to his current worth, the appearance fee for a program must be hundreds of millions. The gimmick of the owner of the rainbow feather is definitely expensive, not cheap. Dinglingling. Speak of the devil. Just as he was flipping through the poster, Walnut called. Good morning, Sister Hu Tao. Good morning, ZHE. I'm here on behalf of Manjin Radio to talk to you about the Natural Park the day after tomorrow. Do you have time? ZHE paused and said, of course I'm free, but I'm at Zyokan's place now. How about I go over for an interview later? Hu Tao said, you're at Zyokan's place. That's perfect. We can talk there. We'll also ask her for help this time. Okay, I'll be in the reception room. ZHE agreed. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 385. Make money, make money. Without letting Tetsuya wait for long, Kirumi walked in quickly. Tetsuya quickly stood up and greeted. Good morning, Sister Kirumi. Good morning. This is Aoi Ian, whom you met last time. Kirumi introduced the girl who followed her. Hello. Skipping many unnecessary greetings, the three of them immediately got down to business. The main purpose of Kirumi's visit this time was nothing more than to confirm that Tetsuya would record the program. Although the collapse of the old radio station was inevitable, if no remedial measures were taken, the audience would still care about the news. They didn't care whether it was inevitable or not, they just knew that Manjin Radio collapsed. This was not a good thing for the reputation of a company. The appearance of Tetsuya and the rainbow feather was a good opportunity. If handled properly, it might even take Manjin Radio's reputation to a higher level. The top management of Manjin Radio also thought about saying that the rainbow feather was the property of Manjin Radio instead of Tetsuya. But on the one hand, the rainbow feather flew into Tetsuya's hands in full view of the public, which represented the choice of the King of Phoenix. People couldn't be blind. On the other hand, Tetsuya's backers were not to be trifled with, and even the Kanto Alliance was vaguely his supporter. In the minutes after this incident, I don't know how many calls were made to the mayor of Manjin City. Without exception, they were all warnings. Yes, the rainbow feather representing the King of Phoenix is extremely precious, but this is not a reason for Manjin City to fight nearly half of Kanto on its own. Not to mention that several local Jamonas in the Johto region also issued warnings. Plus the director and deputy director strongly opposed it, so no one mentioned it later. Walnut told the story of what happened yesterday. They smiled. Sister Huteo, aren't you afraid that I will quit after hearing this? Hurry up, this is the contract. It basically means that you sign an exclusive contract with our Manjin radio station. We can broadcast the recorded programs in various regions. The price is 8 million per month, and the contract is for 1 year. Huteo rolled her eyes at him, and then asked Kui Yan to hand the contract to Zay. This condition is too generous. The key point is not the monthly salary, but the term. After the 1-year short-term contract, if Manjin radio station wants to renew the contract, they will have to pay more than this price. At least it will be 3 or 4 times higher. In comparison, an annual expenditure of 100 million is nothing for Manjin radio station. At most, it is the price of half a signal device. And Manjin radio station will not renew the contract, and Zay is confident of this. Huteo said, this is what the director and the deputy director have fought hard for you. Okay, you have to thank me, your sister. Then I will treat Sister Huteo to a meal, Zay said as he signed his name on the contract. He had read it. It was just the most basic contract, no big problem. Forget it. Kurumi sighed. Your sister Kurumi is so busy, and there is a guest to interview later today. Miss Zyuja, you are really hardworking. Kurumi put away the contract and joked. Oh, I didn't expect you to know so much. Are you also a fan of her? Yes, after all, she is fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged, and a rich woman. Zay clasped his hands together. No, I just heard about her last time, and Miss Zyuja is also a very strong trainer. It's normal for me to pay attention to her. The two laughed. Aoian stood aside silently. Kurumi's eyes swept over her, and suddenly said, by the way, you may have a program with Aoian in the future. The station is going to start a program for her, called Aoian's Secret Language. Okay, I'm happy to. Zay agreed. Anyway, his exclusive authorization and program shooting are calculated separately. The more he shoots, the more he earns. If it wasn't for the fact that filming every day was not good, Zay would have wanted to record and broadcast 24 hours a day. Then, the next thing is about the recording of the natural park the day after tomorrow. I mean, you connect with me during the event and then broadcast it live. Because the natural park is quite large, the radio station has specially applied for a signal receiver to be responsible for this event. We hope your approximate route is like this. According to the records, there are more types of elves on this route. As an experienced host, Huteo is not a vase that can only sit in the room and talk. In addition to lecture programs, adventure programs are also her forte. Will the organizer of the insect catching conference agree? Zay has no opinion on the route planning. After all, he has received money, so he will be subject to some restrictions. But the insect catching conference is a competitive competition. Once this method is adopted, it is somewhat unfair. At least not everyone knows where there are elves. Don't worry about this, just leave it to our family. Zyuja, who came in at some point, patted her chest and agreed. Our family is the biggest sponsor of the insect catching conference. They suddenly realized. No wonder Huteo just said that she wanted Zyuja to help with something. As for fairness, we can just change the rules a little bit. Do you mind adding some restrictions to you? Zyuja looked at Zage and said with a smile. Zage said that it didn't matter. Okay, I'm not going for the championship anyway. He is not a fan of bug-type Pokémon, and he doesn't have the idea that conquering bug-type Pokémon is equivalent to conquering the world. The reason why he participated in various activities was just to add fun to the boring journey. Otherwise, Zage could have spent most of his time in the wild and occasionally returned to the city to rest, instead of doing it one after another like now. He always felt that the journey in the Pokémon world needed these things. The train is moving forward, and it doesn't matter where it goes. What matters is the scenery outside the window. In addition to the companions who will always accompany you, the people you know are also crucial. If there were no Xiaoxia, Xiaoyao, Xiaoguang, Alice, and Serena, oh yes, and Xiaogang, if they didn't accompany Xiaoxi through one area after another and experience one thing after another, would Xiaoxi be the later Xiaoxi? Then, set your capture times to 3 times, but others have 10 chances. Xiaoqan muttered to herself. At first glance, this restriction is quite serious. Because the winner of the insect catching competition is a comprehensive test, in addition to strength potential, species, characteristics and even appearance are all the criteria for scoring. 7 fewer chances means that ZHE needs to choose the object to capture more carefully. If one accidentally uses up all the chances, it is very likely that the one he hands in will become a green caterpillar. However, ZHE also has 0. He must be much better than others in judging these things. So this restriction is almost nothing for him. He is also happy with this. There is no one in this world who thinks victory is too easy and actively asks for more difficulty. ZHE is not a masochist. 3 chances, even he has to put a little thought into it. Several people chatted about the details and then left. Before leaving, ZHE did not forget to take away the focus of this visit, that is, a large amount of moo milk. Xiaoqan's action is naturally not simple. He estimated that if this moo milk is well preserved, it will be enough for him to cultivate an unknown number of Pokémon next year. The common people are so happy today. They hummed a happy tune as he walked on the road. 200 million yuan was just spent at the auction yesterday, but he didn't expect to get more than half of it back today. With money in his hand, he straightened his back. Good afternoon, why are you so happy? Qianli's voice came from the side. Zaya turned his head and saw that he was standing next to a restaurant with his family, apparently to have lunch. Good afternoon, Qianli Sr. Good afternoon, Mitsuko's sister, Xiaoyao and Xiaosheng too. Zaya was smiling. Xiaosheng snorted and turned his head. He didn't forget that it was this guy who brought him a mountain of homework the day before yesterday. Thinking of this, Xiaosheng makes me want to cry, but I have no tears. How could he do those things? But his parents don't care about his thoughts, especially Mitsuko. Mitsuko was delighted to hear Tetsuya address her. Since we've met, why don't we have lunch together? Qianli nodded. Yes, just tell me why you're so happy. Okay. Tetsuya did not refuse, which was unusual for him. But it seemed that Qianli and Mitsuko liked his attitude very much. A group of 5 people walked in, talking and laughing, except for Xiaosheng. They opened a small private room, and several people sat down and started chatting. Tetsuya talked about the cooperation with Manjin Radio without any hesitation. That's great. Manjin Radio is also very famous in other regions, not to mention that the conditions are so good. Qianli was sincerely happy for Tetsuya. Xiaoyao, who was listening silently at the side, had bright eyes. What did she hear? The host of a wild program. This is a super cool thing. Turning her head to look at her younger brother who was playing with his fingers next to her, Xiaoyao suddenly felt that her younger brother was not very good. The older brother is so cool, he must be right. Xiaosheng, you haven't finished your lunch homework today. Xiaoyao ignored the adult's conversation and showed her power as a sister. Xiaosheng was stunned. Didn't they agree not to mention this today? He had contributed his snacks. Mitsuko turned her head when she heard this. Xiaosheng, this is not okay. You have to do your homework every day. Let's forget about it today because you are having dinner with your brother Tetsuya. You must be on time in the future. Okay. Xiaosheng lowered his head bitterly. What can he do? Why did his sister suddenly change her mind? Looking at his sister who was admiringly approaching his father Chisato and Tetsuya to listen to their stories and adventures, Xiaosheng understood. He secretly vowed to become a super strong trainer in the future, and then pin his father and this guy named Tetsuya to the ground, and beat them up. A cartoon version of Evelyn jumped back and forth in his mind. At this moment, Tetsuya was talking about the expedition to the Dark Cave. Xiaoyao put her fingers into the shape of a camera lens, and was very excited. Are there those very scary ghost type Pokémon in the cave? The kind that can only be seen with special glasses? Not really. Ghost type Pokémon can actually be seen with the naked eye most of the time. Those that can only be seen with special glasses should actually be considered spirits rather than Pokémon. Tetsuya explained. The most intuitive example is the Giraga in the Pokémon Tower in Lavender Town in the future. But this situation is rare. That Giraga was able to exist in the world in that form because of its strong obsession with protecting its children, coupled with the special environment of Lavender Town. Otherwise, the rules of the spirit world would not allow it. Mitsuko and Chihiro smiled at each other. They were still very happy to see that Zioyao showed a rare interest in Pokémon. Chihiro still hoped that Zioyao would inherit his position in the future when he was about to become the leader of the Orange Gym in the near future. As for Zayashing, Chihiro felt that his son's personality was more suitable for research-related work. If possible, he also plans to ask his good friend Professor Adamaki to teach his son more after moving to Hone. Anyway, the distance between Chenghua City and Weebei Town is not very far, and his Pokémon can pick up Zayasheng every day. Zayasheng, who is suffering, doesn't know that his father has already thought of a future development path for him. It is very likely that he will not be able to become a powerful trainer. However, who knows? Zioyao's face was full of excitement. Her hands kept gesturing in the air, and she was shouting something like Expedition Team. Zaya was a little uncomfortable with her sudden enthusiasm. Mitsuko saw her embarrassment and quickly used food to save the situation. Zioyao, your favorite bread pie is here. Zioyao immediately returned to her seat after hearing this. Zaya, who has strong dynamic vision, only saw her as a dual image. He breathed a sigh of relief. Kyanli asked with interest, so, you are also good at training? Just now, Zaya mentioned that he was a trainer when chatting with Zioyao, so Kyanli knew it. He really wanted to communicate. No, I just passed the 6th level trainer assessment, and I almost failed. ZHE was also very humble. Later he learned that the original intention of the Alliance to set up the skip level assessment was not to let people pass, especially those like him who jumped 6 levels, because they believe that being down to earth is the best way to improve. But there are a few perverts who can do things that ordinary people can't do. Zyaxu is one, and ZHE himself is also one. Kyanli was very surprised. Although I don't know how ZHE became a 6th level trainer directly from nothing, it is not difficult to guess from his age that he has only passed 2 assessments at most. A 6th level trainer at this age is even rarer than a 20-year-old king level trainer. It seems that Xiaosheng has to do well in the test questions. Kyanli made up his mind secretly. Xiaosheng, who was happily eating lunch, sneezed inexplicably. And of course, ZHE paid for this lunch. He went to the front desk when the others were not paying attention. When Kyanli and Mitsuko knew about it, ZHE had already left. It's okay, there will be another chance next time. Listening to Mitsuko's complaints, Kyanli smiled and said, let's go to Chenghua to stay the year after next. By then, Zioyao and Xiaosheng will have basically learned the basics. Mitsuko, who was speaking, was stunned. Okay. Her eyes were a little red. You have been running around all these years. It's hard for you. Kyanli hugged Mitsuko. Xiaosheng and Zioyao looked at this scene in silence. Hey, is this the Pokémon Center? There are 2 children who are so full that their stomachs are bursting. But the 2 people's moods are completely different. Xiaosheng is excited. He really wants to see the Pokémons in other regions. Zioyao is a little disappointed because it means that she will be separated from her good friend again. Oh, there are many ruins in Fingyuan. The 3 mythical beasts often fight, so that is a paradise for adventure. Xiaosheng knows how to comfort his elder sister. Sure enough, Zioyao's attention was immediately attracted. On the other side, after returning to the hotel, Tetsuya prepared a meal for his companions and started today's exercise. Holding the ice Vulpix, he supervised loudly and pointed out anything wrong immediately. The ice Vulpix curled up in his arms and poked his head out, watching the seniors sweating profusely while training, his ignorant eyes full of curiosity. You have to train well in the future. A pair of big hands covered his head. Ko ice Vulpix called. But at this moment, it didn't really understand the word training. Ice Vulpix just thought that Since its father wanted it to do this, it would do it anyway. It wouldn't hurt itself. Watching, Ice Vulpix's eyelids began to fight. After playing in its Pokeball for a whole morning, it finally felt tired. Zaya couldn't help but lower his voice when preaching to his friends. The sun rises and the moon sets. The next day, Zaya, who came to the natural park in the north of Manjin City to complete the registration, looked at the crowds of people in front of him and subconsciously sighed. It's worthy of being a grand event for bug lovers. As far as the eye can see, most people are dressed like standard bug catching boys/girls. Regular trainers like Zaya are actually very rare. During the event, trainers can only use one Pokémon, and please use this park ball when catching bug Pokémon. A staff member shouted not far away, while holding up a Pokémon ball in his hand. It was green on the top and white on the bottom, and there were 4 light green leaves at the switch, with 2 red dots just above it. Each trainer can receive 10 park balls, but please note that these park balls can only be used once, and the winner will only be determined by the one you submitted. Please come and enjoy this event and charge towards the title of bug catcher. The winner will receive the championship prize carefully prepared by the nature park and a bug Pokémon he caught. The staff shouted with all his might. These park balls are actually Pokéballs of substandard quality. Not only can they be used only once, but the capture rate will also be lower. The pattern on it was completely added by the nature park itself. There are many similar Pokéballs, most of which appear in activities similar to the bug catching conference, or are used in places like hunting zones. This is also one of the ways that large companies destroy substandard Pokéballs. Not only that, this time there will be a mysterious guest joining us in the event. He will compete with us along a certain route. Of course, the price is that this mysterious guest only has 3 park balls. I wonder if he can break through the siege and win under such circumstances. Zaya, who had just received his park ball from a remote corner, shrugged when he heard the news. Fortunately, Zaya-Okan had told him about this in advance yesterday. He put on the special headphones, and all kinds of busy voices came from it. Mr. Zaya, please turn to channel 8. Senior Kurumi is preparing there. A staff member keenly noticed his entry and told him the channel he should go to. Zaya quickly changed the channel for fear of affecting their work. How is it? Is it very professional? Kurumi asked with a smile. It's really very professional and well organized. Tetsuya answered, worthy of being a Goldman radio. By the way, if you catch a bug type Pokémon you like this time, will you choose to capture it? Walnut asked with some curiosity. Tetsuya thought for a moment and said, if I like it, I will, but I think there is a high probability that there is none here. He is not a trainer who discriminates against bug type Pokémon, and he does think that bug type Pokémon can be very strong. But Tetsuya is also obsessed with looks. There are really not many bug type Pokémon that meet his aesthetic standards. In addition, considering the attribute issue, there are actually only a few choices left. In comparison, the cost of breeding has become a small problem. With a contract in hand, he doesn't mind raising 1 or 2 more Pokémon, provided that it is necessary. Walnut, don't underestimate the nature park. There are more types of bug type Pokémon here than in the world, and the organizers will add new types every year for the event. Her voice seemed a little hurried. Yes, as a Goldman City native, it is natural to be unhappy when outsiders say that there are no good Pokémon at home. Tetsuya realized his mistake. Then I'll wait and see, hoping to meet a suitable partner. At this time, the staff on the high platform also waved flags. Then, the insect catching competition begins. The voice amplified by the loudspeaker echoed throughout the venue. Boo. The contestants rushed into the forest. This forest spans across roads 35 and 36, and is the largest forest in this area. Not to mention all the contestants, even if there were twice as many people going in, it wouldn't make any waves. Soon, there were only a few scattered people left in the venue. Tetsuya only then raised his legs and walked inside. Today our special program is the live broadcast of the insect catching competition. For this event, we specially invited trainer Tetsuya, who was recognized by the King of Phoenix not long ago, as a guest. Tetsuya, say hello to everyone. Walnut said in the headset. Hello everyone, I'm Tetsuya. Today I will take you to the paradise of bug-type Pokémons. Oh, look, what I found is a carapace cocoon from the Hone region. The body of this Pokémon is wrapped in white silk, entangled in a tree, motionless, leaving only 2 small holes, and the big red eyes in the holes observe everything outside. The carapace cocoon evolved from the stingtail looks the same as the metal chrysalis, but it will drink the dew on the silk thread to quench its thirst. In addition, the dead carapace cocoon will leave a white solid, which is an extremely nutritious food with a crunchy taste. But obviously, this energetic carapace cocoon is not the target of our insect catching conference. Its size is about 10% smaller than the average level of its kind. The tips of the protruding silk threads on its body are slightly yellow, indicating that it may have eaten spicy cherry when it was a stingray. This will seriously affect its physical development and energy improvement. In addition, when I approached, the shell cocoon only made a weak reaction, indicating that it cannot control its body well. As a trainer, if we want to identify the strength and potential of Pokémon in the wild, the best way is to use both external and internal aspects. Things like color changes and body size are visible to the naked eye, while reactions involve part of the internal. A Pokémon with good development and excellent potential must be an excellent predator or escaper. Chapter 386, Elf World version of Wilderness Survival. Kurumi, who stayed outside to control the situation, looked a little strange. For some reason, she always felt something was wrong when listening to Zay's introduction, but it was inexplicably very exciting. Zay said that this was very reasonable. He thought hard for a long time before he came up with this. Yes, it is the Wilderness Survival version of the Elf World. Although it is impossible to copy it, because elves cannot be eaten, other aspects can still be learned. Could it be that the jungle where Bear Grylls lives is more dangerous than the forest in the elf world? At least in the tropical rainforest of the previous life, there should not be spiders with a body length of more than 1 meter, and even poisonous. There will not be endless grenades hanging on the head, and the art of propaganda will be a quarrel when you are frightened. At worst, do you want to try the extreme sport of being chased by hundreds of half-human-sized hornets? All 3 of their needles are thicker than the forearm of a normal adult. This poke is not a big problem from the front to the back. Of course, this is a bit too hardcore. Considering that the radio program is aimed at all kinds of people, they still combine some of his own specialties. If you are not interested in the above sports, then the elf breeding and characteristic analysis will definitely satisfy you. Zay has the confidence to call himself a wild walking elf doctor, not only from his own knowledge and experience, but also from Zero. As he continues to learn, Zero's panel content for wild elves is constantly improving. From only the elf type and strength at the beginning, to various data in addition to qualifications later, now Zero can display almost all its information and analysis when he sees a wild elf. Zay roughly understands why there is a saying in his previous life that reading thousands of books is not as good as traveling thousands of miles. The results of his many years of learning have been best reflected and transformed during the journey. It's just that the specific qualifications cannot be displayed in a short time, probably because the elves that have passed the larval stage are too affected by the outside world. Some unlucky little guys may have their qualifications declined because of a fall. For example, the shell cocoon that Zay just explained. Even if its other kind accidentally ate the fire type spicy cherry fruit like it, the degree of impact on the two will be very different. Whether it is the individual differences caused by the body of the Pokémon or the quality of the fruit, they will lead to an increase in variables. This is why even the best appraisers in the Pokémon world can only roughly determine the qualifications of the Pokémon in the Pokémon eggs. The unborn little guys in the Pokémon eggs are almost unaffected by the outside world, unless a crack is smashed in its home. If you want to know the qualifications of an adult Pokémon in the wild, you can only draw a conclusion through long-term data collection and analysis. Or if this wild Pokémon is very old and its strength has not improved, it can also explain its qualifications. There are also many trainers who don't believe in this. They have their own way of judgment, including but not limited to growth rate, types of skills mastered, and bonds. It's just that a reasonable analysis that conforms to Pokémonology is always more accurate than the trainer's self-defined definitions. They walked in the natural park, analyzing the characteristics of the Pokémon that appeared in front of him from various angles. Walnut was responsible for connecting and smoothing the situation in the free time in the middle. Although it was the first time for the two to cooperate, they were in perfect harmony. The photographers above were not idle either. In addition to the radio broadcast, the subsequent video recording is also a very important part of this program. After all, radio broadcast is only heard but not seen. For this kind of adventure program, video is more intuitive. They collected materials through the cameras that had been set up long ago. However, the natives in the forest obviously didn't want them to be so relaxed. Looking at the large group of paras and the 3 paras leading them in front of him, ZHE also raised his eyebrows. Electric Dragon, prepare for battle. BUU, a strong call with a strong fighting spirit sounded. The pink electric dragon appeared beside ZHE. Yes, this time ZHE did not let Blaziken fight, but chose electric dragon. It's not that he was afraid of burning the forest, but letting Blaziken come is really a bit of a waste. This is like using a tactical nuclear bomb to blow up a tree. Anyone would think it is a waste. Moreover, when facing the insect type Pokémon, the electric type electric dragon, although it does not have the strong suppression power of the fire type, is not inferior. Not to mention that, in order to increase its attack surface, they also specially asked Flame Chicken to teach the use of the electric dragon Flame Fist. This is probably a true portrayal of a mage who doesn't want to fight with his fists is not a good auxiliary. Electric Dragon, magnetic field manipulation. The first step for a mage to fight is naturally to construct a venue suitable for his own battle. At the same time, they did not forget his job this time. Magnetic field manipulation can enhance the double defense ability of the electric dragon, but this is not the point. Pokémons like paras mainly use spores as a means of attack, so the accompanying electric current will spread around the body of the electric dragon and play a good protective role. Okay, now you can see that under the command of Perist, more than half of the paras are coming towards me, and they don't look particularly friendly. It is worth mentioning that the mushroom that controls Perist is larger than its body, but this does not mean that its insect body is unconscious. If there are listeners who want to subdue a paras or Perist, my suggestion is, Zay kept his eyes fixed on the front. I don't know if he sensed that the electric dragon is not easy to mess with, so the other party's actions were a little hesitant. However, for Tetsuya, since they have come to him, he should not run away. Small mushrooms and spores are very popular materials. Electric dragon, discharge electricity. The party that was originally attacked took the initiative to attack in an uncharacteristic way. Boo, the call of the electric dragon is very imposing, but it looks a bit cute with its color. The dazzling yellow electric current spreads in all directions like tentacles. Duote, the para screamed in pain. In the face of the gap in strength, they are only ordinary level, although they have good resistance to electric skills, but the damage they suffer is still very serious. Many of them even fell into a paralyzed state. However, after all, it is 1 against 10, so there are still many attacks flying towards the electric dragon. Tetsuya's command did not stop for a moment, then cotton spores. The electric dragon turned its body, and countless white light spots went towards the incoming attacks. Each light spot collided with it accurately. 100,000 volts. The smell of burning filled the nearby area. As light and darkness alternated, Tetsuya's side returned to peace, except for a group of burnt Pokémon. After collecting materials skillfully, he set out on a journey of half participating in the competition and half making money. Pokémon such as Toy Ninja, Yo-Yo Candy Ball, Circle Wizard, and Electric Firefly appeared in front of Tetsuya one after another. From his perspective, what Kurumi just said was not wrong. Even compared with the forest behind the mountain in Hinoki Town, the types and number of bug Pokémon in the natural park are even more than that. In addition to the Pokémon from the 2 regions of Kanto and Johto, there are also Pokémon from Hone, Sinnoh, and even a small number of Unova and Kalos. Tetsuya couldn't help but look forward to it, because the bug Pokémon he wanted to capture live in Unova and Kalos. If there are individuals with good qualifications, it would be a great thing. Anyway, they are all raising children, so it doesn't matter if there is one more. Tetsuya, who just got a large order contract, seems very rich. Woo, an ordinary hornworm suddenly appeared and blocked the way. Without needing to say anything, the electric dragon kicked it away. This kind of Pokémon that can be seen everywhere is really not popular among people. Tetsuya is even too lazy to introduce it too much. It and the green caterpillar are definitely at the bottom of the Pokémon combat power rankings. But this unicorn beetle is a little different. It has a strong self-esteem. After being kicked away, it seemed to be angry. It moved its body to stop Tetsuya and the electric dragon again. Tetsuya looked at the electric dragon in silence. "What's wrong, brother? Are your legs and feet not flexible?" The color of the electric dragon's face tended to deepen. It didn't expect that its kick failed to make the opponent lose the ability to fight. Boo, the electric dragon opened its little hands and walked up angrily. Pa, another kick. The unicorn beetle was kicked directly onto the tree trunk. It rubbed and gradually slid down. This time, the unicorn beetle finally stopped reacting. The electric dragon did not realize that it was bullying the weak at all and raised its head proudly. ZHE patted it in annoyance. "Let's go. Continue." Boo, the figures of a man and an elf gradually disappeared into the bushes. The unicorn beetle struggled to open his eyes with anger in his eyes. It raised its body with difficulty and spit out the poison needle. But it only flew less than 1 meter and the poison needle fell to the ground. The listless unicorn beetle gasped. This attack was all it had. Angrily looking at the direction where the enemy left, the unicorn beetle had memorized the opponent's breath. It turned around and disappeared in the bushes. After a long time, a buzzing sound came from the place where it left, which was very disturbing. Woo, the unicorn beetle, which had recovered a little bit of its spirit, went back. But this time, it was not alone. A large number of giant bees followed the unicorn beetle. A giant bee that looked like a leader made a hissing sound. For a while, this area became a forbidden area for elves. Zaya, who had already walked a considerable distance, had no idea what was happening behind him. He also didn't know that the hornet he had just ignored was a true second generation, and that the thugs had already called in to deal with him. But he soon found out, because under the leadership of the hornet, a swarm of beedrills was rapidly approaching him. "Zaya, pay attention. There seems to be a large number of Pokémon approaching behind you." A prompting voice came from the headset of the other ear. Such a big commotion naturally could not be hidden from the program staff. They did not dare to neglect it, and hurriedly told Zaya the news. This kind of reminder is also one of his privileges this time. After all, Manjin Radio does not want any live broadcast accidents. Zaya nodded slightly. With the electric dragon, he was not panicked. Chapter 387 Buzz. But when he saw the swarm of beedrills, Tetsuya's face changed again. Fuck, oh, why is there such a large swarm of beedrills in this damn place? There were at least 40 or 50 beedrills in front of him. If calculated according to the normal ratio, since some companions had to stay at home to protect the iron shell pupae and unicorns that had not yet evolved, the number of individuals in this swarm of beedrills must be at least hundreds. With this number of beedrills, let alone the forest of the natural park, they can occupy a large territory in the evergreen forest. Tetsuya has every reason to believe that they are the overlords here. Then, the question arises again, why did they target him? He thinks he is a good person. Whoa, a small voice sounded. The unicorn with tears in its eyes cried out while lying on the head of a beedrill. Tetsuya was stunned, and then he recognized the unicorn. "No way, what is this? Calling daddy?" Hiss, the leading beedrill cried angrily at Tetsuya. "I mean, you don't look like you want to have a good chat with me, right?" Tetsuya couldn't help sweating on his forehead and took a step back with his right foot. He began to regret not letting Moltres participate in this competition. Such a large group of beedrills that are not weak to electricity. Even the Quasi-King level Dragonite would find it difficult to quickly deal with it. The right needle of the beedrills was raised. Tetsuya's pupils shrank. Dragonite full strength electric field. Boo, Dragonite also knew that the situation was not good. Speaking of which, this was the first time it faced so many enemies at the same time. The golden field instantly enveloped its body. The only thing that made Tetsuya feel fortunate was that the strength of this group of beedrills was quite uneven. Except for the leading Beedrills who were elite and veterans, the rest were basically only about level 15 or 16. There were even a few that had not yet broken through to the ordinary level and were only level 13 or 14. It seemed that they regarded Tetsuya and Dragonite as objects to hone their new companions. This is not uncommon in the wild, especially in the elves-like Beedrill. Due to the special characteristics of the first two stages, wild Beedrills need to be familiar with each other for a long time before they can have good combat capabilities. So even though there is no shortage of food, they will still go out in groups from time to fight and expand the scope of some territories. This is another reason why Beedrills are called forest bullies. These guys are the most unethical. The Beedrill leader watched coldly in the air, and there were several Beedrills detected by Zero's elite level around it. According to his own children, the pink elf kicked it twice, but it didn't lose its combat ability. In this way, even if the opponent is not very good at close combat, its strength will not be that strong. The Beedrill leader's eyes are full of cunning. Such elves are the most suitable objects for training new Beedrills. As for the human, the Beedrill leader didn't take it seriously at all. In the past memory, there was no human who didn't run away when seeing them. Now this scene is just a struggle before death, and the Beedrill leader is very familiar with it. It was the energy fluctuations coming from the yellow light ball not far away that made it a little uneasy. Tetsuya looked at the elite Beedrills that did not move, and his eyes flashed. Good opportunity. Electric Dragon, 100,000 volts. If the opponent rushed up together, he would still be a little worried. After all, these elite Beedrills can completely share the damage of 100,000 volts. However, if there were no them, and only the novice and ordinary Beedrills were relied on, then the level difference would determine everything. Boo. Strong electric light surged from the yellow light ball. The Beedrills not far away suddenly opened their eyes and screamed. The energy fluctuations generated at this moment exceeded its expectations. Boom boom boom, one after another loud noises sounded. Dozens of Beedrills fell from the sky with black smoke. Although the few that were farther away survived, their condition was also very bad. Tetsuya had expected this scene. According to the current mastery of the electric field by the electric dragon, when it uses electric skills in it, the power will increase by 40%, which is 1/3 more than the basic 3%. And 100,000 volts is one of the powerful electric skills, and it is called the most cost-effective skill together with the Jet of Flame. In addition, the law of attribute consistency addition makes the power of the electric dragon's attack even greater than the destruction of the death ray. The leader of the giant bee has red eyes. This damn enemy actually beat its tribe like this. Its two needles are raised forward. The next moment, under the leadership of the leader, the remaining giant bee launched another attack on the electric dragon. Although the number is much less, in terms of the degree of difficulty to deal with, the current 10 giant bee is more troublesome. Fortunately, the duration of the electric field has not yet expired. Electric dragon, compress electricity, charge. Zaya adheres to the concept of quick victory and decides to directly use the improved skills designed specifically for the electric dragon. The cute face of the electric dragon is full of seriousness, and it nodded solemnly. Boo, it opened its mouth slightly and inhaled. The yellow electric light that originally covered its body suddenly rushed into the mouth of the electric dragon. The light gradually dimmed, and a trace of pain occasionally flashed across the face of the electric dragon. Correspondingly, the red bead on its tail began to emit a different light. It took only 2 or 3 seconds to complete this series of actions. At this time, the swarm of giant bees was still some distance away from the electric dragon. Another second passed. Seeing that the pain on the face of the electric dragon became more and more intense, ZHE also issued an order. One more time, 100,000 volts. The radio staff who was observing the battle situation through the camera subconsciously covered his eyes. The sudden white light covered his entire retina. Zzzz, the machine far away in the forest suddenly made a sound of being overwhelmed. Bang, 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 the dull explosion sound came from all directions. In another part of the nature park, Lacey looked at the violent white light flashing in the distance, his eyes flickering. He quickly stood up and left the place. A closer look revealed that there were Pokémons lying around. Reiji, who believed in strength above all else, thought it was easy to win. He just needed to find the strongest wild Pokémon. Not only Reiji, but many other trainers also curiously walk towards the direction of the noise. Curiosity is often their greatest strength, but also their biggest weakness. Hey, Tetsuya, can you hear me? The noisy sound coming from the headset made Tetsuya subconsciously shake his head. I'm fine, Sister Kurumi, you continue with the show. Kurumi was a little amused. Thank you for not forgetting the show at this time. Tetsuya, who was dizzy, half of his head appeared from behind the thick tree trunk. All the beedrills fell to the ground, including the troublesome hornet. Dragonite was panting. It was surrounded by gravel and branches. It seems that this attack still needs to be improved. Sure enough, there are some problems in actual combat. Tetsuya touched his chin and came to Dragonite. Patting Dragonite, he was very pleased. Well done, good control, better than the previous training times. Dragonite nodded slightly. It was very tired. It felt like it was not its own body. Tetsuya quickly took out a few pomelo fruits for Dragonite to eat. With the help of its excellent physical recovery effect, Dragonite's condition quickly recovered to above the average line. As for injuries, it was really not injured. Let's go, leave here first. Taking advantage of this time, Tetsuya also collected some materials from the beedrill, and then took Dragonite away. Years of experience as a bounty hunter told him that, after making such a big fuss, it is better not to stay in the same place for too long. Not long after Tetsuya left, the first trainer who arrived opened his mouth wide at the mess. Then he showed an ecstatic look on his face. I saw this guy took out the park ball and threw it at the largest beedrill leader. But the ball was intercepted halfway. He turned his head angrily, only to find that the second and third trainers had also arrived. Several people looked at each other and immediately understood what they were thinking. Such a Pokémon that can be seen as the leader of the tribe must be strong. If they get it, it will be enough for them to get a good ranking in this insect catching competition. This is a pie in the sky. Fire ignited in their eyes, and they couldn't let it go. Bud 8, telekinesis point quote asterisk 3. Well, this is a battle between young insect catchers. Zaya, who ran away again, could guess what happened later. But that was none of his business. He just thought that the horn beetle was quite filial. As for why he didn't subdue the giant bee leader as the judgment of the winner, Zaya felt that it was not enough to make him waste a precious opportunity. Pokémon of this level, as long as he wanted, he would definitely find and subdue it. The dark jungle was quiet. Only the occasional sound of fighting indicated that the competition was still going on. But this tranquility did not last long. Buzz, an imperceptible sound rang in Zaya's ears. Again. He frowned. Is it beedrill? Zaya closed his eyes and carefully identified. No, there are only two, and their sizes are very different. They don't look like beedrill. His face changed slightly. What a fast speed. In his perception, the two Pokémon were circling around him and Dragonite. It seems that he is being treated as prey again. Zaya felt the urgency of survival in the wild for the first time in a long time. He smiled strangely. This is too exciting, isn't it? A dangerous look flashed in his eyes. Dragonite, shoot them out. BUU without saying a word, Dragonite picked up the electric current and threw it into the darkness. Under the flickering yellow light, although it was only a flash, Zaya had already seen the identity of the other party clearly. I'm playing a father-son game today, right? Celebrate before the new year. There will be more. I'm awesome. Chapter 388 Winter Elf. The whole body is red, with two small horns on the head, and there are structures similar to the tail of an airplane on both sides of the tail, with a pair of small thorns at the end. This is the dragonfly. The other one is larger and looks more ferocious and terrifying. It is naturally its evolution, the ancient dragonfly. They are also called Yangyangma and Mekayangma. Compared with the more common former, the ancient dragonfly is not common in the wild, because the evolution requires the mastery of specific skills and primitive power. ZHE also relaxed a lot. The combination of insect and flying attributes makes these two Pokémon naturally at a disadvantage when facing the electric dragon. He also doesn't understand why they are targeting him. Logically speaking, although the specific level cannot be felt, the residual electric energy on the electric dragon should be very clear. As a predator that mainly feeds on smaller bug Pokémon, the ancient dragonfly should not target him. ZHE also thought unscrupulously behind the electric dragon. The electric dragon felt the sight coming from behind and twisted its body involuntarily. But with the enemy in front of it, it couldn't turn around and complain about its own trainer. Could it be because of its appearance? Zaya thought this reason was very reasonable. The pink body color made the Dragonite look harmless, not like a powerful fighting Pokémon at all, but more like an ordinary pet. In addition, its medium-sized body size made it an easy target to bully. Although it mainly eats small insect Pokémon, it will not be stingy when it encounters a better diet. The dark forest seemed to open a big mouth to swallow people. After the disturbance just now, the dragonfly and the ancient dragonfly seemed to be scared by the Dragonite and left. But Zaya knew that this was just an illusion. When surviving in the wild, you must remember one thing, that is, never let down your vigilance. Some Pokémon with a more gentle and kind temperament may not actively attack humans, but you must never apply this to predators, especially when it is carrying its own offspring. Zaya's fingers rubbed silently. The sound was so subtle that only the electric dragon next to him heard it. Boo-woo, the electric dragon shouted while turning his head to look at Tetsuya. Swoosh, a figure with red and green and the figure with green and red immediately jumped out of the darkness. Tetsuya shouted loudly, now, 100,000 volts. Boo-woo, the electric dragon, who was well versed in acting, did not need to accumulate too much power, and a long sound was drawn out to light up the dazzling electric light. The petite shadow suddenly stopped for a moment, and it seemed to be frightened. Needless to say, it was a younger dragonfly. Yama, the ancient giant dragonfly, did not slow down at all, and even shouted to remind its offspring. These two cunning enemies obviously deceived them. But at this time, only by moving forward can they win and survive. Simply avoiding will not help. Hiss, the sound of electric current colliding sounded in the small open space. The dark forest was illuminated. A continuous stream of electric arcs shot out from the body of the electric dragon and caused damage to the ancient dragonfly and dragonfly. After a few seconds, the electric dragon stopped using skills and took a breath. Yangma, the ordinary dragonfly, had already lost its fighting ability under the electric shock and lay on the ground groaning meaninglessly. Mima, the ancient dragonfly, looked at its offspring behind it, and its cry was full of pain and confusion. It didn't understand why this elf that looked easy to bully was so strong. Feeling its own body, the ancient dragonfly knew that it would be difficult for it to take the opponent's second move. Even so, the two small fangs on its head still emitted a faint white light. Some things have to be tried. The ancient dragonfly controlled its body and rushed forward desperately. It was very courageous, and ZHE also praised it, but that was all. Electric dragon, Irontail. Buu, the electric dragon, waved his hands, and the not too long tail lit up with a bright silver-like steel. With a twist, he collided with the rushing ancient dragonfly. Ding bang, the crisp sound was followed by the sound of the steel tail hitting the ancient dragonfly. After all, the power contained in the weak body of Dragonite is still at the Quasi-King level. Even if it is weaker than other Pokémon of the same level in this aspect, it is not something that the elite level wild ancient dragonfly can contend with. The ancient dragonfly, which is bigger and heavier than Dragonite, flew backwards and hit a tree. Tetsuya took out 2 park balls from his arms. Biu, after a short shake, Dragonfly and ancient dragonfly were captured. Dragonite looked at his trainer strangely. They are quite special. Whether we can win this tournament depends on them. Tetsuya seemed to be explaining to it, and seemed to be chatting with Walnut in the headphones. Kirumi naturally took over the conversation. Oh, why is that? Because the big ancient dragonfly is elite level, and the small dragonfly has the characteristic of acceleration. Tetsuya summed it up in one sentence. That's why he chose to use 2 chances to capture the opponent. Dragonfly, a thin-winged Pokémon, looks like a dragonfly and has 3 pairs of legs. Although it does not have compound eyes, its special eyes that can see 360 degrees in all directions without moving its head before and after evolution allow the ancient dragonfly and it to grasp the situation around them in an instant. This also brings a common ordinary characteristic called compound eyes to their tribe. Pokémon with this characteristic can hit the enemy better in battle. But in fact, the dragonfly family has a more powerful ordinary characteristic, acceleration. If the dragonfly flaps its wings at high speed, it will generate shock waves, and sometimes even crack the surrounding glass. Such a powerful part allows it to quickly increase its speed. However, compared with the compound eye characteristic, the dragonfly individual with the acceleration characteristic is very rare. Because the wing strength required by the acceleration characteristic is something that many dragonflies cannot achieve. Take Tetsua's flame chicken as an example. For it needs such a strong pair of legs and physique to have the hidden characteristic of acceleration. Although flying is more labor saving than running, it is not too exaggerated. It is also for this reason that the potential of dragonflies with acceleration characteristics is generally not bad. And the mother of this dragonfly is elite, so its potential is likely to be at least elite, or even car-seeking. In fact, the giant rock monster in the Aishiwanko period is similar. It's just that it is particularly rare, because the shattering armor characteristic does not match its own characteristics, and it is also somewhat different from the dragonfly. But no matter what the reason, this dragonfly is enough to be a strong supporter of his victory this time. Capturing the ancient giant dragonfly is just a matter of convenience. On the one hand, it is to increase the persuasiveness of the dragonfly's potential, and on the other hand, it is also to prepare for releasing it later. Yes, although this dragonfly has good potential, Tetsuya has no intention of conquering it. The ancient giant dragonfly, which looks like an ugly version of the desert dragonfly, does not meet his aesthetic taste, and the team fit and attributes are not very good. If others knew his thoughts, they would definitely call him stupid. Although the selection quota that comes with the final champion of events such as the insect catching competition can indeed be given up, basically no one will do so. Because winning means that this Pokémon is the best Pokémon in this event. This is a good reinforcement for a trainer, even if it is for the second or even third team. For the same reason, Zay has always sought quality rather than quantity. His philosophy is that, since he has captured them, he should cultivate them well and keep them by his side. Instead of forcing himself to capture Pokémon that he doesn't like very much, it is better to pursue a partner that he recognizes. After quickly moving to another position, Zay released the ancient dragonfly and dragonfly to recover them. The healing spray was sprayed on their bodies, making the two unconscious Pokémon tremble. The red eyes slowly lit up. The moment he saw the person in front of him, the ancient dragonfly subconsciously stretched out its wings to protect the bewildered dragonfly behind him. Zay shook the potion in his hand. "Don't worry, I have no ill intentions." His tone was very sincere. But the ancient dragonfly did not relax at all. ZHE didn't care and continued, "I'm just taming you temporarily, and I'll let you come back soon. But in the meantime, you have to take me to your nest." As usual, the elves are not taken away, and the spoils cannot be missing. Mima the ancient dragonfly made an angry cry. "Don't be unhappy, it's reasonable to spend money to sell your life, isn't it?" ZHE also tried to persuade it. Obviously, not all elves have this concept in their minds. So the ancient dragonfly looked ready to die. "This is a bit troublesome." ZHE also tilted his head. Electric dragon. Buu the aggressive electric dragon immediately glowed with lightning. Yangma dragonfly called behind the ancient dragonfly with some fear. The ancient dragonfly hesitated. "Look, it's just some things you don't need in exchange for the life and freedom of you and your child. It's reasonable, isn't it?" Zay spread his hands like a villain. "This is a win-win situation." The ancient dragonfly didn't quite understand what a win-win situation meant, but it did think that what Zay said made some sense. It was definitely not because of the pink guy waving his thunder fist on the side. Mima nodded reluctantly. Zay clapped his hands. "Very good, then please lead the way." The ancient dragonfly looked at Zay angrily, propped up its heavy body with 6 legs, and flew to a place. Seeing this, the dragonflies also hurriedly followed behind. Zay was not afraid that they would run away or resist. Although they have recovered some of their status, they can't even withstand the electric shock of the electric dragon. Soon, one person and 3 elves came to a cave that was not too big. Chapter 389 Unlucky Guy. Seeing the ancient dragonfly and dragonfly rushing in with familiarity, Zay also pulled down his gas mask and walked in with the electric dragon without fear. This cave is only about 10 cubic meters in size, so it became crowded all of a sudden. The ancient dragonfly looked at Zay, struggled to walk to a corner, and began to dig the soil with his legs. Zay raised his eyebrows. This guy actually knew how to hide treasures. This is quite rare. After all, most elves just pile up the collected things in their nests casually. For them, in fact, many things are only brought back because they feel the energy fluctuations, and they can actually use very few. The elves in the wild collect items mainly out of hobby rather than need. The horn of the hornworm, the silk of the green caterpillar, the shell of the hazelnut bull. Various parts of the elves were thrown out by the ancient dragonfly. It seems that it has a good life in the nature park. Zay carefully selected. Although it seems that there is nothing valuable, flies are meat, no matter how small they are. He took away some materials of decent value. Two things that looked like shells caught his eye. Tetsuya exclaimed, and picked them up with a happy look on his face. One shell was yellow and looked like a snake's tail, but it was hollow inside. The other shell looked like a helmet, with 3 blue black marks on the opening and a spiral pattern going counterclockwise upward. He put the former into the space backpack first. This is the beautiful empty shell, also known as the gorgeous coat, but Tetsuya prefers to call it the golden cicada escape shell, because its function as a Pokémon item is to ensure that the Pokémon carrying it can be replaced with a backup Pokémon and will not be affected by the state of being unable to escape, bound, and rooted. How to say it? It is somewhat useless, but it can play a good role in certain situations. Its value can also reach 7 figures. Just for this time is the right time. But in comparison, the other shell is what Tetsuya values more. Where did you get this? He raised the helmet-like shell and asked. The ancient dragonfly tilted its head and made a gesture of eating. Just as Tetsuya expected, this thing was left after it ate a small insect Pokémon. Tetsuya continued to ask, did you find any other food next to the owner of this shell, the kind you eat? The ancient dragonfly shook its head. No, that shouldn't be the case. Tetsuya frowned. He stood up and stopped taking the spoils. Take me to the place where you caught this elf. With that, Tetsuya walked out. Yangma at this moment, the dragonfly called out. It seemed to understand what Tetsuya meant. The dragonfly flapped its wings and flew to another corner. Not long after, under the gaze of Tetsuya and the other 2 elves, its 6 legs flew over with a blue elf. This small elf has a blue skin all over its body, and the front has a face and abdomen. The face itself is a bit like a mask, and it also has 2 sharp teeth. The shape of its head is a bit like a fork, and its hands and feet are very short and small. It looks very weak with its eyes closed. Tetsuya's eyes lit up. Yes, it was this Dragonite. Dragonite immediately walked up and brought the Pokémon over. I didn't expect that the Pokémon in the nature park are really rich in species. He couldn't help but sigh, and at the same time, he didn't forget to throw the last Pokéball to subdue the unlucky guy hidden by Dragonfly as a backup food. Tetsuya took out a flat cherry fruit and threw it at Dragonfly. Dragonfly bit the fruit with a bright face and ignored his old mother's earnest preaching. The ancient dragonfly sighed. It didn't know when its child had the habit of storing food, but it was pretty good. It would be better if it could tell it in advance. You have it too. Tetsuya's voice sounded, and a mystery fruit flew to the head of the ancient dragonfly. This is a more effective insect-type fruit than the flat cherry fruit. The ancient dragonfly looked at Tetsuya and ate it naturally. It seems that it has accepted its status as a captive. Tetsuya kept his word and didn't care what was in the remaining pile. He walked straight outside. The ancient dragonfly looked at Tetsuya, then looked at his own things, and forcibly pulled the dragonfly out. These things can't be eaten, so the black fruit is better. It knows the difference between the two. The dragonfly ate the flat cherry fruit happily. In the natural park, because there are too many insect Pokémon, even the common flat cherry fruit cannot be eaten every day. Instead, caterpillars and the like are the staple food. It and its mother often fight with other predators for a little food. Okay, you guys come back first. Tetsuya took out the park ball. The ancient dragonfly subconsciously took a step back, somewhat resistant to this thing. But the dragonfly flew around in the air heartlessly. Don't worry, I said I would put you back. Tetsua's voice was very steady. The ancient dragonfly lowered his head. 2 beams of red light shot out. When I looked again, only Tetsuya and Dragonite were left in the forest. Tetsuya stretched his body and said, "It seems that my luck today is not bad, so I will start the show with peace of mind." He lost the connection when he was searching for something just now, and it was all thanks to Hutao. I don't know if she can do it. I turned on the headset again, and Hutao's voice came. "The last kid who called wanted to become a trainer, but you must remember one thing, only when you are sincere, the Pokémon will be sincere to you. So it is not a good idea to select after catching a group of Pokémons. Many trainers do not support it." Okay, our guest this time is back. Let's hear what he has learned. No, but I have some opinions on the question of the kid just now. I also know some trainers who do similar things, but they are not very strong without exception. As we all know, in the battle between Pokémons, the strength of Pokémons is not the only factor that determines the outcome. Walking in the jungle, Tetsuya expressed his views. As time passed, the insect catching competition gradually came to an end. Tetsuya, who had walked a long circle in the natural forest along the established route, had a dry mouth. Because he had no extra quota to conquer, he talked non-stop for the rest of the time. Well, this special program ends here. Welcome everyone to listen. See you next time. Walnut's conclusion marked the complete end of this mission, and ZHE also breathed a sigh of relief. Walnut heard the voice coming from the headset saying, "Thank you for your hard work, but you did a good job. I didn't expect to have such an effect the first time." The news from the Manjin radio station showed that the listening rate of this program was rising all the way. This was also thanks to ZHE's tireless explanation later. ZHE also joked, "It should be, don't forget to pay." That's impossible. I guess the station can't wait to do more episodes with you. Ha ha ha. Walnut was amused by ZHE's directness. After a few simple words, ZHE hung up the channel and came to the square at the beginning. At this time, the place has returned to the same lively scene as in the morning. However, everyone's expression is different. Some people were happy because they were confident in catching Pokémon. Some were worried because they caught Pokémon but were not satisfied with it, and some were frustrated because they returned empty-handed. After all, not everyone can run rampant in the nature park with powerful Pokémon like Tetsuya. If it was someone else, they might have been rescued by the organizer and forced to withdraw from the competition when they encountered a swarm of Beedrills. Although Pokémon above the Qua-seeking level are almost extinct in the nature park, elite level bug Pokémon are crowded. Even Tetsuya and Dragonite just experienced the edge of a car overturning. There is no way. Those hazelnut balls are really disgusting. Most of the trainers who appeared in the square now did not stay for a whole morning like Tetsuya. Looking around, Tetsuya has full confidence in the dragonfly and the ancient dragonfly. If he remembered correctly, Zyozzy won the championship of the bug catching competition with a Beedrill, and the prize was the Sunstone. Although it has something to do with the protagonist's halo, ZHE also feels that the dragonfly with great potential and perfect characteristics is at least 2 levels stronger than the giant bee. Even if the giant bee may be at the peak of the elite or even the Qua-seeking strength. Please all contestants hand in the park balls. We will mark and record them. If you have more than 2 Pokémon, please indicate which one you are handing in for the judgment. The staff shouted with a loudspeaker in the distance. Hearing this, ZHE also walked over there. This time, the winner will definitely be me. A familiar voice came from behind. ZHE also turned his head and looked. Hey, isn't this Lacey? Long time no see. Lacey clenched his fists. We just met the day before yesterday. Oh, really? I don't have any impression. ZHE also had an innocent expression on his face. I'm really sorry, my memory is not very good. Lacey gritted his teeth. ZHE also smiled and ignored him. He went to one of the organizer's competition points and handed in his 3 park balls. By the way, he roughly described the ancient giant dragonfly and dragonfly. The staff naturally did not dare to neglect it. Tetsuya's identity had long been notified to the nature park. If what he said was true, then he would most likely be the champion this time. The staff who had experienced several insect catching competitions had a clear judgment standard in mind. Due to the large number of participants, the results of this competition will be announced in an hour. We have prepared a rich variety of food for the participants. If you need it, you can go to the corresponding area to enjoy the food. The loudspeaker in the square kept repeating the same message. Chapter 390. One of the privileges of honorary residents. An hour later, the results came as expected. As expected, Zay successfully became the champion of this insect catching competition with the acceleration characteristics of the dragonfly. Standing on the high platform to receive the award, he looked very calm. Next to him, the second place was Lacey, who caught an elite level giant mantis that is extremely rare in the wild. If it were any other time, Lacey's result would definitely be enough to become the champion. Even the ancient giant dragonfly could not compare with the rarity and strength of the giant mantis. But the acceleration characteristics gave the dragonfly a very high score bonus. Not to mention that the official judgment was that this dragonfly was likely to be aqua-seeking. Lacey was very unhappy about this. As for the third place, it was a passerby. He caught a grass lady in the form of sand and soil. This Pokémon evolved from grass in the Sinnoh region has 3 forms: leaves, gravel, and garbage, which are insect attributes plus grass attributes / ground attributes / steel attributes respectively. And it is understandable how lucky this passerby was to find a sand-shaped lady in the forest environment of a natural park. After all, when a grass-bearing lady evolves, it uses the materials around it to wrap its body and evolve into different forms. In a natural park, where there are almost only leaves, the probability of evolving into a sand-shaped form is pitifully small. In addition, due to regional reasons, it is only natural that he won the third place. After receiving the useless trophy, Zaya came to the backstage. This is where the rewards are announced. Then, the champion reward for this insect catching competition is a quality 80 sunstone. Please accept it. In addition, you have the right to choose one of the captured Pokémon to capture, and we will return the rest to the natural park. The staff member politely handed a wooden box to Zaya and took out 3 marked Pokéballs. Zaya looked at it and pointed. Then, give me that one. The staff member who was about to reach out to take the Pokéball of the dragonfly was stunned for a moment. Are you sure it's that one, and not this one? Yes. Zaya smiled and nodded. The staff member hurriedly apologized. Sorry, I'll give it to you right away. He was secretly surprised. This was the first time this had happened in all the times the bug catching competition had been held. After all, the contestants could not determine the scores of the Pokémon captured by other opponents, and they often submitted the best Pokémon for judgment. Could it be that in the eyes of this trainer, that Pokémon was more precious than the dragonfly with the acceleration characteristic? Anyway, it was hard for the staff to imagine. This dragonfly with the acceleration characteristic of the aqua-seeking qualification could even be called the best Pokémon that appeared in the bug catching competition in the past 20 years. If it weren't for the strict regulations of the nature park since its establishment, this dragonfly would have been caught by their own people long ago. Yes, the officials of the nature park certainly knew about the existence of this rare dragonfly, but they didn't expect that someone really caught it. To be precise, it was a few years faster than they expected. The main reason was that the acceleration characteristic could not be seen by a short observation with the naked eye, and the first target of ordinary trainers should be the ancient giant dragonfly. The ancient dragonfly, which possesses the original power, is a very outstanding flying Pokémon, and its strength is not too low among the bug Pokémon. The organizers thought that at least someone would have to wait until the dragonfly evolved into the ancient dragonfly before someone would catch it and bring it to the insect catching competition. They were also prepared to lose a property. Seeing that Zaya left with the Pokéball, the staff hurried to their boss's office after handing out the rewards for the second and third place. You mean, he took the Jigegumi away? The middle-aged man sitting in the office chair frowned and asked. The staff replied respectfully, yes, I know. The middle-aged man nodded. Don't tell anyone about this for the time being. I have other arrangements. In addition, put the 2 Pokémon back to the nature park. This will be a good gimmick later. Understood. The staff responded and walked out of the office. The middle-aged man kept knocking on the table. The Jigegumi from the Unova region is certainly good, but it is definitely less valuable than the dragonfly. Speaking of which, when we reached a cooperation agreement with Unova, where did we get these beetles and snails? It seems that they were seized from the plasma team. The middle-aged man rubbed his temple. His memory is not so good now that he is old, but it should be roughly like this. He was too lazy to flip through the thick records. Forget it, no matter what, it is a good thing. Report to the boss and see if we can contact the other party to make friends or something. The middle-aged man dialed a phone. On the road back to Mansion City, Walnut said, "Congratulations, I didn't expect you to win the championship of the insect catching competition so easily. This is not an easy thing. By the way, can you show me your dragonfly? I think it was quite cute when it was young. I didn't choose that dragonfly," they said with a smile. Ah. Walnut was stunned. "Then you didn't take the Pokémon with you?" They smiled mysteriously. "I took it with you." As he said that, he took out a locked Pokéball. Because the number of Pokémons he could carry reached the upper limit, he couldn't open it now. Before the illustrated system is updated, it can only be transported to the Pokémon Center. It's a Jigabug from the Unova region. It suits me better. They didn't keep it a secret and told Hu Tao what was inside. Jigabug? I remember its evolution as night snail. It's really impressive. But it needs a small snail with the same or even better qualifications to play its value. Compared with that dragonfly, a single individual seems to be much worse. And is the qualification of this Jigabug as high as that of a Quasi King? Hu Tao frowned and put forward her opinion. She was really thinking about Zay. If it was someone else, he would have started to laugh at his choice. It's okay, I know. Zay laughed and prepared to muddle through. The main reason was that it was too troublesome to explain. Hu Tao didn't continue to persuade him. These days, who doesn't have a secret? Zay asked. By the way, Sister Hu Tao, do you know any way to increase the number of Pokémon you carry? He still didn't want his Pokémon to live without him. Although it would be much more tiring, it would be more fulfilling. Kurumi, how many do you carry now? 8, 9 if you count this one. Kurumi looked at him in surprise. It seems that you are doing really well in Kanto. Tetsuya chuckled. Kurumi shook her head unhappily. She felt that this handsome little brother was really not very cute. Of course there is a way, and it is very simple for you. Tetsuya stared at Kurumi with his curious eyes. Kurumi failed to block the attack. Kurumi typed GG, I admire you. You just need to apply to the Johto Alliance as an honorary resident of Mansion City. I remember that the upper limit of the area can be increased to 12, but this is the maximum number, unless you can become a regional champion. Then you can apply for a cross-regional approval, so that you can go around and carry 12 in each area. It must be said that Kurumi is really quite knowledgeable. Tetsuya just raised his question, and she immediately thought of a solution. This method seems simple, but in fact few people pay attention to it. The main reason is that, if you can obtain the status of an honorary resident of a big city, your strength must be that of a top-level trainer. At that time, basically you don't need the status of an honorary resident to apply for carrying 12 Pokémon. It is directly applicable to the entire league. In simple terms, the strong ones can't be used, and the weak ones can't be used. Only Tetsuya can use this method. Tetsuya slapped his head, and you said, why he didn't think of it. Okay, thank you, Sister Walnut. I'll contact you later. In this way, it won't be a problem to capture Pokémon in the future. As for the money needed for training, is that a problem? The Sunstone just now, the winning reward, is worth tens of millions. With Tetsuya's current strength, making money is actually a very easy thing. It's just that most of the time, there are often some hidden costs, so Tetsuya doesn't like to make quick money and big money. After all, competitions of this scale like the bug catching competition are relatively rare. But the good news is that when participating in the competition, Tetsuya has seen several powerful bug type specialized trainers carrying the same bug net as AB. According to the design of the three parties, they should be doing early promotion. It won't be long before Zay can proudly shout that he is a billionaire, and it's not the first one. At least it's a double digit. The two of them walked back to the center of Mansion City, talking and laughing. After saying goodbye at an intersection, Zay returned to the Pokémon Center. After saying goodbye to Pidgeot, he operated an instrument in the corner, and the locked Gagebug Pokeball opened, while Pidgeot's Deluxe Ball was locked. After letting the Dragonite and Gagebug recover at Miss Joy's place, Zaya rushed back to the hotel's training ground, and opened a separate small room. Blazing Chicken, come out. Zaya first took protective measures. Then he released Gagebug. This was very necessary. After all, he didn't take the regular way to capture Gagebug. So it is very likely that it will attack him when it comes out. But to Zaya's surprise, Gagebug did not take a defensive posture after coming out. Hello. Zaya tried to say hello. Gagebug, who was nestling in the corner, nodded hesitantly in response. ZHE also roughly guessed the reason. Presumably, the Gege worm was not completely unconscious in the dragonfly's nest just now, and still had consciousness. It regarded itself as its savior. It can't be said to be wrong. After all, ZHE did save it from the brink of death. In the dragonfly's place, the Gege worm's final fate could only be to become food. ZHE was still very happy about this. This made it much easier for him to capture it. You feel better now, but you should still be a little hungry. Why don't you eat something first? ZHE also kindly took out a few flat cherry fruits. Looking at the flat cherry fruits that were half the size of its body, the Gege worm swallowed unconsciously. It couldn't remember when it last ate tree fruit. Was it about 2 months ago? The Gege worm never imagined that its life would become so different. It used to live in a cold area with a large tribe, and the leader, the night snail, was also the most handsome guy in the nearby area. Their tribe not only controlled a bunch of tree fruit trees, but also went to the next door to eat some small snails from time to time. It's just that the other side's boss, the agile bug, is not easy to deal with. Every time they finish eating meat, the other side always comes to harass them. But this is not a big problem, because their own boss is much stronger than the other side. Although the other side can always run away with speed, it can't change the nature of the loser. But since a group of humans came to the house, everything has changed. The night snail, which was originally incredibly powerful in the eyes of the Gege bug, was chopped off the armor by the elf named Commander / released by the other side. The rest of the evolved night snails rushed up together to prepare for revenge, but it was useless. The devil only used one knife again, and all the night snails died. The Gege bug group became captives. They had almost no fighting ability, and could not resist at all. The Gege bug soon fell into a coma. When it woke up, it saw a roof as white as snow. It is worth mentioning that the two terms, snow and roof, were learned and understood by the Gege bug from listening to human language. It only then knew that the icy thing covering the place where it had been living was called snow. The Gege worm and its companions were locked in a small cage, with each individual having very little space to move around. However, the food was good at that time, with plenty of tree fruits. Although there were no snails, the Gege worm gradually got used to this kind of life. Not having to worry about safety and the comfort of finding food made it obediently obey the words of these humans. But soon, the Gege worm found that its space for activities was getting bigger and bigger, and there were fewer and fewer companions around it. Those companions taken away by humans did not come back. The Gege worm immediately became panicked, because it knew that this meant death, and it was the same when it was in the wild before. The Gege worm began to bite the fence of the cage desperately. When it couldn't bite it, it spit out acidic liquid to corrode it. But its actions were futile, and instead attracted the attention of these humans. What is this guy doing? Trying to escape? Don't be ridiculous. How could this special insect cage be opened by a Pokémon like the Gege bug? That's right, but the doctor said that there are not many materials left. Let's catch some more. There are only these Gege bugs nearby. Can the doctor change it to a small snail? They communicated recklessly, not taking the Gege bug seriously at all. The Gege bug was desperate. It didn't want to wait for death. At this time, a human in white clothes came in. Everyone bent down. Doctor. The man named Doctor nodded and took a look at the cage. This material has good vitality. Let's take it today. I hope it can last a few more days. Without his further instructions, someone caught the Gege bug. The Gege bug bit the Pokémon that caught it with all its strength, but its teeth were broken and hurt. This Pokémon, who was very similar to Commander Slash, was very hard. Then the gay bug fainted. When it woke up again, the gay bug felt that half of its body was numb and half was hot. It looked around in a panic, and all of them were people in white clothes. The material is awake, with no rejection symptoms. Dual resistance data increased, and the body is shedding. The cartridge fit is 90%, and general attribute embedding is complete. The human mouth spoke words that the gay worm could not understand. A burst of severe pain came, and the gay worm fell into a coma again. In the next unknown number of days, the gay worm repeated the process of coma and awakening. Its idea was simple. It didn't want to die, and it wanted to avenge the clan leader. But gradually, the gay worm got tired. This gay worm is really special. It actually survived until now. Isn't this a good thing? I hope it can survive all the tests, so that we can rest. Beep beep beep, a shrill alarm sounded. The material's vital signs continue to decline, and a rejection reaction is suspected. Change the storage location. Move from the fork on the top of the head to the hands. The rejection reaction has weakened, but the material's body is being damaged by unknown factors, and the vital signs continue to decline. Add fire cartridge material. The energy resistance data has changed, and the vital signs are stable. The comatose gay worm only felt that his body seemed to be torn apart, and then closed again. Darkness filled its mind. Wind speed. Spray fire. In a daze, gay only heard a voice full of righteousness. Continuous explosions filled its ears. Quick, there is an elf test subject here. Send it to Joey for treatment. The owner of this voice seemed to be worried about itself. Gay thought. I don't know how long it has passed. It feels its scarred body warming up. Is it burning again? Gay is a little numb. It has gotten used to it. But this time it is not like this. Gay opened its eyes as its body gradually recovered. It was still a white roof. But this time, a background elf was looking at it with a smile. Lucky Gay remembered that the other party called it this way. Finally woke up. It seems to have recovered well. What a lucky child. A female human standing next to the other party said to Gay. It was different from the righteous voice, but they were all very kind. This is the last one, right? Have the rest recovered? Well, but do we really have to send these two populations away? Their original territory has been replaced by new owners. It is difficult for them to survive without the leadership of the night snails and agile worms. The natural park is a very good breeding ground for them. This is another word that I don't understand. But can the small-mouthed snails be eaten? This key question was on the mind of the Jedge worm. Chapter 391. Special Gay Bug. After recovering, the Gay worm returned to its own tribe. It was very grateful to the two humans who rescued and cured it. It was just that its body seemed to have changed a little. It was not a bad thing, but there was a lot more strength in its body. The gay worm felt that it was at least several times stronger than before. In this way, the gay worm did not hate those guys in white clothes so much. At least they improved their strength, didn't they? It was just that the gay worm did not want to experience that kind of pain again, and it was good to let those white clothes experience it once. Just when the gay worm was sharing the joy with its companions, a person in white clothes came in. The companions were scared and ran around, because a long experience in the past told them that such humans were not good things. But the gay worm did not think so, because it recognized that this human had just stood with the human who treated it. So, he should not be a bad person. The gay worm's thinking is very simple. As it expected, the people in white clothes did not hurt them like the previous humans, but said that they would take them to a new place to live. The gay worm was a little looking forward to it. This time, they did not live in a cage, but had their own small houses. Although it was a little dark, it was very comfortable to move around. I don't know how long it had passed, but the worm finally breathed fresh air again. But this time the air was different from the previous home, not so cold. Those humans disappeared without knowing when. The worm looked around and found a small mouth snail not far away. Gay had made an excited cry. The worm's friends rushed towards the small mouth snail with it. Under the leadership of the worm, these small mouth snails were no match for its tribe. They had a good meal. Then the worms were a little confused. Coming to a new home, what should they do? They didn't realize that they had mistakenly entered the territory of other elves when attacking the smallmouth snail. Hiss, an angry cry sounded. The worms looked up and saw countless flying elves. Their bodies were very big. Familiar sprints and attacks. The worms had no power to fight back under the attacks of the other party. Later, the worms learned that they were called giant bees, and no one in the forest dared to mess with them. But it was useless to know, because the gay bug had been separated from its companions. It lived alone in the forest for a long time. With its good strength, the gay bug could not compete with those powerful elves for tree fruits, but it had no problem competing with weak elves for weaker elves. Not to mention companions, it never saw a living snail again. It only occasionally smelled their fragrance and saw their shells, but the elves inside were gone. Then, what ZHE also knew later, the gay bug was caught by the dragonfly and taken back to the nest as a reserve food. Probably because the dragonfly had never seen the gay bug, it never ate it and just put the gay bug aside. The gay bug gnawed the flat cherry fruit in its hand while telling its story. The translator, Flame Chicken, used the Wava guide to translate diligently. Elf experiment. In the Unova region, there is probably only the plasma team. ZHE also frowned and thought, if Team Rocket tells you nakedly that they want to rule the world with the power of Pokémon, then Team Plasma of Unova has added a false mask called Ideal Ambition on its surface. Its goal is to separate Pokémon from humans, and it advocates that Pokémon in human hands is a misfortune and should be allowed to return to nature. It also gives speeches everywhere and even wins the acceptance and support of many people. But in fact, it just wants to use this idea to make other trainers give up Pokémon so that Team Plasma can monopolize the power of Pokémon, and for opponents, they will forcibly seize the Pokémon of the opponent. From the description of the worm, Tetsuya can roughly guess that Team Plasma is studying Pokémon transformation and even involves changes in attributes. Find time to talk to Professor Oak and let him contact the people in Unova. Tetsuya thinks that the Unova Alliance must know about this, but it doesn't affect what he said. Anyway, it's so far away, Team Plasma can't cause trouble for him. The main reason is that Tetsuya really lacks a good impression of this dark organization. Looking at the frantically eating Jeji, he also understood why Zero's analysis of it in the wild was full of question marks. Unless Tetsuya got the experimental data of Team Plasma, it would take at least 2 or 3 days for Zero to detect the specific situation of Jeji. Even now, the progress of Jeju's panel is pitiful. But this is enough for Tetsuya to think about completely conquering it. Defensibility, physical and energy, is 2.8 times that of the same kind. Attack ability, same as above, is 2 times that of the same kind. Acid corrosion is 3 times stronger, and resistance to fire is enhanced. If these 4 points were placed on the desk of the elf doctor, they would definitely shout that it is impossible. This is no longer the data that a Jeji should have. Especially the last point, which is equivalent to directly modifying the attribute restraint rules that have always existed in the elf world. Tetsuya found it difficult to imagine what the guys in Team Plasma were researching. Could it be the second Mutuo? By the way, is Team Plasma that strong? Tetsuya didn't even have much impression of this dark organization. He shook his head and put it aside. The top priority now is Jeji. The gay bug on the side ate 2 flat cherry fruits and stopped eating. Instead, it put the remaining flat cherry fruits beside it to prepare for storage. It looked at the human in front of it with its eyes wide open. What should it do next? Or find a new place to live? Gay bug didn't want to leave. It had lived here for a long time. Zyremo Flame Chicken chatted with it with great interest. It was very interested in insect-type Pokémon that could defend against fire. It had never seen one before. Although Flame Chicken's aura was very strong, Gay Bug didn't feel afraid because of the perception of the Wava guide. Gay the 2 Pokémons of different races communicated happily. The difference in size made this scene look inexplicably funny. Flame Chicken even had to lie on the ground to barely look at Gay Bug, which was less than 1/3 of its body length. After all, the forked horn on Gay Bug's head occupied a large part of its body length. ZHE, who came to his senses, was also amused by this scene. He walked to the side of the 2 Pokémons and squatted down. Gay Bug subconsciously took a step back. ZHE didn't care. Now your friends should have scattered to all corners of the forest. What are your plans next? He asked. Plans? The forked horns of the worm shook. It seems that there is no plan. As a Pokémon, it just lives a simple life. If it weren't for the appearance of Team Plasma, it should have evolved into a night snail to protect the tribe in the snow. Then, how about becoming my partner, and let me be your trainer? ZHE also stretched out his hand to invite. Although it's a bit far, I'm happy to help you beat up those guys in the future. Next Flame Chicken nodded in agreement. The worm didn't quite understand what a trainer was, but it knew what a partner was. Those human partners were really too strong. Although the worm felt that it was already very powerful, it still believed that it was not the opponent. Gege had persuaded the person in front of it who saved it not to do this. It was very dangerous. ZHE also smiled. Then, if you don't mind, how about seeing its strength? He tilted his head towards Flame Chicken. Gege looked over curiously. Flumulina stood up from the ground, its body covered with strong flame energy. Boom, the black shadow wrapped in flames directly hit the target in the training room. The fragmented materials flew and burned everywhere in the small space. Gege opened his eyes wide. It stepped forward and ran towards the target. Puff. Gege spit its acid on the target. Except for some black spots, the target did not change at all. Gege immediately turned around and nodded. It was willing to be the partner of this human now. For most elves, becoming stronger is an irresistible temptation. If there is, it is the temptation of food that is more delicious. Well, welcome to join. Zaire stretched out his hand again. This time, Gege jumped up naturally. It is 0.6 meters tall and weighs 7 kilograms, which is completely bearable for Zaire. Guys, meet your new partner again. Zaire called out. The red light shone, and all the Pokémon, except Pidgeot, came out of the Pokéball. Pangal turned the rock on its body. The frequency of new partners joining has been quite high recently. Ice Vulpix curiously greeted the Jiggy with its claws. Jiggy felt a familiar temperature coming from it, and happily came over. It hadn't felt this cool for a long time. After introducing it as usual, Zay took out various Pokéballs and let Jiggy choose. After explaining it, Jiggy roughly understood that it was choosing a home. It pointed and selected a Pokéball with green on top and white on the bottom. This is a friend ball, which looks quite similar to a park ball, but the effect is very good. It can effectively increase the intimacy between the Pokémon inside and the trainer. This coincides with Zay's idea. After all, Jiggy's experience has left a scar in its heart. Friend ball can help to close the distance between trainers and Pokémon. After some operation on the illustrated book, he transferred the binding of Jiggy's Pokéball to the friend ball. Then, come back, Gege. Tetsuya raised the friend ball and shouted. Gege turned into a red light and returned to the friend ball. After about 7 or 8 minutes, Gege finally ran out of the friend ball with an excited and happy face. It seemed that the environment inside made it quite satisfied. Tetsuya was also very happy. Such a tough, smart and talented Gege was the best choice for his main insect system. Moreover, the night snail was very compatible with his team. Gege's current qualifications were still questionable, but the ordinary characteristics of molting and the hidden characteristics of no defense made Tetsuya feel that its qualifications were at least at the Qua-seeking level. The most important thing is that this combination of characteristics will become hard shell armor plus dust proof after evolving into night snail. Yes, it is the characteristic combination of the ideal thorny shell that Tetsuya wants. And unlike the thorny shell, the night snail, which is good at both physical and energy defense, can make up for the lack of special defense in the current team to a certain extent. Not to mention that the physical attack ability of the night snail should not be underestimated. The pair of spears makes it a real heavy knight that can attack and defend. Of course, this is at the cost of an extremely slow long distance movement speed. Compared with its attack and reaction, the speed of the night snail is exactly the same as its name. But it doesn't matter. ZHE will not ride the night snail as a knight. Besides, it would be very interesting if anyone really thought that the night snail could not burst out at a very fast speed. It's just that, because of its steel shell covering its entire body, the night snail cannot move at high speed all the time, which consumes too much physical strength. If it is only the time of a battle, the night snail can completely use the power of high-speed sprint to raise the spear and pierce the enemy's body. The kind of stabbing back and forth multiple times. The only problem is, as Walnut said just now, how the kappa worm evolves into the night snail is a big problem. According to research, when the kappa worm and the smallmouth snail are connected and exchanged, the former will wear the armor of the latter and evolve into the night snail, and the latter will take off the shell and evolve into the agile bug that prioritizes speed. In the wild, it is usually the case that after the gadget meets the smallmouth snail, it fuses with its shell and evolves into the night snail. Of course, if the gadget accidentally removes the smallmouth snail's shell during the predation process, but does not kill it, the agilorm will be born, and the gadget's fate is self-evident. The food chain and evolutionary chain of the Pokémon are so strange. The two mortal enemies are the key to mutual evolution. Even if they are food in their infancy, they will become good hunting partners after becoming the final form. Although there is no clear evidence that the qualifications of the two parties in the connected evolution will have a certain impact on the qualifications after evolution, ZHE also thinks it is better to be on the safe side. It's not that I'm worried that the night snail's shell will be shattered by the enemy in the battle and become barbecue after all. I have never heard of such a ridiculous thing. In this way of evolution, the armor actually becomes a part of the night snail's body. However, ZHE also thinks that it is better to have two Pokémon with high qualifications evolve in a connected manner than one with high qualifications and one with low qualifications. This is more troublesome. It's not easy to get such an outstanding and special nat, and you have to find a nat with at least similar qualifications. Even if you don't catch it yourself, it's quite difficult to find another trainer. Don't forget that Unova and Johto are quite far apart. Tetsuya thought about it and decided to ask someone for help. Sure enough, I should ask Professor Oak. As the saying goes, ask Oak when you are in doubt. As the most prestigious of the regional professors, Professor Oak must have a way. But before that, Tetsuya has to solve the problem of the number of Pokémons to be carried. Judging from the speed of the Alliance's processing, one of his companions will be locked in a Pokéball in the next 2 or 3 days. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 390 to commission. 3 days later. After running to the Pokémon Center at least 10 times a day, Tetsuya finally got the permission to carry from the Johto Alliance. Although it will take some time to get the permission to carry for the entire region, he will not go to other regions for a while, so it can be regarded as solving a big problem. Several Pokémon no longer need to stay in the Pokéball in rotation. Professor Oak also responded to Tetsuya's idea. He will help Tetsuya ask Professor U in the Unova region. There is a helpful trainer senior who is good at cultivating agile bug and night snail. The other party should not mind linking evolution with Tetsuya. However, since this trainer senior is often unavailable, it may take some time. Although that guy has a casual personality and is easy to communicate with, he never lets you go when it comes to Pokémon. He may even test you at that time. This is what Professor Oak said. Tetsuya had a vague guess in his heart, but this is too exaggerated. He did not expect Professor Oak to find a big man of this level to help him at the beginning. And I have already reported Team Plasma's research to the Unova Alliance. This kind of experiment must be severely cracked down on. God knows how angry Professor Oak was when he heard what Tetsuya said. This was the first time Tetsuya saw Professor Oak get angry in all the time he had known him. It was also the first time he felt his opponent's momentum. Just through the screen, Tetsuya felt that Professor Oak was about to eat him. He is indeed a man who can defeat Kikuko. Although he switched to Pokémon research halfway, Professor Oak's strength did not stop improving. I just don't know how Professor Oak will react when he finds out that Team Rocket is doing similar experiments right under his nose, and even more than that. Tetsuya also hopes that he would not find out Mewtwo's strength is really beyond the standard for humans. Even though he was born not long ago, Tetsuya felt that the other party must have at least the strength of a 3rd level god, and it is very likely that he is already a 2nd level god. Professor Oak also quickly realized that he was still on the phone, so he became the harmless Pokémon doctor again. He smiled and reassured Tetsuya, "I asked the Unova Alliance for you. They said that they didn't find the specialness of the Jigabug at first, so they sent it to the nature park. Since you have captured it, they still hope that you can cultivate it well, and hope that you can go to Unova to communicate with their excellent young trainers in the future." Tetsuya was indeed relieved, because generally speaking, these experimental Pokémons will be taken away by the Alliance. The main thing is that they don't know what the Dark Organization has transformed these Pokémons. If it causes a bad impact, it will be very bad. But now with the communication and guarantee of Professor Oak, Tetsuya doesn't have to worry about this problem. "Thank you very much, Professor Oak." He was very grateful. "Professor Oak, you're welcome, but when you come back to repair, you have to lend it to me to see the child's data." Tetsuya nodded repeatedly, "Of course. Well, I have something else to do, so I'll hang up first. I wish you the championship in this regional conference." Professor Oak gave his best wishes. Looking at the dark screen, Tetsuya shrugged. The champion of the regional conference? Isn't this already in his pocket? His goal had long since become a Pokémon master who surpassed all trainers. Then, "Jigay, you have to resume normal training today," Tetsuya said, looking down at the little guy. Jigay raised his hand with full energy. Lalulus also hurriedly expressed his determination. Ice Vulpix looked at the two of them with envy, and its tail, which had grown to a shape that could barely be seen, kept sweeping the ground. KO it turned its head and howled at Tetsuya. Tetsuya picked it up and said, "Children should eat well every day. Now is not the time for you to work hard." Ice Vulpix lowered its head in grievance. Tetsuya touched Ice Vulpix. Of course, he knew that Ice Vulpix was actually capable of simple training now. But many tragic cases have warned every trainer of juvenile Pokémon, that is, never try to force the growth of Pokémon. It seems that training from a young age can quickly improve the strength of Pokémon, but it will hurt the future. Therefore, no matter how Ice Vulpix acted like a spoiled child, they would never agree to let it join the training. Ice Vulpix blinked its little eyes and looked at its old father. "Don't use the round pupil skill on me," they slapped it in annoyance. As one of the few girls, Ice Vulpix's personality is quite likable. It's just that she gets a little mad from time to time. For example, now, Ice Vulpix jumped directly from Zay's hand and ran to the resting Pangal. Then it climbed onto Pangal's back quite skillfully and started to complain. I don't know why, but the quad Pangal is the most popular one among the young Pokémon in Zay's team. This is the case with Snake, Togepi and Mare, and it's still the same with Ralts and Ice Vulpix. It's probably because its size makes children feel safe. They smiled dotingly and didn't care about Ice Vulpix. He turned around and carefully instructed Ralts and Jigorm. The other elves are all veterans. They can accomplish their goals very well. They only need to look at them occasionally. But these two little guys can't do it. Especially Lalulus. Don't be absent-minded when meditating. Lalulus closed his eyes and was very unconvinced. It was obviously trying hard. Then don't move your feet. Have you ever seen a psychic elf who doesn't devote himself to meditation? Lalu your feet will cross when you move your consciousness. Are you doing two things at the same time? Lalu in short, it's very worrying. This may also be one of the negative effects of the psychic elves' brains being too active. It is difficult for them to focus on one thing for a long time, even if it is meditation like eating and drinking. It can't be said that Lalulus didn't work hard, but his body naturally couldn't do it. What he has to do now is to overcome his instincts. The Gay worm that was training with him was not affected at all. It was running in circles with a stone several times larger than its body on its back. This is to prepare for the future night snail form in advance. It is worth mentioning that after 3 days of continuous scanning and analysis, Zero finally gave the panel of the Gay bug. Gay bug, category, biting Pokémon attribute, bug height. 0.6 meters, average value is 0.5 meters, weight 7 kilograms, average value is 5.9 kilograms, Features: shedding. By shedding the skin on the body, abnormal states can be restored in battle. Hidden features: no defense. If I don't defend, you can't defend either. The skills of both sides in the battle will definitely hit, but protection cannot be ignored. Skills: bug bite, inherited. Sneak attack on vital points, inherited. Shoot down, acquired inheritance. Peck, stare, continuous slash, hold on, stop at the right time. Acid bomb, head hammer, ghost face, piercing sound level, level 18, ordinary. Potential: king, acquired improvement, cultivation plan, recipe, sweet, flat cherry fruit, and mystery fruit are mixed in a weight ratio of 2:8:1. The formula is recorded as a special formula of insect elves type I. The function is to relieve muscle soreness and improve the quality of insect energy. At the same time, it can also produce a certain neutralization of fire energy. Weight training plan I. Apply a special liquid to the fork corner of the jeju worm and fix a round sphere with a diameter of about 1 meter in the following way. Picture, which can help the jeju worm adapt to the body form of the night snail in advance. Note, the Pokémon's resistance to fire is currently not to receive double damage. It is speculated that after evolution, it will change from 4 times weak fire in the data to 2 times weak. In short, it is in line with Zay's expectations. Although the skills that are not level enhanced and naturally comprehended are only 2 ghost faces and piercing sounds. For a first form Pokémon living in the wild, this skill list is already quite outstanding. Not to mention that it also has 3 inherited skills in the qualifications of the king. This is also the first time that Zero has added the notes of acquired inheritance and acquired improvement. Zay thinks that it is probably because of the plasma team's experiment that the jeju worm has been enhanced in all aspects. So while the qualifications have been improved, the inherited skills hidden in the body have also been revealed. And that note made him silent for a while. This is an epic enhancement. Including the fairy type, there are a total of 18 attributes. The combination of bug and steel originally made half of the attributes unable to cause good damage to the night snail. Among them, the grass type can only cause a quarter of the damage, and the poison type is directly immune. In this case, the weakness of 4 times weak fire is directly turned into 2 times weak, which undoubtedly makes the night snail's performance in battle a step up. ZHE also looked at the hard-trained Gege bug. Not only that, this Gege bug's personality is also a natural warrior. Gege bug naturally didn't know what Zay thought. It just felt that what it was doing now was nothing at all. This activity called training was far less tiring than the pain it suffered during the coma, nor was it as tiring as surviving in the wild. Not to mention that there was a comfortable massage and delicious food to eat after the end. Gege bug felt that this was probably the best life. Moreover, it could feel that it was getting stronger little by little, which made it even more comfortable. Gege bug took a breath and encouraged itself, then started running again. Flame Chicken glanced at it and unconsciously increased the speed of exercise. Then came the giant rock, the electric dragon, the king of the kings, and the Togekiss. In the end, even the lazy Pidgeot started to get serious. Zay suddenly felt that it was really good to have a Pokémon that really liked to work hard. Ralts opened half of its eye and took a peek, then sighed, "Can you please stop rolling the Pokémon? It can't roll anymore." Having said that, it immediately closed its eyes and put its mind to it. Ralts didn't believe that an instinct overcoming could stump it, a psychic Pokémon. Zay smiled with relief. These kids are all working hard. His trouser legs moved. He looked down and saw that it was Vulpix that came back. The giant rock was training, so it naturally couldn't disturb it too much. Vulpix opened its mouth and yawned loudly. Zay squatted down and held it in his arms. Vulpix habitually found a comfortable angle and closed its eyes. The hand gently patted its body, and the face of the ice six-tailed fox gradually became soft. Its belly rose and fell, and its mouth exhaled white cold air. In this hot summer, ZHE also felt as if he was carrying an air conditioner with him, which was very comfortable. It can be regarded as the fulfillment of last summer's dream. Time passed day by day. There was still no news from Professor Yu, but the strength of the companions was steadily increasing. Following the footsteps of Pidgeot, Flame Chicken also touched the signs of breaking through the king level, which happened when it was practicing the ultimate move Explosion Flame. This brought a lot of pressure to Pidgeot. At the beginning, the little guy was about to surpass himself. So it was rare that it had been training very hard recently. The lead-in level was probably its last stubbornness. The 4 older brothers and sisters behind were getting stronger step by step at the level of Quasi-Kings, and there was no intention of breaking through in the short term. The most obvious changes were naturally the 2 little guys. On the 16th day of coming to Mansion City, Ralt successfully upgraded to level 20 and evolved into Curlier. It is now a mature young man. This young man looks more in line with human perception of females, but it is actually a male. Although the Jigabug has not evolved, its strength is also very different from before. Not to mention the physical and ability qualities. The mastery of the 5 skills of sleeping, guarding, charming, sword dance, and energy ball makes it far superior to ordinary peers. The energy level of level 22 also tells the results of money, KO, and there is also Ice Vulpix. It is only 1 day away from becoming an adult and can immediately start the training that it has been thinking about the day after tomorrow. League calendar year 140, June 13th diary. Snap. Zaya closed the diary. Okay, stop reading, go to bed. Hearing this, the elves around him returned to their rooms. Zaya taught them human characters, so they are always very interested in the trainer's records of themselves, especially when praising oneself. I turned off the lights and prepared to go to bed, and the phone on my wrist rang at this time. Who else would call me at this time? Zaya frowned. He got up gently to make sure not to disturb the sleeping Ice Vulpix and went to the balcony of the room alone. After taking a look at the name, Zaya answered the phone with a serious face. Senior Do, it's so late. What do you want to talk to me about? Do apologized. I'm sorry to bother you, but I have an urgent matter to entrust you to do. I wonder if you are free. You say. It's like this. You know the Charizard Valley near Route 32. Well, Miss Gk's management point. The volcano there has experienced unknown vibrations. It's not convenient for me to go there now because I'm outside. Zyadichan also has something to deal with, so I wanted to ask if you have time to help me with this. Chapter 393 Fire Breathing Dragon Valley. ZHE thought about it for a while and agreed to Do's request. But I may not be able to go there until the day after tomorrow. He said so. Do thought for a while and said, it's okay. If GK is there, there will be no problem in 1 or 2 days. You can go and help me find out what happened the day after tomorrow. If you can't solve it, let me know immediately. I will be there in about a day. According to Do, he should be on a mission and can't leave. ZHE also thinks that it is probably related to Team Rocket. The 2 of them talked briefly and hung up the phone. What a trouble. Do, who rarely wore a cloak, looked up at the moon in the sky in a forest. Let's go, Dragonite. There are friends waiting to greet us. Yin, the honest fat man, shouted, waving his little wings, and followed his trainer. The moonlight was scattered. Looking carefully, the area around where Do was originally was full of fainted humans and elves. All humans were wearing black uniforms with their identities were self-evident. On the other side, Zay, who didn't know that Do was working late at night, stretched leisurely and fell asleep while holding the icy Vulpix. Woo-ay-oh. The melodious roar echoed in the earthy yellow valley. Lilu Curlier, who was suspended in the air, wanted to rise curiously to see which spirit made the sound. A huge black shadow flashed by. Curlier, who didn't rise much, was immediately frightened and dived down. The black shadow was suspended in the air and revealed its true form. It was a fire-breathing dragon with a pink bow on its head. Good morning, Miss GK. They recognized the visitor and greeted her politely. Good morning. A heroic girl with light green hair poked her head out from the back of Charizard. You must be the trainer Tetsuya Tamaki who was introduced by Mr. Watari. Nice to meet you. As she said that, she jumped down from the back of Charizard. This is my Charizard. You can call her Lisa. Little Lisa, say hello to your new friend. Wow. Charizard shook its flaming tail in a friendly manner. Seeing that it didn't seem to be an enemy, Curlier flew up again curiously and started to communicate with Charizard. GK, wearing a red tube top and red hot pants, looked very cool. She came to Tetsuya and sniffed. "It's a pity that you don't have a Charizard." Tetsuya blushed a little and subconsciously took a half step back. Ms. Jika's nose is exactly the same as the rumor. In order to ease the embarrassment, Tetsuya had to say this. Jika smiled. "Time is tight. Let's go back to Charizard Valley first." Tetsuya nodded. Jika whistled, and Lisa, who was happily chatting with Curlia, immediately flew down. "I won't let Lisa take you. You should have a flying partner." After saying that, she patted Lisa's back and flew away without waiting for Zaya to reply. Zaya quickly released Pidgeot and followed. Lilu Curlia called out in panic, her figure constantly flashing in the air. The 2 people and 3 elves moved in such a strange formation. Not long after, Zaya on Pidgeot's back saw a cliff surrounded by blue lake water. On the cliff, the jagged rocks formed a mighty and huge dragon head. Faintly, a familiar roar could be heard. Jika did not slow down and rushed straight to the back of the cliff. Zaya and Pidgeot followed closely. Crossing the dragon head, a canyon filled with rocks and trees came into view. Charmander, Charmeleon, Charizard. Countless of these 3 types of elves live leisurely in the canyon. Many fire-breathing dragons found the outsiders and just wanted to fly up to drive them away, but found that Jika waved at them. Woo-ayo, the fire-breathing dragon's cries seemed to be very disappointed. A drop of cold sweat involuntarily seeped from Zay's forehead. Fire-type elves are basically violent element, and the fire-breathing dragons with some dragon genes and blood are even more so. Among the 3 major elves, the fire-breathing dragon is also recognized as one of the most difficult elves to command. Zay has no doubt that, if Jika hadn't brought him here, these fire-breathing dragons would definitely tear him into powder. No wonder everyone knows about the Charizard Valley, and knows that there is only one Jika as an administrator guarding it, but still no one will come to attack here. In just half a minute of entering, ZHE saw at least 20 fire-breathing dragons, several of which are quasi-kings, and there is even a king-level existence. The fire-type 3 major elves that are rarely seen in the outside world seem to be green caterpillars here, not to mention the fire-breathing dragons that have not appeared in the depths. According to the habit of wild Pokémon, the stronger the individual, the better the position they occupy. The deep place is closer to the core of the Charizard Valley, so the Charizard inside must be much stronger than the ones outside. It was hard for ZHE to imagine what kind of strength that was. Quasi-champion? Or champion? Or a 3rd level god who broke through the limit? Little Lisa landed with Jika in an open space. There was a slightly casual house near the open space. I think this is where Jika usually lives. ZHE also patted Pidgeot on the back and then landed. Curlia sat on the ground panting. Lisa and Pidgeot flew very fast, and even teleportation required continuous use to keep up. This was still quite difficult for Curlia, who had just evolved. In the final analysis, it was still not strong enough, which led to the limited distance of its teleportation each time, so it had to make up for it with the number of times. But this is also a good way to exercise, which can effectively improve Curlia's ability to master teleportation, meditation to recover, and then return to the Pokeball later. ZHE also instructed. Curlia nodded to show that she understood. Jika came up to the side and said, "This kid is great, and your Pidgeot is also very powerful." Little Lisa said it is no match for him. Lilu, when the tired Curlia heard this, she didn't care about her physical fatigue, and she puffed out her chest to show that she was okay. Tetsuya patted its head and let it play. "Not bad, but you still need to work hard. By the way, Miss Jika, what kind of abnormality happened that made you ask Mr. Do for help?" Just because he didn't have a Charizard, Jika brought him in. It can be seen that what happened must be serious. "Come with me." Jika didn't explain immediately, but took him deeper. Charizard Valley is a natural park located between Kakayo City and Hinoki Town in the Johto region, which ordinary people cannot enter. Ordinary people here refer to trainers without Charizard. Even if there are other 3 starter Pokémon, Jika, as an administrator, generally will not let them in. This is the holy land of the Charizard family. It is worth mentioning that most of the Charizards in the Charizard Valley are wild, and Jika is only responsible for taking care of them. Only a very small number of trainers from outside put their Charizards here to live, such as the old Charizard of the future Xylzy. The Charizards inside often fight each other to improve their strength and status, and each Charizard is good at different tricks. This is Lei. It is very good at dragon claws, and it can easily tear the rock wall with one claw. This is a duo. It is better at wing attacks, and the scattered rocks you see are its masterpieces. This is Afu. Its overheating trick can turn rocks into lava in an instant. GK took Zay to the depths, while pointing to each Charizard, and introducing it in detail. Without exception, they all greeted Zay with the same posture, snorting a ball of fire from their noses. Maybe Charizards like this look. Zay's eyes were a little bright. Cool. Really cool. He couldn't help but say, Ms. GK. No, the Charizards here are protected by the Alliance, and cannot be captured, unless there is a special quota. In this way, you can capture them, after defeating them and gaining recognition. GK could guess what Zay wanted to say without thinking, and regretfully killed Zay's idea. Zay sighed. Okay, it doesn't matter. Anyway, his current team is not very suitable for Charizard to join. But, it's still so handsome. We are here. GK, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped. Zay subconsciously stopped. He looked up, and took a breath of hot air. What appeared in front of him was a piece of red magma, bubbling from time to time. The air was filled with the smell of sulfur. Zay was also surprised. The formation of the Charizard Valley originated from a volcanic eruption a long time ago, but since then, the volcano here has never erupted again, and there is not even any sign. This is why the Charizards choose to live here. But just 10 days ago, I found that the magma pool connected to the crater behind had strange fluctuations. Originally, the magma pool here was only about 1/3 of the current height, but it rose higher and higher, and the temperature also rose accordingly. At first, many Charizards who lived nearby with good strength now either chose to go deeper, or choose to live on the periphery. So I'm very worried. GK did not continue, but both of them knew what to worry about. ZHE was also a little confused. Miss GK, as an administrator, can't you go deeper? GK smiled helplessly. I'm an administrator, but not all Charizards are willing to listen to me. I'm just more familiar with the Charizards on the periphery. Although some of them will be willing to let me in, after entering the deeper part, there are still many Charizards who have lived in it since childhood who do not welcome me. Little Lisa's strength is only aqua-seeking, so she can't take me deep at all. ZHE also suddenly realized. When they first met, he was wondering why GK's little Lisa was only aqua-seeking. Now that he thinks about it, it seems normal. Because the Charizards in Charizard Valley don't need a very strong administrator. Happy New Year. Chapter 394 Battle. The strong strength allows Charizard to protect itself. The administrator's more important duties are to mediate and report special situations, such as this time. If a very strong trainer is really appointed as the administrator, the violent Charizards will probably have to fight him every now and then. They will not give up the challenge because of a temporary failure. On the contrary, challenging the strong is the tradition of the Charizard tribe. You can say that it is brainless to insist on this tradition when the strength gap is too large, but it is also the reason why they are so popular. If you don't even have the courage to challenge, how can you become stronger? As for why GK can contact Do, this is even more normal. Don't say that Do is the face of the Yanmo Yulan family. His job responsibilities include this, and GK's network and identity are not in vain. She is Do's cousin and a good friend of Xianachan, the owner of the Yanmo gym. She can also be regarded as a non-staff member of the Yulan family. In addition, Do himself has a very powerful Charizard as the main force. Under many factors, it is the most appropriate way to ask Do, who is currently active in the Johto area, for support. But I didn't expect Do to be unable to leave for a while. GK sighed and said, in fact, Mr. Do has been to the Charizard Valley before. That time, he commanded his Charizard to fight the boss here. So if it was him, there would be no twists and turns in the investigation. From what Miss GK said, Mr. Do's Charizard defeated the leader here. ZHE also relaxed a little. From this point of view, at least the Charizard leader here is not as exaggerated as the 3rd level god. It can't be said to be a victory. GK shook his head. I was far away at the time, but it should be a draw from observation. ZHE also sighed. Wow. Don't underestimate a draw. Although Doo's Charizard is not as famous as the Ace Dragonite, its strength is also real. After all, strictly speaking, that is Doo's first Pokémon. Being able to form a tie with it, the Charizard leader here is definitely a strong one in the champion level. So, what do I need to do? Zay looked at GK with some guesses. Get in and check what's going on there. GK replied decisively. Zay almost blurted out the 5 words goodbye. I can't do it. What a joke. His strongest Pokémon hasn't officially entered the king level yet. How could it possibly beat the Charizard inside? From what GK said, the leader lives in the crater, and that's the champion. Zay felt that it was time to call Doo. Don't worry. GK hurriedly stopped him. It's not as difficult as you think. Zay looked at her and motioned to continue. It's like this. Although there are many powerful Charizards inside, there are not only powerful Charizards. GK said something very awkward. ZHE also covered his forehead. Wait a minute, let me sort it out. That is to say, there are Quasi-Kings or even elite and ordinary level Charizards in the deeper depths, right? GK nodded to indicate that it was right. In fact, the biggest difference between the Charizard tribe inside and the Charizard tribe outside is the strength of the strong ones. In fact, there is also a very obvious distinction between the strong and the weak. After all, it is impossible to drive out those powerful Charizards after they give birth to their offspring. There are even many Charmanders and Charmeleons living inside. If you want to enter the deepest part, in addition to defeating the strongest of the tribe one-on-one, you can also gain their recognition through continuous fighting. As a Pokémon with dragon blood, Charizards are also very proud. They will not send out king level individuals to fight against quasi-king level opponents. So you only need to defeat those Charizards that are at the same level as your Pokémon. It's just that the qualifications of those Charizards are very high, because they are basically the descendants of the powerful Charizards inside. The strength of each of them is very powerful among the Quasi-Kings. My little Lisa can't defeat them. I think, since Mr. Doo recommended you, you should have the ability. GK's last sentence also had a hint of encouragement to ZHE. ZHE touched his nose. In this way, it is indeed a lot easier. He has full confidence in the strength of his partner. Even if it is the offspring of the champion leader, it is unlikely that he will be a match for Blaziken at the Quasi-King level. As the 3 starter Pokémons, their basic ability values are actually similar, and it is difficult to tell who is better in terms of the skills they master. But don't forget, Blaziken has ZHE, and this is the biggest advantage. The growth of people and Pokémons has always been complementary. It is a well-known fact that Pokémons with trainers are stronger than Pokémons that grow naturally in the wild. Even though many of the Charizards in the Charizard Valley are exceptions, ZHE still doesn't think this can be changed. In other words, he can't be compared with the original Zyozzy. Okay. After thinking about it, ZHE nodded and agreed to this seemingly outrageous method. He was not very willing to disturb the progress of Doo's mission. What if the other party was doing something very important? Besides, this was the first time that Doo contacted him personally to ask for help, so Zay still hoped for a good result. GK's face lit up. So, let's start now? Zay took out the Pokeball of Blaziken from his waist, of course. He didn't use Pidgeot, because he felt that the battle between fire-type Pokémons would be better recognized by Charizard. Moreover, if Pidgeot broke through to the king level in the battle, it would not be good. They didn't think that the Pidgeot who had just broken through would be the opponent of those old-timer king level Charizards. Time is a very powerful guy. Bypassing the Magna Pool, GK took Zay to go deeper. She introduced to Zay the characteristics of several powerful quasi-king level Charizards that she knew. It seems that GK has made similar challenges in the past few days, but they all failed. Then, I'll leave it to you. GK said to Zay very seriously. Don't worry. Zay showed his 2 rows of big white teeth. Ouch. The Charizards in the valley looked slightly dangerous when they saw GK bringing a stranger over. As an administrator, although the Charizards may not necessarily listen to GK, they will not take the initiative to hurt her. After all, this concerns many tribesmen. Zay, as a stranger, is different. Without the breath of the same tribe, coming here may pose a threat to his children. Zay looked around and looked at the Charizards that kept pouring in with an ugly expression. Miss GK, you didn't say this would happen before. How to say it? The name of Charizard contains the word dragon because of the similar appearance. Their eyes are really like dragons, slender and terrifying. Any human being who is stared at by dozens of Charizards will become autistic. This is the natural repressive force from the predator. GK took a deep breath and his face became serious. This is a human trainer I brought to challenge you. If you fail, then we have to go deeper. She shouted loudly. You should have noticed that the temperature is not right recently. There may be something wrong with the volcano inside. I must go in to solve it. Otherwise not only you, but also Charmander and Charmeleon will be greatly threatened. To be honest, ZHE also thought that she looked really cool now. Not everyone has this courage. However, as the protagonist of this operation, how could ZHE let GK, a girl, take the lead? He tightened the luxury ball in his hand, feeling the temperature coming from it, and strode forward. Why, do you think you will definitely lose? So you are ready to fight in a group? There was a provocative smile on his mouth. Hearing this, the expressions of the Charizards became more terrifying, but they stopped further actions. A Charizard with claw marks on its eyes came out. Without zero, just looking at the size, ZHE knew that this was definitely the boss of this tribe. Our Charizard shouted again, and pointed at himself with his claws. Tetsuya spread his hands. But, my Pokémon is Blaziken, and its strength is only Qua-seeking. As he said that, he threw the Deluxe ball in his hand. Blaziken cooperated very well, and released the momentum representing its strength. Claw-marked Charizard spit out a little spark from its nose very unhappy, and then waved its tail wildly on the ground. After staring at Tetsuya and Blaziken for about 7 or 8 seconds, it turned its head away. Our claw-marked Charizard picked out another petite Charizard with its claws. It pointed at Tetsuya and Blaziken again, and then returned to the tribesmen around. Zero took a look. Very good. Qua-seeking, and the characteristic was only one fierce fire. But Tetsuya didn't relax too much. According to GK, this first place is just an appetizer, used to test whether it is qualified. If you can't even beat the first one, the Charizards will not talk about friendship. They will only feel insulted and ridiculed. So, we'll win the first battle. They raised his hand and pointed. Blazing Chicken, use Jet Flame. Next Blaziken took a deep breath, and a surging column of fire shot out. In the special natural environment of the Charizard Valley, the power of fire skills is much greater than usual. However, this is also a benefit that both sides can enjoy, regardless of whether there is an advantage or not. Charizard opened its mouth wide and also fought back with jets of flames. For fire-type Pokémon, the strength of their strength can usually be determined by the confrontation of jets of flame. Boom! A violent collision sound came from the confluence of the two flames. It can be seen with the naked eye that the jet of flame used by Blaziken overwhelmed Charizard, and the flames were constantly approaching Charizard. Our Charizard was naturally unwilling to admit defeat, and it shouted and increased its output. Happy New Year! Chapter 395 next. The hot flames further increased the temperature of the already not very cool air. ZHE even had the illusion that he was being roasted. GK, who was standing by, was also covered in sweat. The Charizards felt very comfortable, and they all howled loudly to cheer for their fellows who were fighting. Unfortunately, shouting would not help the Charizard opposite Flame Chicken to become stronger. Although the opponent tried very hard, Flame Chicken continued to exert force steadily. Finally, Charizard could not help it anymore. It stopped using the jet of flames and flew into the sky with a flap of its wings. This also meant that it had admitted defeat in this regard. But ZHE had not agreed to let it go yet. Jet flames. The pillar of fire that soared into the sky followed closely below the Charizard, forcing it to rely on continuous flight to get rid of it. Fire-type Pokémon themselves have good resistance to flames, but that does not mean they will not be hurt. Except for Pokémon with the property of attracting fire. The cheers of the surrounding Charizards involuntarily weakened a lot. After all, the performance of their fellow Pokémon was really not very good. A sturdy Charizard spit out a column of fire towards the sky with dissatisfaction. It was very unhappy. It thought that, if it went up, it would definitely be able to defeat the little chicken on the opposite side. But under the watchful eyes of the leader of the clawed Charizards, no Charizard dared to disrupt the battle. Compared with outsiders, their own boss is the synonym of fierceness, which is the majesty accumulated from small to large battles. Seeing the Charizard running around with its head in its hands, being beaten by the flame chicken, ZHE was not only not relieved, but became more serious. This Charizard living in the wild actually chose the most correct way to fight. The situation seems to be suppressed, but in fact, the damage and physical strength consumed by the Charizard are the least. The way to rush into the flames and prepare to resist and then fight back is the way that only rookie trainers will use. Wild Pokémon are rookie trainers most of the time because they do not have the command of the bystander trainer. It is very difficult for them to make the right choice. The performance of this Charizard fully demonstrates its rich combat experience. Zay was not worried that Blaziken could not defeat this one. Rather, if this not so strong Charizard could have such an experience, what about the more powerful Charizard? He had a vague premonition that what awaited him and Blaziken would be a series of fierce battles. Zay grinned. This is more interesting, right? Next, Blaziken seemed to understand what he said, and a strong fighting spirit appeared in his eyes. Then, rock collapse. Seeing that the flying height of Charizard was consciously suppressed by Blaziken, Zay formally launched the attack at the right time. Charizard, which has the flying attribute, does have a considerable advantage when facing Blaziken, but Blaziken also has its own countermeasures. The 4x weak rock type skills are the biggest disadvantage of Charizard. Even without the attribute consistency bonus, the rock type is still a pain that Charizards cannot bear. Blaziken lifted its long legs and lifted the rocks scattered in the valley into the air. Then it flew and volleyed continuously, kicking rocks of different sizes like footballs. It's just that the weight and power of these footballs are a little heavier, just like a cannonball. Boom boom boom. Charizard, who was still maneuvering to avoid the jet of flames the moment before, never expected that the opponent would change so quickly and at such a fast speed, so he could only dodge and watch himself being hit. Roar! It roared in pain. Then, the roar stopped abruptly. After using the rock collapse, Flamel didn't stop, but kicked the ground and moved quickly to the bottom of Charizard the moment it landed. The flashing electric light of its right claw scorched the air, and it directly punched the connection between Charizard's wings and body. At this moment, Charizard lost its combat ability. Even the most powerful Pokémon can't completely take on 2 consecutive attribute restraint attacks from Pokémon of the same level, not to mention that one of them is a 4-fold weakness. At least at the Qua-seeking level, such Pokémon don't exist. Yu shouts rang out one after another. The onlookers felt that the battle situation had suddenly changed, and their own kind fell to the ground. They were very surprised at the strength of Titsuaya and Flame Chicken, but at the same time they were not convinced, because the first Charizard was far from being a strong one among them. Clawmark Charizard shouted, and sent 2 Charizards to carry the defeated first one away. Then, the second one, which was a circle larger in size, was selected by it. The same battle process, the same fall to the ground. Flame Chicken's wrist was burning with flames representing the will to fight, and it just looked at the Charizard tribe quietly. Next, Titsuaya said behind it. The Charizards were a little silent. The second Charizard was much stronger than the first one, but the battle process did not change at all. With rich combat experience, they knew that this was simply a suppression of strength. I don't care how strong you are, but everyone is obviously a Qua-seeking level. Why can this not so strong Pokémon defeat an opponent of the same level so easily? Raw Clawmark Charizard's attitude became a little better. The survival rules of Wild Elves are simple and easy to understand. If you are weak, you will die. If you are strong, you deserve respect. If you are terrifyingly strong, then they will submit to you. As long as you are strong, nothing can be forgiven. Although Zaya and Blaziken are not yet kings, they are already respectable. A particularly strong Charizard came out. Zaya recognized it. This was the Charizard that just spit fire into the sky. Clawmark Charizard nodded and called to GK a few times. GK was excited. Charizard said that this is the strongest among the Qua-seeking level in their tribe, and it is also its future successor. As long as you beat it, we can go one step further. She never expected that the opponent's progress would be so fast, and the strength shown by Blaziken just now also shocked GK. She even felt that her little Lisa could not survive the second move in front of Blaziken. GK blushed a little. because she had fought against the first Charizard that was defeated just now, and it was her second opponent at that time. She commanded little Lisa to do her best to barely defeat the opponent. It was a pity that she emphasized to Zay on the way here how powerful these Charizards were. It's so embarrassing. GK was now just thankful that the temperature here was high enough and her blushing face was not noticeable at all. Is that so? They didn't notice GK's psychological fluctuations and just nodded after hearing her translation. Then come on. He looked at the sturdy Charizard. By the way, can you tell me how many tribes are there to fight behind if we need to reach the innermost crater? They asked after looking at the claw-marked Charizard that turned around and prepared to fly to the periphery. The claw-marked Charizard raised its 2 claws without hesitation. Only 2? That's reasonable. They nodded silently. If there are still too many Charizard tribes inside, the number doesn't need to be large. As long as there are more than 4, Zay feels that he can give up. This is definitely not something that a human can do. But thinking about it, you know it's unrealistic. If there were so many Charizards, why would the Alliance work so hard to protect them and even set up extraordinary administrators for their natural park? Tetsuya thought about it carefully again and suddenly felt that the strength of the Alliance was really terrifying. There were more than a dozen or even dozens of king-level Charizards in Charizard Valley alone, with an unknown number of semi-champions and champions, and a leader who could compete with the main force of Watari. So what would the rest of the places be like if they were added together? Even though there may not be many places as exaggerated as Charizard Valley that almost gathered individuals of all races, it is enough to make people imagine. Although these Pokémon are wild, they have become very familiar with the Alliance over the years. Not to mention commanding, it is still no problem to ask for help occasionally. No wonder Sakaki became a gym leader and a champion, but he didn't dare to openly disclose his identity. If it weren't for Mewtwo's sudden departure that exposed his identity, Sakaki's plan would probably not have started so quickly. Think about it from another perspective. It's only Sakaki. Otherwise, if it were the other guys, Team Rocket would have been gone long ago. It's not that Tetsuya looked down on the Magna team, the Aqua Fleet team, or the Galaxy team. It's mainly because their boss doesn't look very smart. No wonder they have been around for so many years, but they were overtaken by the Rocket team, which was established less than half a century ago. Raw looking at Tetsuya in a daze, the sturdy Charizard shouted unhappily. It didn't matter whether they were going to fight or not. Its claws were thirsty for a long time. Tetsuya came back to his senses. Don't worry, you will soon become like your first 2 partners. Raw. The sturdy Charizard couldn't help but greeted him with a jet of flame. Fortunately, Flame Chicken was prepared. The jet of flame that came later pushed back the jet of flame of Charizard as usual. However, in terms of speed, it was undoubtedly much slower than the first 2. Raw Charizard roared, and there was a faint tendency of counter pressure. Tetsuya raised his eyebrows. Flame Chicken, increase the strength. The flame on Flame Chicken's wrist became much stronger with naked eyes. In the previous 2 battles, it did not show its true strength. In the surprised eyes of the onlookers, the flames of the future leader of their tribe, the sturdy Charizard, were directly pushed back several meters by the Flame Chicken. The sturdy Charizard's strength was so great that its wings were trembling. But it still did not change the outcome of the frontal battlefield. The sturdy Charizard flew into the sky and spit out a violent smoke in the air. In an instant, the sky darkened. Chapter 396 that day, thereby reducing the hit rate of the opponent's attack. The inky black smoke screen also shows that this Charizard has worked hard on skill training. Unfortunately, it chose the wrong way to fight. Flame Chicken with the power of wave can basically ignore the effect of smoke. ZHE also thinks that it is probably because the Charizards who have always lived in the Charizard Valley do not know that Pokémon like Flame Chicken can master the power of wave. In fact, it is a question whether they know the power of wave. Flame Chicken, Rock Slide. Looking at the Charizard hiding in the smoke screen and not knowing what to do, ZHE decided to say hello to it first. Xiu Xiu, the sound of breaking through the air sounded. The stones sank into the smoke screen one after another. Some panicked shouts came from the smoke screen. The Charizard was obviously not prepared. It tried to change its position, but found that the stones were still flying towards it accurately. There was no way. The Charizard had to fly out of the smoke screen. The fire-breathing dragon, with its tail covered in black smoke, looked somewhat indignant, but at the same time, its expression became more ferocious. It flapped its wings vigorously, and its two thick thighs kicked out 2 marks in the air, and it dived down rapidly. Raw, one jet of flame after another shot out of the mouth of the fire-breathing dragon. The flame chicken turned into a black shadow, and shuttled between the gaps of each attack. After the previous 2 battles, its acceleration characteristics had already been superimposed to the limit. This cannot be said to be unfair, because fighting 3 consecutive battles is also a skill of the flame chicken. If it were an ordinary elf, it would have lost its combat ability due to excessive physical consumption. The fire-breathing dragon attacked for a long time, and found that it seemed that it and the opponent consumed almost the same physical strength. The proud fire-breathing dragon disdained to win in this way, so it stopped. Seeing that the attack stopped, the flame chicken also stood on a high stone and stared at it. The fire-breathing dragon looked at the flame chicken with fierce pupils, and then raised its head and roared towards the sun. Ouch! The golden light spread all over its body. These eyes shrank. It was the hidden characteristic of the power of the sun that Charizard used the skill Sunny Day to activate. This hidden characteristic is different from the acceleration of Blaziken. It is more like a double-edged sword. In the weather with strong sunlight, the energy attack of the Pokémon with the power of the sun characteristic will be greatly improved. As a price, its physical strength consumption will be much greater than usual. If it cannot win in a short time, the existence of the power of the sun will only make the Pokémon fall into weakness in advance. In the civil war of the same attribute, the power of the sun is also a very tricky characteristic. Because Pokémon like Blaziken can't use skills like hail or even praying for rain to change the weather, so that the power of the sun cannot be used smoothly. This is not in their skill list. Although the strong sunlight can also increase the power of their own flames to a certain extent, it is definitely not as powerful as the power of the sun. Bang! The 2 pillars of fire collided with each other again. But this time, even if Blaziken used its greatest strength, its jet of flames was still suppressed by Charizard. They knew that he couldn't use the previous method again. Blazing Chicken, get out of the way, get close to it, and use Thunder Punch. As soon as the voice fell, Blaziken disappeared from the spot. Its jet flames were also defeated by Charizard, because it lost its support. Charizard waved its wings, and stayed in the air, turning its head with a serious expression to observe the movement. In just a moment, Blaziken disappeared from its sight. Hiss! The sound of electricity sounded. Charizard turned very sharply and slapped Blaziken, who jumped into the air with its wings. Blaziken, who landed beautifully with a backflip, did not suffer any substantial damage. After all, it was good that Charizard could react in a hurry, not to mention using skills. Blazing Chicken, use Shadow Clone. Under Tetsuya's command, Blaziken, who was squatting, slowly stood up. Without any movement, a full 24 shadow clones, including the real one, appeared on the field. Don't forget that the number of shadow clones that can be split is based on the speed and physique of the Pokémon used. Compared to the Monarch and the Pidgeot, the Blaziken has achieved the ultimate in both aspects. Moreover, the proficiency of the shadow clone skills also makes it difficult for each of the Blaziken clones to distinguish the real one from the fake one. At least for Charizard, that's the case. Roar! It tried to spit out a flame. The Blaziken hit by the flame immediately dissipated. It was a clone. Before Charizard could be happy, the next second, the clone was supplemented by the Blaziken. The Charizard twitched its nose and tried to rely on its keen sense of smell to distinguish the real one from the fake one, but it gave up quickly. Because one-on-one is easy to say, in the current environment, it is simply impossible to find the real Blaziken. There are at least hundreds of Charizards, Charmeleons and Charmanders surrounding it, and the atmosphere is chaotic. They smiled slightly. Blazer, use Sword Dance, bodybuilding, self-motivation, and gathering key. Every time he said the name of a skill, the 24 Blazikens took the same synchronized posture. After 7 or 8 seconds, the momentum of the remaining 4 flame chickens had already been clearly differentiated. The face of the claw-marked Charizard, who was watching from the side, changed a little. It actually felt threatened by a Qua-seeking level Pokémon. The sturdy Charizard also found something wrong, and it quickly flapped its wings to use its air advantage to wear down the duration of the Flame Chicken's skills. In comparison, the side effects of the power of the sun seemed less difficult to accept. Of course, ZHEE would not do as it wished. Jump up, Thunder Fist. Bang, a sound completely different from before sounded. With the blessing of multiple skills, the sound of Flame Chicken kicking the ground and jumping up became unusually dull. Cracks spread from its feet in all directions. Down Flame Chicken, who flashed into the air, clenched its right claws, and jumped with arcs, and punched Charizard's neck crooked. Ouch! Charizard screamed in pain. Zay was not prepared to give it a chance to turn the tables, give it the final push. I saw Flame Chicken grab the legs of the circling and descending Charizard with its claws, and then exerted force on its waist and abdomen. Z. In GK shocked eyes, the skinny Flame Chicken swung the Charizard in a semicircle and slammed it hard to the ground. Bang! Smoke and dust rose up. Flame Chicken, which landed on one foot, exhaled deeply, and the muscles on its body relaxed. Down it turned its head and smiled and raised its thumbs to Zay. Flame Chicken felt that it had not fought so hard for a long time, especially against the opponent. The strength of this Charizard was just right for it. Zay also smiled and raised his thumbs to it. Well done. Clawmark Charizard flew over without saying a word and fanned away the smoke and dust with its wings. The sturdy Charizard with vortex-shaped eyes appeared in the eyes of everyone in the elves. Wueo! Clawmark Charizard roared to the sky. Zay was startled and thought it was going to attack him. But he was just overthinking. All the Charizards tacitly made way for them. Can I go in? Zay looked at the Clawmark Charizard. It nodded. Thank you so much. I'll see how powerful you are next time. Zay smiled and stretched out his hand to it. The Clawmark Charizard stared at Zay for a long time. Roar. It stretched out its claws and responded to Zay gently. Let's go. After the contact, Zay took GK, who had not yet recovered from the shock, and walked deeper. Along the way, GK stared at the Flame Chicken so hard that the Flame Chicken was a little shy. You are really strong. She sighed heartily. Zay stopped in a corner. GK didn't quite understand what he was doing. Zay took out a lot of healing items from his backpack without saying a word, and also released the Monarch Snake, the Electric Dragon, Togekiss, and Curlier. Green Grass Field, Healing Bell, Life Drop. The refreshing aroma diffused in the air. The rapid breathing of the Flame Chicken, which was covered with white and blue light at the same time, calmed down a lot. GK then remembered that it was just the first level, and there were 2 tribes to fight behind. No matter how strong the Flame Chicken was, it was impossible for it to really fight 7 or 8 powerful fire-breathing dragons of the same level without getting tired. Just now, the Flame Chicken could actually choose to fight a battle and rest for a while. But considering the actual consumption and the urgency of time, ZHE still let it solve the battle quickly. And who knows whether the help of other elves will make the fire-breathing dragon think that they are fighting with more people. Don't worry, although I may not be able to help much, I can report the full amount of medicine you consumed after I go out. GK made a promise. ZHE looked at her, thought about it, put the recovery products he took out at the beginning back in, and took out a few new bottles. He also turned on the recording function of the watch to record it. Remember to reimburse, he said lightly. GK, who was confused by Zay's series of operations, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Of course, and there will be other rewards. Zay was not afraid that she would lie. At most, he would throw the matter to do and let him pay for it. Fortunately, he had just come out of Mansion City, and he had enough props and a full range of items. Even Grandma Lazy's pharmacy opened a branch in a corner of Mansion City. They didn't know how the old senior did it. He was so old and still so energetic to expand his business. After waiting for about 20 minutes, Flame Chicken was considered to have returned to its prime. It was really inconvenient without Joey and Jigglypuff. Even if he knew the corresponding skills, the effect was not that good. Zay put away the rest of the Pokémon and continued to walk deeper with Flame Chicken and GK. Wueo! Roar! Bang! Bang! The sound of fierce fighting came from the depths of the Charizard Valley. That day, the Quasi-King level Charizards welcomed their king. Chapter 397, the semi-revertant Charizard and the cause of the volcano's anomalies. Get down. The The scarred flame chicken knelt on one knee and panted. In front of it was a Charizard that was a little too big compared to the height of the average Charizard, which was 1.7 meters. This Charizard was more than 2 meters tall and more than one circle wider. However, the other part, his eyes were spinning in circles, and the condition was obviously much worse than that of Flame Chicken. Zay slowly walked to Flame Chicken and helped it up. He looked up at the group of Charizards around him. "Now, can I go in?" Roar, an old Charizard shouted in a low voice. As before, the Charizards made way for a path. The strength of the man and the elf in front of them was completely recognized by them. "Thank you." Zay walked over with Flame Chicken without looking away. GK hurriedly bowed to the Charizards and followed. Roar, looking at the backs of the two people and the elf going deep into the place. The old Charizard roared again. All the Charizards obediently left the place and returned to normal. It can be seen that this old Charizard is very respected by them. This is still relatively rare. In general elf tribes, it is normal for the old leader to leave the tribe and live alone after being defeated and driven out of the position by the young ones. This is the case with Flame Chicken's chief master. Even if the Charizard Valley is special, the old leader will make such a choice because this is the law of nature, and it is also for the new leader to better confirm his status. But for some reason, this old Charizard is an exception. The dragon's eyes, which have become somewhat turbid, looked at the direction where the human left and then looked at the vaguely visible crater. The old Charizard quietly lay on a huge rock to bask in the sun. The old Charizard didn't think there would be any problems inside because it was watching. But since the human was so persistent and so powerful, and the administrator was also beside him, it would be fine to let him in. On the contrary, it seems that the strength of his own descendants still needs to be honed. A weak flame spit out from the nose of the old Charizard. It gradually fell into a deep sleep, as its power is constantly fading. Only sleep is the best way to reduce aging. Next to a rock, feeling the pain from the wound, Flame Chicken grinned. "The fire-breathing dragons here are stronger than I thought." Tetsuya looked serious, carefully applying high-quality burn medicine and recovery potion to Flame Chicken. Although he had been prepared for a long time, the last battle still scared him a lot. If Flame Chicken had not relied on the first two battles to stack the acceleration state to the highest level early, the final outcome would not be sure who would win or lose. Pure energy intensity and physical strength are not bad. Even though it is a little younger in this aspect, Flame Chicken is still not inferior to the opponent under Tetsuya's training. However, the proficiency of skills and the use of its own abilities are another matter. This ability that can only be adjusted little by little with hard work and time is the only problem of Flame Chicken at present. After all, no matter how talented and hard-working it is, Flame Chicken is only a 1.5-year-old child now. This is also the reason why Tetsuya does not use many types of skills when commanding in battle. In such a short time, it would be great if we could develop a more versatile fighting style by taking into account the level improvement and skill training. As for a few more sets, that's a joke. Do you really think that elves have no limits and will not feel tired? It is not obvious at ordinary times, but when you encounter elves that are older than you, have more experience than you, and have slightly weaker talents, this problem becomes more serious. However, there don't seem to be many elves that meet these conditions. Only the Charizards here are more peculiar. GK moved her mouth, but she was decadent and didn't say anything. In her opinion, she is really not competent as an administrator. If ZHE hadn't come in, GK didn't know that the Charizards in the Charizard Valley would be so strong. In GK's eyes, the last battle just now was not so much a qua-seeking level as it was actually no different from the battle between Tuking level elves. Whether it was the Charizard that was so well developed or Zaya's Blaziken, their strength had long exceeded the general definition of qua-seekings. Even if it's Mr. Do, I'm afraid he can't do this with Flame Chicken. GK thought silently. ZHE applied the recovery medicine to Flame Chicken and stood up to wipe the sweat from his head. As they got closer to the crater, the temperature here became higher and higher. If it weren't for GK next to him, ZHE wanted to move here with his upper body naked. This environment is not very suitable for Monarch Snake to come out and use the green grass field, so Flame Chicken can only recover slowly under the treatment of healing bells and life drops. Due to the difference in strength, the progress is abnormally slow. If you lose and fail to pass the last level after entering, don't blame me, and the medicine will be reimbursed. But ZHE started to chat with GK, but GK is not a child. She smiled slightly. It's okay. If you can't beat it, you can't beat it. But if you beat it, I can also thank you. ZHE retreated immediately. GK is several years older than him, and this level of jokes is easy to come by. Seeing that ZHE was silent, GK smiled complacently. However, she smacked her lips in regret when she saw the abdominal muscles vaguely exposed under the sweat-soaked clothes of the other party. Feeling the malicious gazes from the side, ZHE subconsciously ran to the side of the flame chicken and released the ice Vulpix. KO. The ice Vulpix that had just come out was overwhelmed by the hot breath. It desperately drilled into Zay's arms, as if it was cooler inside. Zay stopped its behavior with a smile. Be good, you ice gravel. KO. Seeing the trainer sweating all over his head and sticking out his tongue to dissipate heat, the ice Vulpix immediately used the skill obediently. Several ice cubes with cold air appeared out of thin air. Zay felt a lot more comfortable all of a sudden. As for catching a cold, who cares about that when you are almost dying of heat? But the good times didn't last long. In the high temperature environment, the ice cubes quickly melted into water and flowed on the ground. Without Zay saying much, the ice Vulpix consciously became a qualified ice storage. GK also came over stealthily. Although she had long been accustomed to the high temperature, she would not refuse to cool down. After 3 or 4 times, ice Vulpix's face inevitably showed a tired look. As a Pokémon that has just passed the larval stage, using skills many times is still very consuming. Thank you, little guy. Go back and rest. Zay took ice Vulpix back into the Pokéball without saying a word. Although the little guy still insisted on making ice cubes, Zay couldn't bear to do it. The hot breath once again enveloped the two. More than 20 minutes passed, and the barely recovered flame chicken stood up refreshed, while the 3 Pokémon around it were exhausted. Zay took the Pokémon back with sweat on his forehead. Thank you for your hard work. Come back and have a good rest. He never expected that the environment would give him a warning before the last level even started. However, this also shows that the volcano is indeed abnormal. Generally, it would not be so hot at this distance. He said to GK beside him. GK nodded carefully. Yes, and the range is expanding. She was holding a round instrument in her hand, which was used to detect temperature. The red area on it was expanding, and the color was getting darker. The two looked at it, and immediately walked deeper. The crater was not far away. After walking along the rugged path for about 10 minutes, Zay and GK saw a group of fire-breathing dragons gathered together. Roar, a cry different from that of ordinary fire-breathing dragons sounded, and it seemed more stable. This is a leader. GK only had time to say this in a hurry, and a huge fire-breathing dragon appeared in front of them. Zay's pupils shrank. The appearance of this fire-breathing dragon is very different from that of ordinary fire-breathing dragons. It actually has 3 horns on its head, and the extra horn in the middle is much longer than the 2 sides, and there are 3 more spikes at the front of the flame at the end of the tail. Y form? No, it's not that perfect. It should be semi-reversion. Zay's face was very solemn. The characteristics of this Charizard are very close to the Y form after Mega Evolution, but the change is not that big. According to the research of the Pokémon doctors, this state is usually called the semi-reversion phenomenon, which can only be achieved by extremely powerful Pokémon. In short, the Mega state of Pokémon is considered to be a more aggressive ancient form, while the current form is more friendly. In order to further improve themselves, some powerful wild Pokémon will explore the power in their blood. This leads to the semi-reversion phenomenon. Without exception, when some of the ancient power is activated, their strength has increased to varying degrees, and their appearance has also changed accordingly. Having said that, this is the first time that Tetsuya has seen a semi-reversion Pokémon. Even the Venusaur in the Wonder Garden did not have a semi-reversion. However, according to Professor Oak, the Venusaur was actually a semi-reversion before, but it is now too old to continue. Roar. Unlike the previous Charizard, this semi-reversion Charizard seems very polite. It barked and nodded at the 2 people. They asked tentatively, well, we are here to check the abnormal situation of the volcano. Is there anything we can help you with? He felt that it seemed unnecessary to fight the last battle. That would be great. Although he had just made sufficient preparations, Zay claimed to be a gentleman, and he would rather not take action if he could. The leader of the Charizard nodded with 3 big horns on his head, motioning to follow it. Dong dong dong, the heavy body made a loud sound as it walked on the ground. Wherever it passed, the Charizards lowered their proud heads, and did not even look at the 2 people and the elf. Strangely, Zay and GK, who were following the leader of the Charizard, did not feel that hot. The 2 looked at each other, and knew that this was the leader of the Charizard who took the initiative to absorb the nearby heat. It seemed particularly easy to talk to unkind. Zay thought that it might be that atavism can help improve intelligence, otherwise this scene would be difficult to explain. The terrain continued to rise, and the 2 soon came to the vicinity of the crater. Even with the help of the Charizard leader, ZHE still felt a wave of heat coming. Looking through his head, he saw heat and smoke interweaving and spreading over the magma, and the smell of sulfur was unusually pungent. GK took out a black round detector from somewhere. Without saying a word, she threw it into the magma. The detector melted the moment it came into contact with the magma. But it was enough. The relevant data had been transmitted to GK's watch. It must be said that the technology in the elf world is still quite awesome. GK looked at it and said, the temperature has not yet reached the critical point of eruption, but it looks like it will soon. According to this trend, it should be able to last for 4 or 5 days. This is indeed good news. In this way, even if she and ZHE's operation failed, there is enough time to find a way to solve the problem. What is the reason for the sudden activity of the volcano? ZHE asked. GK looked at the data and shook her head. I don't know. The above change curve does not seem to match all the known situations. Raw, the Charizard leader who was watching them, quietly shouted at this time. It said it knows. Flame Chicken's Wava guide sounded in Tetsua's heart. Tetsua was a little surprised. If Charizard leader knew the reason for the sudden activity of the volcano, then with its strength, it should be able to solve it. Next, Flame Chicken began to communicate with it. After the translation, Tetsuya knew why. Volcano suppressor? This volcano actually has its own conditions for formation? GK was also surprised to hear his message. The red and yellow rock, with flowing lava inside. The prop that meets the description of Charizard leader must be volcano suppressor. Moreover, its birth does lead to the activity and even eruption of the volcano to a certain extent. What really makes Volcano Suppressor famous is not this reason, but that it corresponds to the existence of a mythical beast, the king of the harsh mountains in Synopsis. In ancient times, the life fragments produced by the collision of the powerful forces of Dialga and Palkia combined with Volcano Suppressor, which is the origin of Synopsis. Without the former, Volcano Suppressor would naturally not be a spirit like a mythical beast, but it still cannot change its powerful nature. After all, not all objects have the quality to withstand the power of 2 powerful first-level gods, and that is the twin dragons of time and space. The reason why the Charizard leader found it, but couldn't take it out is also very simple, because the volcanic stone in this volcano is stuck in a deep rock gap. Considering his body size and short arms, the Charizard leader wisely did not choose to destroy the gap violently. It is also afraid that the volcano will suddenly erupt prematurely under strong stimulation. Although it can escape with its strength and will not be hurt too much, its tribesmen can't do it. Zay and GK never thought that the reason why the other party couldn't solve the problem would be so funny. Sure enough, it's not that strength can solve everything. Now that we know the problem, it's much easier to deal with it. Compared with the exaggerated body size of the Charizard leader, Zay's Pokémon is much smaller. Curlier, I'm going to trouble you this time. He threw a luxury ball. He didn't choose Monarch Snake, because the crater asked the grass type Pokémon to use a Vine Whip to take the fire type Volcanic Stone. It was probably a joke. On the contrary, the Psychic Curlier, who has telekinesis to protect her body and the ability to remotely control objects, does not have this worry. ZHE was once again glad that he met this little guy in Hinoki Town. Psychic Pokémon, that's the fragrance. Seeing this, the Charizard dragon leader did not hesitate, flapping his wings, and flew towards the crater. ZHE gave Curlier an encouraging look, and the little guy covered his whole body with telekinesis and slowly flew up. It is unrealistic to let the Charizard dragon leader carry Kirlia. Although the other party is friendly, it does not affect its arrogance. If you want to ride on its back or head, it is estimated that it may not be possible, even if you cross over. Smoke bellowed. ZHE could not see the specific situation below. GK saw his worry. Don't worry, with that Charizard, there will be no problem. The other party just can't be taken out, not that it can't survive in the volcano. In fact, although Charizard can't live freely in magma like Charizard, it is not impossible for the other party to swim in magma at its level. Sure enough, not long after, the two Pokémon returned safely. Cerulean carefully used telekinesis to gently place the volcanic stone floating beside him on the ground. In just a moment, the ground around it showed signs of charring. It's so hot. ZHE also shrank his head. Thank you for your hard work. Come back, Cerulean. He looked at the volcanic stone with some desire. This thing is very useful for fire Pokémon, especially for Blaziken. After all, the nature of the explosion flame is very similar to that of a volcanic eruption. It is very likely that Blaziken will quickly break through to the king level. But, the owner here is right in front of him. For Charizard, this volcanic stone is also effective. ZHE also doesn't think he can snatch the volcanic stone from a champion level Charizard. This is completely a suicidal act. Roar at this time, the Charizard leader came to Zaya and pointed at his space backpack with his claws. Zaya was confused at first and then quickly reacted. In his backpack, that was the only thing that could attract the attention of the Charizard leader. This. Tetsuya took out the rainbow feather and placed it in front of the Charizard leader. He was not worried that the other party would snatch it. The rainbow feather was more like a symbol for the elves, indicating that the holder was the Spokesperson of the Phoenix King, but it did not have much power. Flame Chicken tried hard to sense it for a long time, but got no results before coming to this conclusion. Roar as expected, the Charizard leader did not respond, but looked at the rainbow feather and roared. Somehow, Tetsuya seemed to hear some nostalgia from it. Chapter 398 Solution and Departure. Flame Chicken fulfilled his duties as an interpreter at the right time. It said that it had also met the Ho-Oh, and it was because of the Ho-Oh that it is so strong now. Sure enough, the Ho-Oh is an old photographer, Tetsuya sighed. As the mythical beast that actually appears the most times in human eyes, the Ho-Oh has been to countless places. Unlike other mythical beasts who like to stay in their nests for decades or even hundreds of years without moving, the Ho-Oh, a first level god, can be said to be unusually active. Apart from other things, the different legends about it circulated in all regions and cities in Johto can show this. It is precisely because of this that there are many more people chasing the footsteps of the Ho-Oh than those chasing other mythical beasts. However, even so, the number of people or elves who hold the rainbow feathers can still be counted on one hand. According to legend, the Ho-Oh will only hand over the rainbow feathers to honest people. Tetsuya thinks it still has good vision. Roar after the Charizard leader ordered Tetsuya a few times. He turned around and strode to the side of the volcanic stone. It said that the volcanic rock is also very useful for improving its strength, so it can't give us all of it, but it can help us separate some of it. The mood of the Flame Chicken Wave Guide couldn't help but rise a little. ZHE also looked at the leader of the fire-breathing dragon curiously, wondering how it could separate the volcanic rock. This kind of rock generated deep in the volcano, in addition to having great fire energy, the high pressure gives it an extremely exaggerated hardness. After all, the Sidolin is a fire plus steel beast. The leader of the fire-breathing dragon grabbed the volcanic rock without changing his expression, and then flapped his wings, and dived directly into the crater. Plop, the sound of entering the water came. ZHE also subconsciously took a few steps forward, and took a look. The figure of the leader of the fire-breathing dragon had disappeared in the magma. ZHE certainly didn't think that the other party took the things and ran away. He must have gone to the inside of the magma to fulfill his promise. However, the shock brought by this visual impact is really exaggerated. It is said that the strength of the leader of the fire-breathing dragon can do this, but it is still a bit dizzying at first sight. After all, the temperature inside the magma generated by the volcanic rock is at least 1000 degrees. Generally speaking, human bones can be burned to ashes at only 900 degrees. In this case, if humans are unfortunate enough to fall into the magma, they will be completely annihilated. Only the powerful elves will not take this seriously. Not long after, the leader Charizard, whose body was covered with white lava flows, came up without any abnormality. In its claws, it held two volcanic rock stones, one large and one small. ZHE also roughly estimated that the small one was about a quarter of the original one, which was enough for Flame Chicken to use for a long time. But looking at the current appearance of the Charizard leader, ZHE did not dare to go forward to take it. Even though he was dozens of meters away, he could feel the smell and heat of the scorching air coming from the other party. Flame Chicken, I leave it to you. ZHE also waved his hand and handed this important task to his old friend. Anyway, this thing is not for him to use, so whoever uses it can take it. He doesn't want to challenge the limits of life. Blaziken nodded and walked forward quickly. It couldn't help it. As a Quasi-King level fire type Pokémon, the temperature of Charizard's body was just a little difficult for it to accept. It was not injured like a human. Charizard's leader nodded slightly and then handed the small volcanic stone to Blaziken. Blaziken took it with his claws, feeling the violent fire energy coming from it, and his face was full of joy. Then we won't bother you anymore. See you next time. The things were in hand and the problem was solved. ZHE also said goodbye to Charizard's leader. Of course, it was mainly because he was about to give up. GK also agreed. After the instrument detection, as the volcanic stone was taken out, the temperature and activity of the magma were gradually decreasing. It won't be long before the volcanic eruption she was worried about will be a thing of the past. The two people and the Pokémon walked on the way back, and Blaziken kept playing with the small volcanic stone. They had just experimented with it. This thing can be considered an alternative Pokémon item, so it can be put into the Pokéball of Blaziken. It's still early, stay for lunch, I'll cook it myself as a thank you. Jika led the way, her eyes smiling like a crescent moon. They readily agreed. Although he solved the problem quickly, it was already past 1 in the afternoon, and his stomach was already growling with hunger. Not to mention the extremely expensive Blaziken and several other Pokémon. The advantage of Charizard Valley is that it is safe enough, and he doesn't have to go to the wild to deliberately find a place to stay. Coming to the small house at the outermost edge, GK showed her skills as she said. As an administrator who has lived alone in Charizard Valley for 5 or 6 years, her cooking skills are no worse than Zay's. After all, there are so many Charizards in Charizard Valley, and each one has a very different taste. In order to get along well with them, GK has put a lot of thought and hard work into Pokémon food. Flame Chicken was the one who enjoyed it the most, because it was the one who exerted the most strength, and the taste of Charizard's original fire-type food was also very suitable for Flame Chicken's appetite. Although the food cooked by my boss was also delicious, it was still a good feeling to change the food occasionally. GK looked at ZHE's friends and was envious. Well, little Ice Vulpix is so cute. She picked up Ice Vulpix and rubbed it on her face. The soft fur brought an extremely comfortable experience. Ice Vulpix looked like he had no desire to live. However, considering the food specially prepared for it by the other party, Ice Vulpix thought it was acceptable. Togekiss is also great, white, and soft, just like Snorlax. Putting down Ice Vulpix, GK leaned on Togekiss's body and began to sigh. Raw Lisa squeezed Togekiss away with her butt and patted her body. It was also very comfortable. GK smiled. Pockis, who was busy eating, glanced at Charizard and said, "Forget it, I won't bother with you anymore." Chaco, its little claws pressed directly on a green vine. The King Serpent, who wanted to take the opportunity to get some food, sighed helplessly. Couldn't Charizard drag it out a little longer? It was really useless. Thinking of this, it took back another vine from the rice bowl of the electric dragon, with a yellow energy cube at the end. It threw it into its mouth. Kai, it was so numb, but so good, the King Serpent couldn't help but squint its eyes. ZHE, who walked to its side, patted its head in annoyance. I don't know how many times I have told this guy not to eat energy cubes that don't match his attributes, but he just won't listen. Next time, I'll just use spicy cherry to make it a spicy cube and see if it will steal it. ZHE thought viciously while touching the King Serpent. Jika, who was standing next to it, was still immersed in ZH's many friends. She has been living in the Charizard Valley and has rarely had the opportunity to come into contact with all kinds of Pokémon. In a sense, she is also quite miserable. Don't you feel bored? They asked her curiously. Jika looked at him in surprise and thought for a while. Sometimes, but these children often make things to keep me busy, so most of the time is still very sufficient. Besides, little Lisa is always with me. She smiled and patted her partner's belly. They could see that the other party really enjoyed life here. Although she seemed to be very open and lively, Jika was a quiet person in her bones. This was the opposite of Zay, who liked to take risks and walk around to experience various experiences. They didn't understand, but he respected it. At least for the Charizard tribe here, it is also their luck to have such an administrator. Zay, who left the Charizard Valley after finishing his repairs, looked back at the towering rock wall where Jika and her Lisa were waving goodbye to him. He also raised his hand and waved. The next time we meet, we have to wait until Flame Chicken becomes a top Pokémon. This is what Zay and Jika had just agreed on. At that stage, Flame Chicken will need to train itself in a series of battles of the same level, and the interior of the Charizard Valley is undoubtedly the best choice. However, it must be a long time in the future, and it is still uncertain what will happen. Looking at Zay, who is getting farther and farther away, Jika also put down his arms. Let's go, little Lisa. We have to report and continue patrolling. Let's go. Roar. The scorching sun in the summer is particularly fierce in the afternoon. Walking on the forest path, Zay only felt that the weather was getting hotter and hotter. Sure enough, Kanto is still better. He sighed. The biggest difference between Johto and Kanto is that there are many inland rivers, which makes it more humid. In the summer, in the jungle, this feature is not good news. The most important thing is that in such hot weather, even the elves, their activity level has dropped by more than one level. Along the way, Zay and Giga Insect didn't see many elves. Fortunately, he wanted Giga Insect to exercise his combat ability. So there was a lot of noise coming from the bushes not far away. Tetsuya raised his eyebrows. Gege, get ready for battle. Gege ran forward for a distance with full energy. Under the gaze of one man and two elves, a sturdy man broke through the grass. Where is this damn place? Why does it feel the same? As he said that, he raised his head and looked at Tetsuya. Both of them were quite surprised. Tetsuya waved his hand to signal Gege to come back and spoke first. Brothers in Iron, why are you here? Don't you care about the fighting gym in Jinhuang City? Ahahaha. Zinian touched his head, and it seemed that he didn't expect to meet Tetsuya. That's right, the sturdy man who appeared from the bushes was Tetsuya's cheap nephew, RC's apprentice, and the Karate King Zinian. Thinking about it, it has been nearly a year since the last time they said goodbye. From the usual chats, Tetsuya thought Zinian was still helping to look after someone in the fighting gym in Jinhuang City. Nobuhiko explained, I have accepted some apprentices since you left. They have learned for a year and have a basic knowledge. I thought that not many people would go to the fighting gym, so I just came out to practice by myself. Speaking of this, Nobuhiko felt very painful. It is not good for the teacher to be too smart or too stupid. It is easier to practice by yourself. Tetsuya nodded to show that he understood. Then, Brother Nobuhiko, are you lost? He heard clearly what the other party muttered when he came out. Nobuhiko blushed. No, the main thing is, I lost the direction of life when I was looking for a Pokémon. Are you kidding? How could he admit that he is a person with poor direction? The Pokeball of Zinwulang, who just laughed at him for being a person with poor direction, has been taken back by him. Nobuhiko didn't believe it. Could he still not find the way out? Tetsuya felt that he should believe it, so he said, is that so? What kind of Pokémon is that? I will help you find it. The two looked at each other in silence. I don't know who laughed first, and the two walked to the middle and hugged each other. Under Tetsuya's guidance, Nobuhiko finally got back on track. He also explained in detail the reason why he came to Johto. On the one hand, as he said, he came here to train himself. The terrain of Libo Mountain is varied, which is very suitable for training fighting type elves, and the environment is also suitable for me to calm down. Teacher C has always recommended me to go there to have a look. Nobuhiko said so. On the other hand, Nobuhiko shrugged. Do you still remember the Genzo Ryu? Tetsuya was stunned for a moment. I seem to have some impression. Brother Nobuhiko, didn't you say that they have no successors? He remembered that Nobuhiko mentioned it when he just joined last year, but he still didn't know what the Genzo Ryu was. It seems that it is a bit contradictory to their style. Nobuhiko's words also confirmed his guess. In short, we emphasize the body, they emphasize skills, and then there is an unsolvable contradiction. Tetsuya grinned. Very good, very straightforward reason. This is equivalent to the Ki sect and the sword sect of the Huashin school in martial arts novels, except that the formless stream and the Genzo Ryu are not from the same root, but are just in the same region. Yes, we didn't contact each other at first, but recently the head of the Genzo Ryu sent a message to Master C again. I don't know what he said, but from Master C's tone, he sounded quite angry. Nobuhiko touched his head. As a disciple, of course I have to go and teach him properly. He said it with a smile, but it gave people a terrible feeling. Although he is Tetsuya's nephew in terms of seniority, and the two of them chat as peers, but Nobuhiko's strength is much stronger than Tetsuya at this time. As a trainer specializing in fighting type Pokémon, Nobuhiko is only one step away from being recognized as a true king level trainer. He currently has only 5 king level Pokémons in his main force, and he still needs one. And C's strength is far above that. Tetsu didn't know why the head of the Genzo Ryu, who Nobuhiko said has no successor, took the initiative to provoke. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 399, Genzo Flow. The two walked on the road, and the communication did not seem unfamiliar. After all, they did a lot of great things this year. Although Zion stayed in the fighting gym, and didn't go out much, he still paid attention to the relevant information. Really, in a blink of an eye, your strength will catch up with me. The existence of you geniuses is really discouraging. He sighed helplessly. In fact, if we talk about geniuses, which king level trainer is not? It's just that there will always be guys more perverted than geniuses in any era. This is something that cannot be changed. They smiled and said nothing. It's not necessarily that he is so talented, but he is lucky to have a golden finger and meet so many good guys. Compared with those predecessors who traveled through the elf world for a year or two and made a lot of trouble fighting against the legendary beasts at the slightest, his results can be described as terrible. Zion didn't continue to talk about this topic. He didn't want to make himself boring. You, a worm, look very energetic. He shifted his sights to the elves. Tetsuya nodded. This child was rescued from the laboratory of Timanova Plasma, so his body is a little different. It's these disgusting guys who use elves for illegal experiments again. Nobuhiko waved his fist in dissatisfaction. I don't know how many of these guys I have killed. They don't deserve to exist in this world. Tetsuya believed this very much. He was even sure that Nobuhiko didn't necessarily use elves to kill the other party. Then what's special about this child? Nobuhiko asked. Tetsuya briefly described the situation of the maggot. Nobuhiko's eyes were about to pop out. I think I'd better not talk to you too much in the future. His words were full of envy. After living for so many years, Nobuhiko has never encountered such a special elf. Of course, this is actually a good thing, because at least it means that those dark organizations have not made any big moves. But from another perspective, the unlucky Nobuhiko has actually never seen a flashing and different colored elf so far. Although this is the norm, compared with his junior master, Nobuhiko is almost autistic. As if that wasn't enough to hit him, Tetsuya added lightly, I also captured an Alala region version of Ice Vulpix and Curlia. Calicola. Tetsuya could clearly hear the heartbreak coming from Nobuhiko's body. The two of them chatted and laughed as they walked through the dangerous wild jungle. This is something that only a strong trainer can do. Most trainers choose to be humble in the wild forest. After all, wild Pokémon often won't fight you one-on-one. Soon, the two crossed the forest and came to a wild gym. However, the oldness of this gym was even more exaggerated than Tetsuya expected. If it weren't for the plaque, which was still clean and tidy, Tetsuya would have thought he had come to an abandoned gym just by looking at the outer wall. Is the Genzo Ryu so miserable? He looked at the words on the plaque and turned to Nobuhiko. Compared with the identity of the master of the Azure Gym, this enemy seemed too low. Nobuhiko shrugged. Times are different now. In the past, the skills of various fighting type Pokémon were not made public, so they could be compared with us. But now, who doesn't know those things? The training methods of physical fitness are more important, and it's useless to make them public, because each Pokémon is very different. ZHE also nodded in understanding. In other words, has it been abandoned by the times? With most of the skills public, the role of the remaining unique secret skills is indeed quite limited. Unless the opponent's skills can be tailored to the training methods, it is only a matter of time before they fall. Moreover, if the opponent is really strong, not to mention the 8 major gyms in the region, they must have the title of an official gym. But now it seems that the opponent is just an ordinary roadside gym, not even an informal single gym. Knock knock. Nobuhiko walked up directly and knocked heavily on the door. Karate King Nobuhiko is here to visit. ZHE also scratched his nose. He suddenly felt that this look and the title seemed quite handsome. Maybe he's crazy. Nobuhiko knocked very hard on the door, and the person inside opened it not long after. Tetsuya keenly noticed that the other party seemed to be in a panic for a while. He must have not expected that Nobuhiko, a reckless man, would come to his door so directly. Perhaps according to the normal procedure, Nobuhiko should have given a visiting card first. Tetsuya had some wild thoughts. Speaking of which, he was obviously planning to rush to the next city, Yuzu City, before tonight. So why did he appear here with Nobuhiko? Nobuhiko looked at the open door and grabbed Tetsuya. Let's go. Let them see what a true genius is. Oh, here we come. Tetsuya subconsciously raised his leg to follow. Forget it. Just treat it as fulfilling his responsibility. Nobuhiko didn't care about the people around him who looked like apprentices, and came directly to the center of the back garden of the dojo. Master Genzo, I heard that you seem to have made some new breakthroughs recently. I wonder if you can teach me a thing or two? Tetsuya had a sense that they were here to challenge him. The old man in grey with the long white beard snorted coldly. Nobuhiko, you are too rude. As the head of the Genzo Ryu, the old man who had long changed his name to Genzo was very dissatisfied with Nobuhiko's arrival. In his opinion, RC had to come in person. Old man, don't say too much, just follow the old rules. Nobuhiko said familiarly. The so-called old rules are naturally the way to distinguish between fighting dodgers for thousands of years. In the past, it was real-life fighting, but now with the popularity of elves, it has become the most common elf battle. They suddenly had an ominous premonition. This premonition of his has been verified several times. Sure enough, Nobuhiko pointed at him directly with his finger. I know that you, old man, disdain to fight against a junior like me, so I specially found my junior uncle. You are of the same generation, so it shouldn't be considered bullying the weak, right? When talking about the 3 words disdain, Nobuhiko emphasized his tone. What do you mean by not wanting to bully the weak? He knew that this was just an excuse that the other party made up for fear of being beaten up by him. In the past, when he didn't have a king level spirit, didn't the other party still use the reason of educating the next generation to fight him? Tetsuya's smile froze on his face. Just as Genzo was looking at Tetsuya, Nobuhiko sneaked up to Tetsuya. But with his physique, this was like stealing a bell while covering one's ears. Don't worry, this old man doesn't have a single king level spirit. He just relies on the power of a few quasi kings to have a good strength at this level. With your ability of flame chicken, it's easy to beat him. Nobuhiko said. Tetsuya rolled his eyes at him. But, let's fight. It doesn't matter, we'll win anyway. He has recalled the plot about this dojo that he saw in his previous life. Now the roles they play are very similar to the guys who came to challenge the dojo, but the time is much earlier. Old Genzo should have recognized Tetsuya, but obviously he didn't think that Tetsuya could defeat him with his strength, so he quickly agreed. However, his information seemed a bit outdated. Blazing chicken, flame kick, Standing at one end of the battlefield, Tetsuya lazily issued orders. Compared with the battle with Charizard in the morning, this was just like playing house. The only bright spot might be that the super strength of the old man Genzo on the opposite side was actually using the Guriki belt. But speaking of it, this thing is used to exercise physical fitness, Tetsuya thought with a bit of laughter. In his opinion, fighting type Pokémon, especially Pokémon like super strength, it is completely nonsense to pay attention to fighting skills before reaching the limit of potential. As one of the strongest Pokémons, it is not that super strength does not need skills, but its strength can completely defeat most opponents of the same level without using skills. Like the super strength of Shiba, this is the case. The skills formed by long-term training in the later period are icing on the cake for it, and it is definitely not a timely help. On the contrary, light heavyweight Pokémon like Blaziken need more skills. Seeing that the four hands of the strange force were blocking in front of the body and struggling to defend against the flame kick, the old man Genzo also hurriedly released its original power. Strange force, release the restraints. The strange force shouted, took a flame kick, threw away the belt of Galilee, and replaced it with the belt that originally belonged to him. ZHE also yawned boredly, blazing chicken, flame fist. Bang, the strange force only felt that his eyes went black, and then it was burning. Its feeling was right. The two claws of the flame chicken were wrapped in flames and hammered directly on its two eyes. Now the strange force is like a muscular panda, and it is also emitting green smoke. Stick to it, the last tile splitting. With ZHE's last voice, the flame chicken ducked and sank into the arms of the strange force. Everyone only felt that their eyes were blurred, and the strange force flew backwards and hit the wall of the dojo, and its eyes were spinning. Needless to say, whether from the perspective of being unable to fight or leaving the battle area, the old man Genzo failed. This is a bit embarrassing. The apprentices around looked at each other. Hey, if you have a chance, you can go to the Azure Gym in Azure City. We welcome trainers who love fighting Pokémon to join us. Nobuhiko began to pull people in carelessly. This is also a necessary action after the challenge. However, I guess old man Genzo is not in a very good mood. His body is shaking. He raised his hand for a long time without saying a word. Tetsuya couldn't bear to see the old man, so he pulled Nobuhiko's training clothes to indicate that it was almost done. Nobuhiko followed his wishes and stopped. The main thing is that these apprentices don't seem to be particularly outstanding and worth recruiting. Just wait and see. When I train the Fearless Boys Battle Dancer form to the extreme, you will definitely not be its opponent. A childish voice came from a room in the gym. Tetsuya and Nobuhiko, who were about to leave, turned around and looked. It was a little girl in her teens, who must be the granddaughter of old man Genzo. Tetsuya tilted his head. Then you have to work hard, he swore that he really didn't mean to provoke. If I remember correctly, this unlucky child is called Chigusa, a little genius who can train Zan Wulang into a Wulang. If it weren't for Zyos's protagonist Halo, she would have lost the plaque of her own style. By the way, the evolution of Zan Wulang's form was still promoted by brother Nobuhiko, so when it succeeds, don't forget to ask your grandfather to send a thank you letter to brother Nobuhiko. After saying that, he didn't care about the wonderful expressions of the people behind him and took Nobuhiko away directly. Compared with the kick ghost Fiteng Lang and the 3-minute real man Kuokun Lang, Zan Wulang, who is good at both attack and defense, is indeed more suitable for the technical style. The unparalleled balance allows Zan Wulang to attack from various angles while standing upside down. If trained properly, Zan Wulang is indeed very strong. This is what Nobuhiko said. As a fighting type specialized trainer with each form, he has a lot of say in this regard. By the way, although the Genzo Ryu has declined, they still have some disciples, so you have to be careful that they don't cause you trouble. Don't worry, they won't be very strong. It can be regarded as a kind of tempering. Standing at a fork in the road, Zaya was stunned thinking about what Nobuhiko said just now. He always felt that he was set up by the other party. Otherwise, Nobuhiko, whose destination was Libo Mountain, could have gone with him and went there from the exit of Enju City, instead of bypassing Enju City in advance and going straight in the middle like now. Although the other party's reason was that he had prepared everything long ago, Zaya didn't believe it at all. How should I put it? Is it a test of the strength of my junior brother? Zaire scratched his head. He could easily guess that it was his own senior brother RC who was directing from behind. It just seemed that the other party's estimation of his own strength seemed to be a little wrong. Teacher, I feel like we have done something in vain. In the distance, Nobuhiko, who was running at full speed to distance himself, made a phone call to report the situation. RC rubbed his temples. He couldn't believe the strength described by Nobuhiko. So, his junior brother's Blaziken is not far from breaking through to the king level? RC knew that the Pidgeot's breakthrough progress was faster than that of Blaziken. This was too fast. He smiled helplessly. If he had known this, he would not have lost face and asked a few trainers he knew to put pressure on ZAG. After all, for a Pokémon that is stuck at a bottleneck, a battle of equal strength is the best lubricant. Maybe it will break through with a slip during the battle. But he didn't expect that Blaziken to progress so fast. Forget it, let's give them a call and talk about it. RC made a decision quickly and laughed out loud with a bit of bitterness. Breaking through to the king level is good. The faster it is, the more it shows that his junior brother is powerful. This is a great thing. In comparison, being complained by a few friends is nothing. Chapter 400, Pidgeot's special training place. How comfortable. Looking at the green grassland behind him, Zaire stretched his body vigorously. The Charizard Valley and Uju City are a certain distance apart, and he was pulled by Nobuhiko to do some work yesterday afternoon, so he had to choose to spend the night in the green grassland. Don't get me wrong, the green grassland here does not refer to the green grassland in the ordinary sense, but the name of a central town. Although the vast green valley full of flowers and windmills around it is indeed one of the reasons for its name. As one of the most beautiful places in the Johto region, the city called Green Grassland not only has a Pokémon Center and a huge amusement park, but also the surrounding environment can easily make people feel peaceful. This is a must-go place for many tourists to visit the Johto region. However, there was a small episode on the way here yesterday. He met Asuka, who came to the field for preliminary investigation. According to the other party, the object of the investigation should be the underground ruins that Zaire mentioned before. After all, in the Dark Cave, Zaire also met the Light Ghost and the Soul Eye. These two types of elves generally only exist near the ruins. After more than a month of analysis and searching, the Kikayucham and Kikayo city officials have pinpointed the location of the ruins to between the southeast of Manjin and the southwest of Kikayo. The rest depends on luck. If there is an unknown totem in this unknown ruins, it will be very difficult to determine its specific location. Because the power of the unknown totem can effectively interfere with the perception of living and non-living things. This is why the development of the ruins in the elf world has not made much progress. No one knows in which ruins the unknown totem will appear, and their birth seems to be without signs or conditions. The most important thing is that this kind of existence that is not known, whether it is an elf, can easily swallow people. Some will come back intact after a period of time, and some may never be seen again. But after so much exploration, some experienced exploration teams have already had their own set of avoidance plans. Not to mention that for this operation, Sushin also specially invited the famous Pokémon researcher Dr. Zioli Snowden to lead the team. As one of the leaders in the field of unknown totem research, it can undoubtedly be of great help to the exploration of the ruins. Asu also invited Zaire to join the development after the ruins were found. After all, he was also half a discoverer. Zaire of course readily agreed. It was just that he heard the name of the doctor, which sounded familiar. Perhaps he had seen his name when he was reading a paper at night before. After all, he was also a famous scholar. Zaire felt that his love of learning was still worthy of praise. Walking along the main road after coming out, he soon left the green environment behind. Then, in front of him, was an extremely vast valley, the Valley of the Wind. Looking from afar, you can see several mountain peaks coming into view. At the end, a towering snow-white mountain stood like a giant between heaven and earth. That is the White Snow Mountain. Although this is not the highest mountain in the Johto region, it is the highest mountain in the north. The world's highest Pokémon Center is located on the peak of this mountain. It is very cold near the peak, and blizzards without warning are common. It is said that the White Snow Mountain is also inextricably linked to the legendary Pokémon Articuno. Travelers passing through this area often say that Articuno always watches them during their journey. According to the local sayings circulating on the internet, Articuno came to the White Snow Mountain a long time ago. In addition, since Articuno has nests in all high mountains or cold areas, many people believe that Articuno has settled in the White Snow Mountain. The most powerful proof is a statue of Articuno on the White Snow Mountain. It was 1,200 years ago. 3 travelers were trapped in the mountains. At this time, an Articuno found them and led them to a safe place. A year later, the 3 travelers returned here and made a statue for Articuno to express their gratitude. If the legend about the statue is true, it is hard for ZHE to imagine how strong Articuno is after living for 1,200 years. At least it must be one of the strongest in the tribe. The only one who can compare with it is probably the silly ice god on the ice island of the Orange Islands. However, ZHE did not plan to run so far today. His destination, Yuansu City, is located a little southeast of the center of the Valley of the Wind and is quite a distance away from the White Snow Mountain. Even if he wants to find out if there are any traces of Articuno, he has to wait until he has finished challenging the Yuansu gym. Although it is not on the way to the next 2 towns, Zay is still quite curious about the possible existence of the mythical beast. A little delay will not affect his progress in collecting badges this year. Moreover, elves like Articuno will not easily hurt humans. Its existence is more like Sukun among the 3 sacred beasts, which is easier to talk to. This is probably because most of the water and ice elves are like this. The other 2 pairs of fire and thunder beasts are not so kind on the surface. However, Zay still has the big killer of Rainbow Feather in his hand, so he doesn't care, even if the White Snow Mountain is replaced by Thunder Mountain or Volcano Flow. Zay's thoughts walking in the Valley of the Wind have long been scattered to an unknown place with the strong wind in it. As the name suggests, the Valley of the Wind often blows strong winds. These strong winds are irregular. Therefore, for many trainers who just want to pass through here, the Valley of the Wind is somewhat dangerous. Tetsuya, who was absent from duty, soon paid the price for his contempt. Under a sudden strong wind, he couldn't stop his leg car and directly hit a huge rock in front of him with his face. Face braking is also breaking. The result is almost the same. It hurts. It hurts. He covered his face and exclaimed. Fortunately, there was no one around, otherwise Tetsuya's lifelong reputation might be ruined here. At this time, Tetsuya keenly noticed that Pidgeot's Pokeball shook at his waist. He raised his eyebrows. Come out, Pidgeot. Beep. As soon as Pidgeot appeared, another strong wind suddenly formed. But this time Tetsuya was already prepared. He hid under Pidgeot's broad wings and was not affected at all. Patting the dust on his body, Tetsuya asked Pidgeot, why did you suddenly think of it? You know, usually in the wild, Pidgeot, the lazy brother, is very reluctant to stay outside. In its words, it had protected the big boss for so long, and it was time for the young guys to help out. Well, since Tetsuya's Pokémons are generally young, the 2.5-year-old Pidgeot can indeed be considered an old man. It is 10 times older than the youngest Ice Vulpix. Of course, it is not the oldest one, because the Jagagumo that had been living in the wild before is much bigger than it, and Curlier is not younger than it. The speed of progress of wild Pokémons is still suppressed by the Pokémons cultivated by humans. This is also the reason why more and more Pokémons are willing to become human partners in recent years. They are not stupid at all. On the contrary, they are very smart, especially when it comes to things related to their own strength. For this strange difference, Pokémon doctors generally attribute it to the bond between humans and Pokémons. This is also an old tradition in the Pokémon world. Everything is determined by the bond. As long as there is a bond, there is nothing that cannot be explained. It is very unscientific, but very Pokémon. Beep. Pidgeot folded his wings and chirped, trying to explain his thoughts to Tetsuya. However, due to the strong wind, the facial expressions it made were a little hard for Tetsuya to understand. After a moment of silence, Tetsuya still released the translator. Flame. Go, 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 go. Flame listened to Pidgeot's words with great interest. It quickly completed the translation work. Next time, why don't you just ask that little guy Curlier for this kind of thing? Wave reading is very tiring. Before returning to the luxury ball, Flame didn't forget to complain about its boss. It can use wave, not superpowers. Wave is more about perception, rather than reading minds and translation. The reason why wave users are called heroes is mainly because they are good at fighting, rather than civilian work. If you keep yelling, I will catch a Meowth, and make you all unemployed. Tetsuya said angrily. These people are so disrespectful, and I don't know who they learned this from. His words were not angry words. A long time ago, Tetsuya was indeed very interested in Team Rocket's Meowth. He even thought about taming Meowth in advance and making it his cat-headed military advisor. However, after getting familiar with Kajiro, Tetsuya gave up on this idea. As for the Rocket Trio, it is better for them to be together. By the way, Kajiro recently said that they were catching Pokémon in the wild. This is considered poaching, otherwise, just find the time to report them. Maybe you can get some rewards or something. Tetsuya thinks his idea is perfect. Anyway, judging from the background of the trio, it is impossible for them to stay in the police station for a long time. This is completely robbing the rich to help the poor. Beep Pidgeot touched his own trainer with his wings in annoyance. Tetsuya understood what it meant this time. Pidgeot was asking what he thought of its idea. Use the irregular strong winds of the Valley of the Wind to train yourself, and then break through to the king? Tetsuya pondered for a moment. To be honest, he didn't think of this aspect, and Zero didn't give any relevant analysis, probably because there was no relevant data of Pokémon breaking through the king in the Valley of the Wind. This is also a more rigid aspect of his cheat code. It is foreseeable that as Tetsuya's friends become stronger and stronger, the role of Zero's golden finger will only gradually decrease. After all, the magic of Pokémons is beyond technology. Looking at Pidgeot's expectant eyes, Tetsuya nodded. Since you want to do this, go ahead. As he said that, he sent out the giant rock monster. Giant rock monster, I have to ask you to open a small cave on the rock wall. Tetsuya said so. Even if Pidgeot's premonition can come true, it will take a long time. So, it seems that he has to postpone his plan to go to Yuju City. I hope that Brother Nobuhiko, who is waiting for him in the Maribo Mountain, will not be too anxious. In this wilderness, Tetsuya can't contact the other party with the watch for a while. However, it is common for trainers to have no news for 10 days or half a month. As long as they are not dead, everything is fine. Well, work hard next time. Tetsuya said to Pidgeot with a smile. There was no data before, so let him and Pidgeot create a data together. Tetsuya has sufficient confidence in his old friend. Beep Pidgeot flapped its wings happily. First, we need to find a suitable place, preferably a narrow valley type, and there should be sharp rock pillars at the bottom. It would be even better if the surrounding rocks can fall. Zare squinted his eyes and thought about the training plan. Zero can't work, but it doesn't mean he has no way. Giant, please sense if there is any place that meets the description nearby. After quickly completing the construction of the temporary shelter, the giant monster soon ushered in its second task. The earthy yellow light covering its body extended in all directions like ripples. After 5 minutes, the giant monster stopped sensing and nodded to Zare and Pidgeot. Zare snapped his fingers. Very good, the first step is completed. Let's go and take a look. Under the guidance of the giant monster, Zare relied on its huge body to resist the strong wind and continued to go deeper into the Valley of the Wind. And Pidgeot began to fly shakily in the air. This is actually no different from some irregular flying exercises in the training room. Zay thought about it carefully and guessed that natural wind and artificial wind were different after all. It might be the same for humans, but the power perceived by the elves was different. Not long after, they came to the edge of a cliff. Pang Yangue turned his body. Zay looked a little strange. You mean, down there? Pang Yangue turned his head again. Zay licked his dry lips. I see. Then Pang Yangue, you should come back first. Pidgeot, it's up to you. Flying down on Pidgeot in this environment is too exciting. Having said that, in order to further improve Pidgeot's strength, they still took advantage of the pause in the strong wind in the valley and quickly climbed onto Pidgeot's back. Almost as soon as he got on, the wind that had not stopped for 5 seconds began to whistle wildly again. This time, the movement was even louder. Zay, lying on Pidgeot's back, watched a huge rock not far away being blown off the cliff. Boom, after about 4 or 5 seconds, the sound of landing was heard. Very good. According to the formula of freefall, it is only about 100 meters high. ZHE, who didn't dare to walk to the edge of the cliff to look, quickly figured out the specific situation below through this accident. Let's go. He took a deep breath and patted Pidgeot on the back. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.